Welcome back to Metafanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting and what if Harry Potter rewrote destiny through an ancient legend. Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. At the Quidditch World Cup, Harry stumbles upon an ancient legend thought to be nothing more than a story. But as its truth unfolds, he gains the power to reshape fate itself, turning a forgotten myth into the key to rewriting destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry chuckled softly before he grabbed his glasses from the bedside table, putting them on. He couldn't help the excitement that was flooding through him as he thought about the Quidditch World Cup for which he and the rest of the Weasley family, have Mrs. Weasley, were going to go to today. He grinned as he remembered the Dursleys' faces when the Weasleys had come to get him from his aunt and uncle's house. Fighting down the laughter he felt growing inside when he remembered the incident with the Tung Toffee and Dudley, he got up and strode past Hermione, who was still poking Ron trying to get him to wake up, and walked into the washroom just outside their room. He could hear voices grumbling throughout the house, along with the ghoul in the attic that continued to occasionally. After washing away the sleep from his eyes, he walked out to find Ron with his eyes half closed, standing outside the washroom waiting for him to come out. Hermione had already gone back downstairs, he realized, as he located the long-sleeved shirt along with the black jeans that were laid out for him, pulling them on. Since they were going to be traveling to the stadium, they were going to have to wear Muggle clothing, seeing as they would draw stares from Muggles if they walked down the streets wearing robes. After dressing, he made a half-hearted attempt to comb his untidy hair with a comb, which had grown longer over the summer and now hung just above his shoulders. Mrs. Weasley had immediately tried to cut it as soon as she had seen him, but the rest of the boys and Hermione, with Bill being the most vocal, had protested against it, saying that it was an improvement. On his way downstairs, he bumped into Fred and George on the way down. The twins, for once, were not sporting their usual grins, instead their eyes remaining half closed. He walked into the kitchen where Mrs. Weasley was busy at the stove, along Hermione and Ginny, while Mr. Weasley was sitting at the table reading the Daily Prophet. "Well, Harry, do I look like a Muggle?" he asked. He was wearing a brightly colored sweater along with a pair of gray trousers. "Just like one," he grinned back. "Oh, good morning, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, turning around to look at him. "Just a minute, dear, and I will have your breakfast ready soon." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." Ginny caught his eye and turned away, blushing furiously. Ron, Fred and George had been openly teasing her in front of him ever since he saved her life from Tom Riddle in their second year. Apparently her crush on him has not died out at all over the last year. Sighing softly, he ignored her as he took his seat. He just couldn't bring himself to like her. Just like Hermione, he regarded her as a sister. Most of the boys in his year seemed to think she was pretty, though, of that he had to agree. But there were just so many things about her that stopped him from seeing her as anything more. For starters, he didn't like how she was a bit tomboyish. She was shy around him, sure, but he'd seen the way she acts around others. His view on women had changed drastically since he was 11. Mrs. Weasley set a plate in front of him, interrupting his train of thought, and tipped 3 eggs onto his plate, along with some buttered toast. He began to eat just as Ron, Fred and George shuffled into the room, stifling yawns. "Where are Bill, Charlie and Percy?" Fred asked, looking around the room. "Well, they're apparating, aren't they? So they can have a bit of a lie-in," Mrs. Weasley said, turning back to the stove. The twins groaned loudly. "Why can't we apparate too?" George whined. "Because you aren't of age yet," Mrs. Weasley said without turning around. Grumbling darkly, they sat down and began to eat. After they were done, Mrs. Weasley flicked her wand, making the dirty plates rise off the table and into the sink, where they began cleaning themselves. "We should be off then. The portkey is scheduled to activate in another," Mr. Weasley said, pausing to check his watch. 25 minutes. "We don't want to be late." "All right, dears, have fun. And don't get into any trouble." Mrs. Weasley said, adding the last part while staring pointedly at the twins. Both of them morphed their faces into identical, innocent expressions that of course fooled no one. "Ah, Mum, you know us," both of them said at the same time, making everyone chuckle softly. "I do, that's why I want you, Arthur, to keep watch over them in particular," Mrs. Weasley said after she had Mr. Weasley on the cheek. "Take care then." Mr. Weasley and Fred picked up their rucksacks with the tents and pots and pans inside, protesting against Harry's offers to carry them. The group walked out to the chilly morning. It was still 4 in the morning and it was still dark out. As they walked on, Harry sped up to walk with Mr. Weasley. "Mr. Weasley, what's a portkey? How'd I explain this?" He paused before continuing, his face brightening like someone had switched on a light. "It's a device that can transport groups of wizards and witches. Since there are plenty of us coming from all around the world for this and there are a lot of underaged witches and wizards arriving, not everyone can apparate in. Portkeys can be used to travel to any place in the world." "What does it look like?" he asked curiously. "Why, it can be anything, of course. A boot, a garbage can, anything that a muggle will not go around picking up and playing with." "Where is it?" "It's right up there, over the hill," Mr. Weasley said, panting slightly as they started climbing the hill. Harry could just make out the two tall figures at the top of the hill that stood watching them. As they got closer, Harry recognized one of them as the Hufflepuff Seeker he played against during the match the Dementors crashed in their 3rd year, Cedric Diggory. Seeing him, Cedric grinned and held out his hand and pulled Harry onto the top of the hill. "Ah, Arthur. Just in time, I see," the man standing beside them said. Mr. Weasley shook hands with him and introduced everyone. "Children, this is Amos Diggory. And I assume you all know Cedric." Harry caught sight of Ron, Fred and George glaring at Cedric. They hadn't forgiven him for winning the match against Gryffindor in the 3rd year. Hermione and Ginny on the other hand blushed slightly. It was common knowledge that Cedric was one of the most popular 7th years of Hogwarts with his good looks. "All of the redheads are my sons, that's Ron," Mr. Weasley said, indicating Ron, who grimaced a little. "That's Fred, no wait, that's Fred, that's George. That's Ginny and Hermione Granger. And of course you know that's Harry Potter," Mr. Weasley finished, indicating Harry. Amos smiled and shook Harry's hand and glanced at his scar. "A pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. My boy has told me a lot about you, especially about the last Quidditch match." Harry shifted uncomfortably and noticed that Fred and George were looking murderous. Mr. Weasley also noticed this and led Mr. Diggory a little way away while Cedric beckoned Harry away from the group. "Hey Harry, look, I'm sorry. About my father, he gets this way sometimes. It's all right. Well, just wanted to make sure." Cedric offered him a quick smile before gazing at him curiously for a second. "I swear I don't remember you looking so different before." "Yeah, just thought I could use some change," he mumbled self-consciously. "Looks good," Cedric said with a wink. "Looking to meet some people while we're there?" he asked slyly, making him blush. He was saved the trouble of answering as Mr. Weasley beckoned them over next to an old boot. "What are we doing gathering around a dirty old boot?" Ron asked as they gathered around it. Mr. Weasley and Amos looking at their watches closely. "It's the portkey, Ickle Ronikins," one of the twins cracked, to which Ron responded by kicking him in the leg. "Boys, behave yourselves, now when I say so, grasp the boot," Mr. Weasley said. After a few minutes Mr. Weasley said, "Now." And everyone grasped the boot. He suddenly felt a jerk as the floor gave way from beneath him and he felt like a hook somewhere behind his navel was pulling him. Almost as immediately as this sensation started, it stopped and everyone fell over except for Mr. Weasley, Cedric and Amos. Cedric pulled him up, to which he muttered his thanks and carefully adjusted his glasses. It would take some time to get used to that method of travel. "Welcome, boys, to the Quidditch World Cup," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, and Harry felt his eyes widen as he looked around at the sea of brightly colored tents, which covered nearly every inch of the vast fields in front of them. They walked through towards the campsite from where the Cedric and his father separated from them as they were in another part of the field. After saying their goodbyes they walked towards the Muggle in charge of their area, a round-faced man with a smile on his face. The man eyed them curiously as they approached. "Mornin'," the man said brightly. Good morning, Mr. Weasley smiled. And your name will be Sir Weasley. The man looked at the book in front of him. Aha, found you, here you go, he said, handing Mr. Weasley a map and pointing at a spot. This is where you are now, that spot will be where your space is. Thank you, Mr. Weasley replied and pulled Harry to the side. Harry, can you help me pay for this? He asked, pulling out a bundle of Muggle money. Harry counted the bills and gave them to the man, who looked at them curiously. You foreign? He asked. Ah, yes, Mr. Weasley said uncertainly, while the boys and Hermione and Ginny smirked. So many like you here, this is almost unnatural, the man said in a matter-of-fact tone. There are some funnily dressed chaps walking around. There was even one that tried to pay me with huge gold coins. As soon as he said it, a man materialized behind him and muttered "Obliviate," pointing his wand at him. The man's eyes immediately went blank. Here's your change. And there is a tap marked on the map where you can get water, he said in a monotone voice. Thank you, Mr. Weasley said, pocketing the money. They walked away from the man, who was staring blankly into space, while the wizard that had appeared accompanied them. All right there, Arthur. I've been running around this entire area putting memory charms on muggles. Our lot are paying no attention to the warnings we put up and are using magic openly in broad daylight. Just as he said it, a brilliant purple flame erupted a short distance away. Cursing loudly, the wizard took off in its direction, leaving a bewildered Mr. Weasley behind. All the same, we can't get by without magic, at least not easily, he said, shaking his head while they walked through the mess of tents. Harry noticed that many of the witches and wizards were now waking up and coming outside to get breakfast ready. Some of them were awkwardly trying to light fires with a box of matches, with disbelieving looks on their faces, as if sure this was not going to work, while others were pulling out their wands and muttering under their breaths, casting magical fires with shifty looks. Harry gaped in wonder when he chanced a glimpse inside one of the tents. Instead of the confined space he expected, there was a large living room, complete with stairs leading upwards. A little further on they saw a tent that had 2 floors, and even a little further on they found a miniature house-like structure. Mr. Weasley smiled. We can't resist showing off when we get together. Ah, here it is, he said, indicating a vacant spot with a sign saying, Weasley. All right, let's set up this tent, he said brightly, while the others groaned. He pulled out a large bundle of canvas from his bag, along with pegs and ropes. It took them a while, but after many failed attempts they finally managed to erect 2 rather small-looking tents. Home sweet home, he grinned, opening the tent flap and beckoning them in. They walked into a large, spacious room that had 2 adjoining rooms with bunk beds attached to the wall. In front of them was a large table complete with chairs. This belongs to a ministry friend of mine. The poor bloke couldn't make it, so he lent them to me. It's brilliant, Harry exclaimed. They decided to wait a little for Bill, Charlie and Percy before having lunch. They spent the time looking at the passing people. It was slowly becoming a flurry of activity as witches and wizards walked around, laughing and talking. Mr. Weasley kept up a running commentary of everyone for Harry and Hermione's benefit. Soon they caught sight of 3 red-haired figures striding towards them. All right boys, let's start getting some firewood and water ready. It'll be too busy to walk around later, so we should get what we can now, Mr. Weasley said just as the older 3 walked in. Everyone nodded their assent, and soon Harry, Ron and Hermione were given the task of getting water from the tap that was marked over at the next field, while the rest were sent around to get firewood and supplies. After a quick tour of the girls' bunk, which was significantly smaller than the boys' bunk, they set off towards the other field. Along the way they met familiar faces from school. Hey Harry, Ron, how are you mate? A voice called, and they turned around to find a grinning Seamus Finnegan. Oh, and Hermione too. They walked into a bright green tent and met with a stern woman with a kind face who Seamus introduced as his mother. When Harry was introduced, her eyes performed the familiar flick up to his scar. After the pleasantries were done with, including reassuring them that they were going to be supporting Ireland in the match against Bulgaria, they walked out and resumed their journey. Like we'd say anything else surrounded by that lot, Ron grumbled. Harry caught sight of a multitude of red tents pointed at them, with a picture of a scowling man on a firebolt wearing blood-red robes on the front of almost every single one. Who's that? Hermione asked curiously as they walked by the poster after poster. That is Victor Crumb, Ron said dramatically. He looked at both of them, obviously expecting a reaction. When none came, he sighed loudly. The best seeker in the world. You just need to watch him and you'll see it. He does stuff on a broom that is nothing short of amazing. Hermione rolled her eyes, and catching Harry's eye she grinned. They had been wondering who it was that the twins had been teasing Ron about. They had been saying that Ron had a crush on a boy and had a picture of him stashed under his pillow. It seemed like they had found the one. Oh, Ron, he's only a Quidditch player, Hermione said exasperatedly. Ron's eyes widened. Only a Quidditch player. Just wait, he went on and on. She looked at Harry, causing him to chuckle and shrug. It was difficult to argue with Ron when it came to Quidditch. They walked on, and along the way they met up with more of their friends from school, including Neville Longbottom, a boy in the same year as them who Harry liked despite his occasional clumsiness. He told them, his round face shining in excitement, that his grandmother had finally consented to bringing him to see the World Cup, although they would only stay the one night, even if the match progressed on for longer than that. It was a known fact that some of the matches of the World Cup lasted days, weeks, even months. He secretly hoped it would stretch on for some time. It was fun being in the middle of the excitement. They reached the tap and got in the long line of people waiting for their turn to get water. They each picked up some of the empty buckets that were laid out near them, ready to fill them with water and take them back to camp. Hermione dissolved into a fit of giggles when a wizard came in front of them wearing a Muggle women's dress and yelling at the top of his voice that it was proper Muggle attire, a ministry official running behind him holding a pair of trousers and a shirt. Once they got the water, they slowly started making their way back. At the side they noticed a large group of girls that were talking amongst themselves in what Harry recognized as French. Those girls over there, they look like they're our age, but they don't go to Hogwarts, do they? Harry asked curiously. Hermione looked at him in surprise. Of course they don't go to Hogwarts, Harry. There are more schools all over the world that teach magic to children. Harry felt stupid now that he realized that he had thought that Hogwarts was the only school of witchcraft and wizardry, especially when there were witches and wizards all over the world. Yeah, I heard Bill had a pen pal from another school, can't remember much about it though, Ron said thoughtfully. They walked on until they found themselves back inside their tent. What took you so long? George asked. Met a few people, Ron answered, sitting down. What's for lunch? Don't know, Dad's having too much fun with the matches, Fred said, smirking slightly and jerking his thumb back at his father, who sure enough, was having the time of his life with the matches. He would light one and promptly drop it in surprise. Hermione went to help him out and soon they had a fire going, some of the food that Bill and Charlie had bought cooking. After lunch they were comfortably full, but no one could settle down with the building excitement. Fred, George, Bill, Charlie and Ginny started a game of exploding snap while Percy talked to Mr. Weasley about his work back at the ministry. Hermione decided to start reading a book she had brought with her. Finally, after fidgeting around in his seat and unable to take any more, Harry got up and announced he was going to take back the buckets and get more water. Ron jumped up to accompany him and they went back outside. After replacing the buckets of water they walked around the different campsites and met with a lot more of their friends. He felt slightly uncomfortable as he felt their gazes, particularly that of the women falling on him as he walked. It seemed he had taken on a lot more trouble than he realized when he decided to change his appearance. He could literally feel Ron shaking in jealousy when a pretty red-haired girl waved at him, saying something in French and blowing him causing his cheeks to warm considerably. Gathering up what was left of his courage he waved back before fleeing in Ron's wake, highly aware of the piercing gazes on him. Fortunately for him, as Ron had taken to giving him the silent treatment, Lee Jordan came up from behind them and greeted them. After nodding at him he quickly took his leave. Ron, I'm going to the other campsite, he muttered quickly. Ron nodded before turning back to Lee, leaving Harry to walk on. With a sigh he brought his hand to his head, thoughts of Ron and his jealousy disappearing from his mind as he absent-mindedly traced his scar with his finger. The unbearable pain and the vision he had seen a few weeks ago was still quite raw considering how he kept experiencing them in his nightmares again and again. It didn't really worry him a lot, after everything he'd seen and experienced throughout his life up to now, both in Hogwarts and before, he was no stranger to nightmares. But it still irked him from time to time. He thought about the letter he had written to Sirius and wished that wherever he was at least comfortable. He was deep in thought when he walked straight into a person who, like him, had not been fully aware of where they were going. The person pushed him in surprise with a small yelp, and he, trying vainly not to fall to the ground, reached out, grabbing onto the person's hand, trying to steady himself, but fell backwards anyway, taking the person with him. After an initial groan of pain, he slowly became more accustomed to his senses. The first thing he noticed was a pleasant flowery scent that was threatening to make him lightheaded. The person lying on him had gone perfectly still for some reason. It was then he noticed that he was still holding onto the hand he'd grabbed onto. And it was then he realized this person was in fact a she. A hand this dainty could not belong to a man. Mentally berating himself as to how he kept putting himself in these awkward situations, he opened his eyes and looked right into the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen in his life. They were narrowed as she was glaring at him, which he noticed quite immediately, but he couldn't help but allow himself to get lost in them. Two perfect sapphire orbs shining brightly, clear as the morning sky. He stared at the perfect, angular face, long, silvery white hair splayed out behind her. Her pale skin seemed to emit a pearly white glow of its own. His heart quickened when his eyes focused on her pink lips, which were parted slightly, her hot breath tickling his face. He got a sudden, unbidden urge to press his lips against hers, but realizing what he just thought, clenched his fist, painfully digging his nails into his hands. He would not make a fool of himself in front of a goddess like this. After what seemed like a while of them simply looking at each other closely, he finally found his voice. See, could you get up? Please, he stammered nervously, causing her eyes to widen in surprise before she slowly got up. For a brief moment he saw astonishment written across her beautiful features when he'd asked. Then all of a sudden, her face cracked into the most beautiful smile he'd ever seen as she held out her hand to him. He took it, aware of the stares the two were attracting from the people around them. Before he could say anything else, she started walking, pulling him by his hand as she guided them through the masses. After getting to a less crowded area, she turned to look at him, and he took the chance to look at her properly. Her figure was the definition of beauty. For one mad moment he thought she couldn't be human. There was no way someone as perfect as her could be considered normal or standard. He had seen Muggle models, but she put each and every one of them to shame. She asked him something in French, and as she spoke, Harry noticed her voice was melodious. Almost as if there were chimes within her vocal cords. "I'm sorry, I'm not fluent in French," he said apologetically, cursing himself inwardly for never learning it. She easily switched to a heavily accented version of English. "I just wanted to apologize for the way I walked into you." He smiled at this. "It's all right, I wasn't watching where I was going either." She laughed, making his heart skip a few beats. "Damn it, how can she have such an effect on me? Well then, we are both at fault, non. My name is Fleur Delacour. Who is it that I, Avenue the pleasure of meeting with?" He almost gave her a different name, but changed his mind at the last moment. For some reason he had wanted to see what would happen if she didn't know who he really was. But then he realized it would be a stupid move, seeing as she only had to look closer at his scar if she had any doubts about who he was. Harry Potter. Her eyes widened and performed the all too familiar movement towards his head. He twitched irritably at the motion, something that was not missed by Fleur, it seemed. "Is something the matter, Ari?" He immediately loved the way she'd butchered his name. It was so alluring. "No, I mean, Her smile seemed to grow at the way he was stammering. "What is EET? Oh God, this woman was doing this on purpose." That accent was making him lightheaded. He forced himself to look at her and was surprised when he saw curiosity reflected in her eyes. She seemed to be genuinely concerned. "The scar," he muttered finally, averting his eyes. "Gets a little irritating when it's the first thing people notice about you." She finished for him, a twinkle in her eyes. His face just have shown his shock because she giggled. "Don't worry, I know what you're dealing with. Also you're cute enough without EET as well, if you're wondering." Judging by the way she burst into peals of laughter and the way his ears were heating up, his face must have just taken resemblance to a tomato. Thankfully though, she seemed to take pity in him. "You are staying as long as the match goes, I presume?" "Yeah," he answered before hesitantly asking, "Maybe I'll see you there." Her face fell a little at his question. "I'd love to, but I'm in the top box with the British Minister of Magic. My father was invited by, I am so." "I'm there too," he exclaimed. "My best friend's dad got tickets for us at the top box." "Excellent. I will, avenue you with me then. And, I'm sorry, Ari, I almost forgot that I, avenue an errand I need to run so." "Oh, yeah, it's all right, I'll see you later then." "Save me a seat." "Will do," Harry replied, smiling widely. He couldn't explain it, but he couldn't wait to see her again. He wanted to find out more about her. He couldn't understand it. He had seen plenty of beautiful girls before at Hogwarts, even talked to them, but he had never felt such a burning need to talk to them, to know them. Yes, she was far more gorgeous than any of them, but there was something different about her. For some reason he knew that she really understood how he felt about his scar. With a jolt he realized she hadn't known who he was. Back there, when they'd fallen, she could have easily just gotten up off him, apologized and left. Instead she brought him here, away from prying eyes, and made introductions. That wasn't something that happened normally, right? If you bump into another stranger. Gracing him with a final heart-stopping smile, she walked away, a slight sway to her hips which he found himself staring at. She looked over her shoulder after a few steps, a rather mischievous expression on her face before waving at him. It was with great mental effort that he managed to get himself to wave back. "Harry, who in the world was that?" A loud voice sounded behind him. He turned to find a red-faced Ron that was glaring at him. "I just bumped into her," he said lamely, noticing that Ron was looking at Fleur's retreating figure with a dazed look in his eyes. He shook his head and kept glaring at him, muttering something incomprehensible, and started walking back to their camp while he gave out a long, drawn-out sigh before following. He had noticed that Ron had a little jealousy problem especially while at Hogwarts. He remained silent for the whole time until they finally reached their tent. Everyone was chatting, in high spirits about who would be most likely to win the cup. "It's got to be Ireland, they have the best chasers in the world and their seeker isn't bad either," Charlie said while he ate a chocolate frog. The twins' faces cracked into identical, evil grins. "Care to make a bet then, oh wise, elder one?" both of them said simultaneously. Everyone chortled before Bill spoke up. "I want in on this, what's the bet?" he asked, ignoring his father, Percy and Hermione's disapproving looks. The twins spoke with each other and quickly pooled their money onto the table. "We bet that Ireland wins," Fred started, to which Charlie immediately started protesting. "Hold your horses, let me finish." "We bet that Ireland wins but Crumb gets the snitch," he finished, winking at Ron whose ears had gone red again. Bill and Charlie laughed but accepted the bet. Mr. Weasley looked torn between deciding whether to stop it or turn a blind eye. Deciding on the latter, he got up, stretching. "All right, we should be making our way to the stands then. There are a few things I want to buy from the vendors before the match." Everyone cheered and stepped outside to loud singing and laughter. Hermione sidled up next to him holding Ginny's hand and jerked her head towards Ron. "What's the matter with him?" Harry sighed. "I met someone and he got this way." He didn't want to say anything more in case she wasn't really at the top box, in which case he'd just make a fool of himself. Hermione nodded before they walked on, and soon they came up to a number of carts all laden with merchandise consisting of posters, figures and other strange-looking instruments. There was even a Quidditch supplies store where a firebolt was on display, and he gazed at it proudly with a rush of affection for his godfather who had sent it to him last year. Everyone dispersed and he walked up to the cart with the strange instruments. They actually looked a little like binoculars. The shopkeeper smiled at him when he walked up. "What are these?" he asked. "These, sir, are omnoculars. They allow you to zoom in and out, focus on different parts of the game at once. It even has a play-by-play function." "How much?" 10 galleons each, but I can reduce it to 7, the man replied, his eyes twinkling. 3 pairs, he said firmly and handed over his money, taking the omnoculars. He went to find Ron and Hermione and found that they were huddled around a cart with bright green and red rosettes along with programs and moving figures of the players. Ron had already bought a moving figure of Krum who was scowling up at him from his hand while Hermione had some programs in her arms. "Here, early Christmas presents," he said brightly, giving each of them a pair. "Thanks, Harry," Hermione squealed while Ron grinned broadly. "Yeah, thanks mate." Fred and George came up behind them. Neither had anything as they had bet all of their money along with Bill and Charlie. Mr. Weasley and Percy however were wearing bright green rosettes. "All right then, off we go," Mr. Weasley said, his voice laced with excitement. They walked on with a large group of people who were shouting in loud voices. Harry kept fingering his wand for comfort, feeling gazes on him. As he walked, he hated having people stare at him because of the fact that he was the boy who lived. Nobody stopped to look past that except his friends. They found a ministry official outside the large stadium, inspecting tickets. He spotted Mr. Weasley and beckoned him over, tearing their tickets and handing them the stubs. "Top box Arthur, as high up as you can go," he said. They climbed up the wooden staircase and he was amazed at the sheer size of it. It was easily the length of a few football fields and each and every corner of it was packed with people. The sounds of singing and screaming were almost deafening. As soon as they reached the top they found it was stretched out and Harry immediately recognized Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, along with another exotic-looking wizard. Percy bowed low when he saw the minister causing his glasses to slip off and crack. With a death glare at Harry, who the minister greeted like a nephew, he sat down at the far right corner along with the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione, who were trying hard not to laugh. "Harry my boy, this is the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, Mr. Ivan, something." He saw that the Bulgarian minister was staring at him openly. As soon as his eyes found his scar he started jabbering excitedly in a foreign language. "Well, at least that's effective," Fudge said grinning before he sat down. Just then a group of people came from behind them and he felt his heart skip a couple of beats when he recognized the silver-haired witch. Her eyes met his and he moved towards her, away from Fudge to let the man who he presumed was Fleur's father greet the minister. "Ari Veens, Zir is a person I'd like you to meet," she said, smiling her beautiful smile at him which made him feel strangely lightheaded and pulled a miniature version of herself in front of her from where she was hiding. "Ziz is my sister, Gabrielle. She has been dying to meet you for a long time now." He grinned at the little girl, who blushed furiously when he offered her his hand which she took slowly. "Hi," he said softly making her giggle and run to a rather tall, breathtakingly beautiful woman with the same hair and eyes as Fleur. The woman's eyes fell on him and smiled graciously, shaking his hand. "A pleasure to meet you Mr. Harry Potter, I am Apolline Delacour," she said in a soft voice, her eyes shifting for a fraction of a second to his scar. "You too Mrs. Delacour," he said nervously when the tall, brown-haired man walked up to him, smiling slightly and grasping his hand. He introduced himself as Dominique Delacour. He turned around to find his seat next to Hermione and shifted uncomfortably when he found all of the Weasleys staring open-mouthed at Fleur and her mother. It was then that he realized that even Fudge and the Bulgarian minister were looking at them with slightly dazed looks on their faces. Ignoring the Weasleys' looks of jealousy, particularly from Ron, Harry sat down next to Hermione, who hurriedly leaned into him. "Harry, that's Avila," she whispered urgently at him while Fred and George whistled quietly and gave him a thumbs up, causing him to blush. Fleur came up and sat right next to him with her sister sitting on her left. "I think you and your friends go to Hogwarts?" she asked. "Yeah, which school do you go to?" he asked her curiously. "Beauxbatons, it's in France," she added seeing his blank expression. They talked on happily while waiting for the people to fill into the seats. He was amazed at how easily he could talk to her, even though he had met her only a few hours ago. He was a little disappointed when he found she was 2 years older than him but immediately pushed it out of his mind. Soon a blonde-haired wizard walked in wearing brightly colored robes and sat behind a speaker's podium. "Are you ready, Minister?" he asked. "Ready when you are, Ludo," Fudge said comfortably. Immediately the blonde wizard spoke into his wand, and his voice sounded as if it were coming out of a microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. His words were met with an explosion of cheering, and Harry could see about a dozen omnoculars flashing in their direction. "Join me in welcoming the Irish team. Troy, Mullet, Moran, Connolly, Quigley, Ryan, and Lynch," he yelled as 7 green blurs shot out from the ground into the sky. Green fireworks erupted around them, giving a spectacular show. Harry heard Gabrielle squeal in delight as a flashing leprechaun formed and started dancing. Harry used his omnioculars and trained them onto Lynch, who he found was a short, leniently built man with a mustache. He zoomed in further to see the golden lettering, "Firebolt," written on his broom. Bagman began to announce the opposing side. "Now, let's give a big hand and welcome the Bulgarian team. Ivanova, Dimitrov, Levski, Volkov, Volchanov, Zagraf, and Krum." The screams got louder at the mention of Krum as 7 red blurs shot out. Harry hurriedly trained his omnoculars on Krum to find him exactly the way he was in the miniature figure of himself that Ron had. Suddenly the crowd started yelling and whistling when a large group of silver-haired cheerleaders walked onto the field wearing scarlet outfits. Music suddenly began and they started dancing, making the crowd go wild. Harry noticed that Fleur stiffened at the sight of them, just like her mother, who was watching with an expression of distaste. He was suddenly aware that the Weasleys were all standing along with everyone else in the top box, craning to get a better look at them. "Honestly," Hermione said as she tried to pull down Ron, who was goggling at them through his omnioculars. Only Harry, Hermione, Fleur and her family along with Mr. Weasley were seated, and Harry saw Fleur and her mother looking at him in surprise. He gave Fleur a questioning look and she shook her head before turning back towards the pitch. Soon they stopped dancing to the angry roars of the crowd and Bagman sat back down. "The referee for this match is Hassan Mustafa," he told the crowd, and Harry saw a short, bald man walk onto the field with his arm around a huge crate. He set it down on the floor and looked around before mounting his broom. "Let the match begin," Bagman screamed to the roar of the crowd, and Mustafa kicked open the crate and immediately the 2 bludgers pelted out while the red quaffle rose vertically. Harry also caught sight of a golden speck in the distance before it disappeared. The game was the fastest he had ever seen, and the Irish chasers were far superior to the Bulgarian ones. They handled the quaffle between them so fast that Bagman only had enough time to say their names. The game progressed on until the score was 130-10 with Ireland in the lead. As the Irish chasers increased their score, suddenly Krum went into a spectacular dive followed closely by Lynch, but pulled up at the last second, causing Lynch to crash as he pulled away with the golden snitch in his hand. The stadium went quiet until a roar slowly grew and the Irish supporters were yelling themselves hoarse as the scoreboard displayed 170-160. The twins cheered loudly and Harry heard the loud groans coming from Bill and Charlie. Fleur laughed and cheered along with everyone, and soon the 2 teams were standing in front of them while Fudge presented the gleaming silver cup to the captain of the Irish team. "Everyone give it up for the winners of the World Cup, Ireland." Bagman yelled to the deafening roars that were sounding throughout the stadium. After the round of excitement and a big hand to the Bulgarian team, Krum in particular, the crowd started filing out. Outside, Fleur pulled him aside, away from the others. "I will see you tomorrow before we go back, I hope." "I'll find you," he answered with a smile before flushing a deep red when she pecked his cheek. "By Gabrielle," he added a tad quickly, forcing his eyes away from the elder of the 2 sisters, looking at the little girl who was now snuggled up in her father's arms. She waved shyly before hiding her face, making them chuckle. After saying his goodbyes to the French family, Harry went to join the Weasleys, who were waiting for him a short distance away. "Great catch, Harry," Fred said in admiration while the rest of them looked towards Fleur's retreating figure wistfully. Ron was avoiding his eye while Mr. Weasley was smiling at him with a twinkle in his eye. "She's just a friend," he mumbled, looking anywhere but at them. The tree at the furthest corner suddenly became extremely interesting. "You got it bad, Mr. Weasley chuckled, "and unless I'm extremely mistaken, so does she." The rest of the Weasleys roared with laughter as his blush deepened twofold. There was no way that could ever happen. "Vila, I both envy and pity you, Harry. You're in so much trouble." He carefully looked away, noticing that Ron looked to be in a foul mood once again. They turned away and started walking in the direction of their tent while the twins gloated about the money they had won, much to Bill and Charlie's displeasure. Back at the tent they had a cup of hot chocolate and soon started talking about the impressive plays used by the Irish chasers. Ginny fell asleep on the table after a few more hours of endless Quidditch talk, and Mr. Weasley announced that it was time they all went to bed. Harry climbed onto his bed, ignoring Ron, who still hadn't said a word to him, and stared at the blank canvas above him. He felt himself go red again as he remembered the beautiful sapphire pair of eyes that had rested on him, and slowly drifted off to sleep. His dreams were centered on a certain silver-haired witch. All too suddenly he was shaken awake by a worried Mr. Weasley. "Harry, wake up. Something's gone wrong." He heard screams and maniacal laughter in the background, and suddenly a fire erupted just outside their tent, accompanied by a loud bang. It took only a few seconds before everything sunk in. It also helped that someone from outside screamed even louder and a green flash illuminated the tent. Sleepiness forgotten, he immediately pulled on his glasses and picked up his wand, running outside with Mr. Weasley to where everyone was assembled. Farther away he could see a group of people wearing masks and dark robes, marching in their direction, laughing and blasting aside tents, firing curses at people. "Fred, George, take Ginny and run into the forest. Stay there until everything is sorted out. Harry, Ron, Hermione, go with them as well. We will come to get you," Mr. Weasley cried, pulling out his wand and running to a group of ministry wizards who were angrily shouting and pulling out their wands. Bill, Charlie and Percy took off after him, and Fred, George and Ginny broke into a run towards the trees. Hermione gripped Harry's and Ron's hands and pulled them after Fred and George as they were violently jostled by the panicking people around them, all who were intent on getting away from the campsite and the screaming hordes of masked figures. Hermione screamed something incomprehensible. Harry felt her grip on his hand loosen as he lost sight of them in the crowd. Gritting his teeth, he allowed himself to be pushed along with the crowd away from the campsite and looked around. He could find no trace of the Weasleys and Hermione. He held out his wand and trudged on, following the crowd running into the forest. "Lumos," he muttered, lighting his wand as he walked on, hoping to find the others. Loud screams suddenly tore through the air, and Harry heard a muffled yell coming from his side. He immediately ran in the direction of the screams to find 5 cloaked figures huddled around 2 people. They were laughing, one of them holding a wand tauntingly over them. His voice grew into a snarl when he realized the 2 people on the ground were none other than Fleur and her sister. Fleur was holding onto Gabrielle, who was openly crying. Her blouse was ripped and one of the men was trying to completely rip it off. "Stupefy," he yelled, forgetting about everything else as he pointed his wand at the man next to Fleur, who immediately toppled over. The other 4 started firing curses at him, which he dodged before pointing his wand and yelling, "Expelliarmus," causing one of them to be thrown backwards. They hit the tree with a sickening crunch as the other's wand flew out of his hand. Suddenly Fleur screamed when he felt something hit his head. His legs gave out from under him as he staggered, his vision swimming as he reeled back. One of the brutes holding a rod dripping with blood. He brought his hand gingerly to the back of his head, meeting a slight wetness that hadn't been there before. The remaining men were laughing as he fell to his knees. His eyes couldn't focus on anything as he desperately tried to see where Fleur and Gabrielle were. He glanced back at the man who walked up to him, still holding the rod, as he took a fistful of his hair. "That's what you get for trying to save damsels in distress," the man said with a smirk, forcing his head up so that their eyes. "This is not a fairy tale, boy. I guess you're not the band of ugly orcs then," he rasped. "Oh, that still has some fight left in him." The man next to Fleur walked up to him and he looked up to see a disturbing smirk on the man's face. "Been a while since I've done this. Crucio." Pain, agonizing pain tore through him. He couldn't stop the strangled yell that escaped his lips as the man slowly moved his wand steadily upwards, making him feel like his chest was being ripped apart. Just when he was beginning to wonder when he was going to die, the pain stopped. The man holding the rod dropped like a wooden doll and he could just make out Fleur, who had somehow acquired her wand, turning it on the man, who was looking around wildly with panic as she blasted him away in a flash of white, her face contorted in fury. The last thing he saw were 2 blurred shapes hovering over him as he couldn't hold on any longer and slipped into the darkness that covered him. Harry opened his eyes slowly and a blinding headache immediately took over, eliciting a sharp cry from him. Almost as soon as it had come though, he felt a cool hand over his forehead, his headache fading away into nothingness. It took some time before he could get his eyes to work properly though. But once they'd adjusted, they focused on a pair of blue eyes which elicited a rather dorky smile from him. The person to whom they belonged to immediately threw her arms around him and pulled him into an embrace. He felt a tickle when she placed her lips on his ear. "Merci," she whispered. He heard more footsteps and he realized he was lying on a bed in a rather large tent. His eyes caught sight of Hermione, who ran at him and pulled him into a hug as soon as Fleur let go. Mr. Weasley came up behind her and Harry could see his face was pale. "How are you feeling?" Mr. Weasley asked tentatively. Harry grimaced. "Like someone beat my head with a bludger." The Weasleys' faces cracked into smiles and Harry felt some of the tension vanish. Dominique walked into the room closely followed by his wife, a grateful look on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," he said gravely. "You have no idea just how indebted to you we are." Not knowing how to reply to that, he smiled uncomfortably at him, something which the man seemed to notice because he reached forward and gently ruffled his hair. "They're all sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for their crimes of attempted and for the use of the Cruciatus curse on a fellow human being." Hermione and the Weasleys gasped. Apparently they hadn't known Harry was subjected to the Cruciatus curse. "Are you sure you're all right, Harry?" Bill asked in a low voice. "Only a little sore, otherwise I'm fine." He suddenly jerked involuntarily as a spasm of pain tore through him which wasn't gone unnoticed by anyone. "It's the after effects of the cursed scar it left behind. I'm sorry but I cannot remove it," Dominique said, looking at him worriedly, to which he merely shrugged. Scars were something he was quite used to by now. "What was one more, Harry?" Mr. Weasley asked softly. "If you're up to it we need to leave. The portkey is scheduled to go in half an hour. The Ministry are sealing off this entire area." Mr. Weasley said gently. Before he could say anything, Dominique stepped in. "If you don't mind, monsieur, we could take care of him here?" he asked, looking at Mr. Weasley. "It's the least we could do, and I can assure you that our very best are here for protection." Harry couldn't help but notice how hopeful Fleur looked when her father said this. "Well, I don't know," Mr. Weasley muttered. "The thing is that my wife's back home since she refused to come and is now probably worried sick about us. Him in particular. I really don't know if I'll be able to convince her he's all right, given how far and wide news can travel." With a pang he realized the truth behind Mr. Weasley's words. He really shouldn't worry Mrs. Weasley anymore, and besides, he didn't really want to impose on Fleur's family no matter how much he wanted to spend more time with her. Besides, he wasn't going to accomplish anything by doing so. "No, Mr. Weasley's right, Mr. Delacour, and I don't want to cause trouble." "It's no trouble at all, Harry," he said with a smile while his wife nodded. "But I understand. Do you think you can get up?" Harry nodded and groaned a little when he pushed himself up, feeling a wave of nausea come over him. He felt someone move quickly to his side, holding him steady, an arm looping through his. He sat up unsteadily and took a moment to steady himself, realizing that it was Fleur beside him. "Wait, the Ministry's closing off this place. Why, what happened last night?" he asked, trying to make sense of the jumbled memories in his head. He couldn't remember anything clearly. "We'll fill you in later, Harry, but right now we need to go," Mr. Weasley said with a worried look at Dominique, who nodded at him. He nodded and stood up, swaying slightly as Fleur helped him steady himself with a tender expression on her face. She let him go though when Apolline pulled him into her warm embrace, which surprised him momentarily. It felt strange really. Maybe it was just the fact that his head was not in the right place, but he couldn't ever remember getting the sort of feeling he was getting now being hugged by this woman. "We are forever in debt to you, Ari," she said in a muffled voice, in his brow before releasing him back to Fleur. It was then that he realized with a sharp pang of disappointment that he probably wouldn't see Fleur again. He turned to her just before he stepped outside, unsure of what to say to her. What could he say to her? Trust his luck to find someone he actually wanted to get to know. Only for it to be someone not only older than him, but lives in a completely different country. "Fleur," He was silenced when she pulled him into a hug before ing his cheek, lingering for a moment and making his face warm up. He noticed Dominique and Apolline were smiling slightly when she pulled away from him, her face slightly pink. "I will write to you, Ari," she said quietly. "We will be seeing each other again soon." He opened his mouth in confusion, but she shook her head, putting a finger to his lips. He nodded, and after getting a hug from Gabrielle and a final wave at the Delacours, he joined the Weasleys and Hermione. Mr. Weasley immediately put an arm around him and helped him walk. They met with a ministry official who immediately let them through a large line when he recognized Harry. They were immediately given a portkey, and after the brief uncomfortable sensation that followed, they found themselves right in front of the burrow with Mrs. Weasley standing outside. He immediately felt his head spin when their feet slammed onto the ground, but Bill and Charlie helped him stand while Mrs. Weasley started fussing over him, checking him for any injuries. It was only after some time that they managed to convince her that he was fine. While they were making their way back to the house, he noticed a paper lying on the ground with a large picture of a skull with a S protruding from its mouth with the headline "The Dark Mark is seen on the night of the Quidditch World Cup." "What happened yesterday?" he asked, looking at Ron and Hermione. "Later, Harry, we'll fill you in once you've had your rest," Hermione said while Ron nodded in agreement. Harry tried to protest. He was herded into Ron's room, and before long he was put in bed. It did not take long before he felt his eyes shut slowly, and soon his dreams were once again focused back on a silver-haired witch. "Fleur, what's wrong?" Fleur gave a start and was brought out of her reverie to find her father gazing at her. She felt her face warm a little when she realized her mother and sister were both watching her closely too. They were in the middle of having dinner and she had hardly touched her food at all. "Nothing, Papa, just thinking." She immediately regretted her words when she saw her mother's eye glint mischievously. "It wouldn't be about a certain dark-haired young man, would it?" she asked slyly, causing her father to choke on his food while her sister grinned at her. "Maman," she exclaimed, looking up, blushing slightly while her mother grinned at her. Her father chuckled after getting his back thumped by his amused wife. "He is a strange one, isn't he? And a very honorable one at that. There aren't many that would have done what he did," he said softly. "Well, I can list a whole lot more traits that our Fleur has noticed in him," her mother said teasingly. Fleur quickly finished her food, wanting to get away from the talk that was making her uncomfortable. After excusing herself, she went to her room, but not before she caught sight of the smirks on both her parents' faces. She sighed softly when she laid down in her bed and closed her eyes, letting her thoughts stray back to the night of the World Cup, and him. She didn't really like going to the Quidditch World Cup, but she knew that her parents would have been heartbroken if she refused. Her father was the head of the Auror department of the French ministry, and due to his many accomplishments and out of gratitude to his services, they were invited to attend the World Cup with the English Minister for Magic, which she knew was an honor granted to a few. She hated mixing with large crowds of people because it was always the same thing over and over for her. Being a part Vila meant that there were only a few that could even hope to match her in her beauty. Neither she nor her mother could walk among other people without attracting the lust-filled gazes of men and the jealous looks of women. But, due to her young age, she drew almost all of the attention, and she hated it. No matter how angry her parents got at the looks she got from strangers, there weren't any laws to prevent it. The Vila have a natural charm that draws people in, and they had no way to stop it. Because of that, she only had a few close friends at school. The boys wanted nothing more than to get close to her, and the girls were extremely jealous of her. Because of this, she couldn't trust a lot of people other than her three dear friends, Amy, Aurélie and Caroline. When they had arrived at the campsite on the day of the match, she learned that they were going to be seated at the top box along with the Minister for Magic. She was a little disappointed because it meant she wouldn't be able to meet with her friends who she knew would be attending the World Cup. Which also meant that she would no doubt be squirming under the gazes of the people with her. A few hours before the match, she had met with her three friends, all of who were beyond excited for the match. Fleur never understood what was so good about Quidditch. In her opinion, it was even a little barbaric. Amy is a very outgoing blonde-haired girl who looked up to Fleur like she would a sister. Aurélie was her best friend since her childhood. She had pale blue hair, which was extremely uncommon even for a witch, and she had a cute, heart-shaped face making her one of the targets of the boys in her school apart from Fleur. Although she wasn't as sought after as Fleur, she was one of the few that Fleur knew could understand the situation she was in. Lastly, Caroline, who was a mischievous, pretty red-haired witch. She has a Verizon personality and she had her fun constantly seducing whoever she found worthwhile and losing interest within a day. But all thoughts of her friends had been shoved aside when she'd bumped, literally, into the person who was now refusing to leave her thoughts alone. She still got goosebumps remembering that moment. When she'd opened her eyes after the initial shock, she found herself staring at the most beautiful pair of eyes she had ever seen. Two bright, swirling pools of emerald that seemed to draw her in. She found that the man lying underneath her had his hand in hers, and for the first time of her life, she didn't care. It was amazing how her natural instinct to recoil from male contact had been completely overrun at that point. It was literally the first time that she'd ever lost her control too. The moment she'd taken in his features, she'd felt her heart skip a beat. The young man lying under her simply looked appealing to her, and for the first time in ages she'd lost control of her allure, and it came out in full blast. She could have sworn that he had almost leaned into her. So naturally, she'd been shocked when he asked her nervously to get up. It wasn't always someone came so close to her and stayed in control. It was then she decided that she wanted to find out a little bit more about him. After moving to a more secluded place away from the stares of the people around them, she was amazed to find that he was none other than Harry Potter. His scar was barely visible due to his hair covering it. He had twitched slightly when her eyes moved to his scar, and his explanation surprised her. No, it more than surprised her. She felt like he was someone who she could relate to easily, seeing as their situations weren't too different from each other. She smiled, remembering when she'd introduced Gabrielle to Harry. Her sister had made a huge fuss when she mentioned she had met Harry Potter, and she could tell that her sister had a little crush on him. She didn't really take notice of the family that was with Harry at the top box. Her attention had been all but focused on him, something her mother still teased her about to this day. The soft tone in his voice coupled by the darkened, tired look on his eyes had her wondering what someone like him could have gone through to be this way. She was surprised to find that he was only 14 years old, but it hardly bothered her after her initial flare of surprise. She couldn't deny the bright gleam that appeared in his eyes whenever their eyes met made her feel something she couldn't quite explain yet. After match, everything seemed to go wrong. After some wizards started a riot, she was separated from her parents with Gabrielle holding onto her hand. Her father had gone to help subdue the group, and her mother was lost to the panicked crowd. As soon as they reached the forest, though, she and Gabrielle were grabbed violently by 5 hideous men, all of who reeked with alcohol and had a savage look in their eyes. At this point, Fleur suddenly shivered even though the window in her room was closed, and she drew her knees up to her body and wrapped her hands tightly around her knees, forcing herself to take deep, calm breaths. She had been the victim of many violent attempts like this ever since she was a child, and it had scarred her in a way that she could barely stand up to a man's touch. It was partly why she was so drawn to Harry. He really was the first person she'd ever been content to be so close to, even going as far as to initiate physical contact with. The only other person she could stand to being this close was her father, something that went without saying. It was also the first time she'd ever felt such a fierce feeling of protectiveness towards someone other than Gabrielle. The moment when she'd held Harry after he'd passed out had frightened her far more than it should have. For someone who she'd met just hours ago, she'd been terrified at the prospect of losing him. She couldn't deny that she'd been more than a little let down when he'd refused her father's offer to spend a bit more time with them while he recovered. It had also hurt a little, being a Vila, she was used to people doing whatever they could to be near her. Here was one person she actually wanted to spend time with who was quite unaffected by her. And so she'd decided to test him a little before he left. She was content to say that he was not as unaffected by her as he tried to make himself out to be. Smiling at the prospect of meeting him again, she got up from her bed and walked to the window and pushed it open, letting the crisp night air wash over her room. She had promised to write to him and was anxious to know if he was feeling better, so she pulled out a quill from her desk drawer with a piece of parchment and began to write. After she was done, she addressed it to the borough where he had told her was spending the rest of his summer. gently prodding her tawny owl awake that was sleeping on the perch near the window and giving him the letter. She watched him fly away before she got back to bed. She had her big day coming up soon after all. Harry was a little sore the next day when he woke up. After a few moments he pulled himself up, ignoring the slight headache as he did so, and slipped on his glasses before looking around at the room. He sighed when he realized that he was alone and that Ron had probably gone down for breakfast, and he could faintly hear voices coming from downstairs. After washing up he changed his clothes and immediately froze when he caught sight of a rather long scar that ran diagonally from a little below his right shoulder, stopping halfway across his stomach. After eyeing it for a few moments he sighed and pulled on a shirt and a pair of shorts that were laid out for him and slowly made his way downstairs. When he walked into the dining table he was surprised to find Mr. Weasley and Dumbledore deep in conversation. Dumbledore immediately stood up, smiling at him with his ever-present twinkle in his eye. "Harry, feeling a little better, I hope?" he asked kindly. Harry, who was a little taken aback by the headmaster's presence, smiled back faintly at him. "I think so, sir." "All right then, if you will be seated. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you," he said a little seriously. Harry nodded and sat in front of Dumbledore while Mr. Weasley smiled reassuringly at him before getting up and excusing himself. "I think that you will need to know what happened at the night of the match," Dumbledore asked, and Harry nodded. He passed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet that he had seen yesterday, and Harry stared at the dark mark on the front page. He noticed the caption at the bottom, "You know whose personal mark," which appeared on the night of the Quidditch World Cup. This hadn't been seen in 14 years since the fateful day that the boy who lived triumphed over the Dark Lord, it went on, but Harry quickly looked up from the paper. "Voldemort's mark?" he asked. "The very same. It seems that some of the Death Eaters who roamed free had finally released their inhibitions on that day," Dumbledore said quietly. Noticing the confused look on Harry's face he added, "Death Eaters, Harry, that was what Voldemort's underlings called themselves." "Did they find who did it?" "No. Some of them think that a house elf conjured it, more precisely, the house elf belonging to a Barty Crouch, who is the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I believe your friends Ron and Hermione were present at the time they found the house elf with a wand in her hands." "A house elf conjure the dark mark?" he asked skeptically. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "I see we are of the same mind. But we can't do anything for her, and I believe Miss Granger was most displeased." "Now, on to present matters then." Dumbledore paused for a moment. "I have been in contact with Sirius and he told me about your vision. He is extremely worried about you now, and the news that you were attacked and subjected to the Cruciatus curse has only served to increase his anger, and he demands that we make arrangements so that he can be close to his godson." Harry groaned. He wanted to see Sirius, but didn't he know that his life would be in danger if he returned to England with the entire ministry looking for him? "I have made arrangements," Dumbledore said, causing his mouth to open in shock. But how?" "Sir, if he comes here he will be in danger." Dumbledore held up his hand, silencing him. "It will be taken care of. Sirius will have a place to stay in Hogsmeade. I have also asked him to help prepare you and train you further in dueling, to which he readily consented. Him and Professor Lupin will be training you at Hogwarts. You will find out more about that later," Dumbledore added with a smile, seeing Harry open his mouth again. After a few moments had passed, Harry finally voiced his question. "Why?" Dumbledore sighed and looked at him carefully. "We cannot ignore the signs. Ever since I heard of your vision I decided that we must prepare for the worst should it come to pass. There is still one more thing that I have yet to tell you about, but I don't think that now is the time." He paused and looked expectantly at Harry, who had tried several times to speak, and after a few painful moments, he nodded in agreement. "I heard about your actions that night, Harry, and I must say you have made me proud yet again. The Delacours are quite taken with you." Dumbledore's customary twinkle was back in full force, and chuckled when he saw his embarrassment. "Anyone would have helped, sir." "No, that is where you're wrong. It came at a price, and yet you didn't hold them responsible." "How can anyone hold them responsible? What those men were going to do to Fleur was much worse than what they did to me," he said quietly, and he looked up to see Dumbledore looking at him with pride. "I am sorry that you had to experience such a thing as the Cruciatus curse at such a young age." That curse is known to have driven older wizards mad with pain. Harry winced slightly when he remembered the sensation. I can imagine, he whispered. I apologize again about your scar. Dumbledore said sadly. The Cruciatus curse, indeed all of the unforgivable curses never leave marks, and yet here you are standing with two visible signs that you have faced the worst of them, the curse that took the lives of your parents. He added at Harry's questioning look. Spells strengthen with emotions, Harry. The man that used it on you was one of Voldemort's most loyal supporters who had managed to elude capture for 14 years. He was known to have particularly enjoyed torturing countless muggles and wizards with the Cruciatus curse, which is a specialty of his. What with the alcohol and the heightened emotions on that day, you faced one of the worst forms of the curse that only a few wizards have faced. The wizard in question was subjected to the Dementors yesterday due to his crimes, and the rest of the men were sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Silence followed, and after a long moment Dumbledore stood up. Well then, you will return to Hogwarts in a few weeks. This year will be an interesting one. I must be off, I have a few things I need to take care of, he said with his eyes twinkling again. Harry grinned and bade the headmaster goodbye and watched him walk out and disappear on the spot. He turned around wondering where the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione were, and soon found Mr. Weasley out back in the shed tinkering with some of the Muggle gadgets that he had picked up. Harry, Dumbledore left? Mr. Weasley asked when he saw him approaching. Yeah, Mr. Weasley, where are the others? He asked curiously. They went to Diagon Alley. Molly wanted to buy all the things for school this year. You needed your rest and Dumbledore wanted to speak with you privately. They should be done by now though, Mr. Weasley added with a thoughtful expression on his face. He walked back inside and up to the room he shared with Ron. His thoughts once again strayed to Fleur and wondered when she would write to him. It wasn't too long though before he was fast asleep, lost in those thoughts. All too soon he was shaken awake by a worried-looking Hermione. Harry, you hardly ever sleep in the afternoon. What's wrong? Nothing, Hermione, just tired I guess, he said slowly, pushing himself up, and realized he had fallen asleep with his glasses on. He caught sight of a few packages lying on the floor when Ron walked in. Got everything? He asked. Yes, we got everything. Even all your stuff, Hermione said, eyeing him while he got up and stretched. Thanks. Hey Harry, do you know why we're supposed to have dress robes? Ron asked, sitting on his bed. Dress robes? He asked, his eyes widening slightly. Yeah, it's in everyone's school list, Ron said, pointing disgustedly at a set of robes that had a rather large collar on it with frills around it, making it look ridiculous. No way, is that yours? Ron nodded, and he was suddenly filled with a sense of dread when he thought what his looked like. Let's go down, Mom told us to come and wake you for lunch, Ron said, and got up and left the room. He made to follow but was stopped when Hermione pulled him aside. That one has yours, she whispered in his ear, pointing at a parcel at the side. They're a lot better than Ron's, but don't let him know. She too went down and he ripped open the parcel curiously. He felt a sigh of relief escape him. His were almost the same as his school robes, except that the lining was emerald green. Quickly he stuffed it inside his trunk and went down to find the Weasleys and Hermione, except for Percy and Mr. Weasley already seated, and Mrs. Weasley immediately started handing out plates, and soon they were tucking into some of Mrs. Weasley's best dishes. You all right now, Harry? Charlie asked him from across the table. Yeah, thanks, he smiled back at him. Charlie, come on, tell us, what's happening at Hogwarts? Fred whined, while Charlie, Bill and Mrs. Weasley's faces broke into knowing smirks. You're all going to have a very interesting year, Bill said, chuckling slightly. Yeah, makes me wish I was back in Hogwarts, Charlie said with a dreamy look on his face. What's happening in Hogwarts? Ron asked curiously. No one explained, and Harry was just as curious as the rest of them. After continuously interrogating Bill, Charlie and Mrs. Weasley and failing to get answers, they finally let the topic go. Soon the plates were wiped clean and everyone were lazily lounging in their seats, occasionally firing questions at Bill and Charlie, hoping to get an answer from one of them. Suddenly a loud hoot sounded and everyone turned to find Mrs. Weasley with a letter on her hand. Harry, there's a letter for you. She handed him the letter, which he took it and turned over. His heart leapt when he saw the name written in neat letters, Fleur Delacour. Fred, who was sitting next to him, saw it and gave a wolf whistle, immediately alerting the rest of the Weasleys. "Well, well, nice going, Monsieur Potter," Fred said with an evil grin. Harry could feel the gazes on him and he turned to see Hermione smirking at him. Excuse me," he muttered quietly before getting up and going back upstairs, painfully aware of the gazes on him. He sat down on a chair inside Ron's room and quickly tore it open and began to read. "Dear Harry, I promised I would write no. How are you feeling? I hope you are well. Gabrielle can't stop talking about you. Our school term starts in another week and I can't say I'm not looking forward to going back. It seems like this year is going to be amazing. When are you going back to school? I really enjoyed meeting you and I want to thank you again for helping me. I have a feeling we will be meeting again soon. Love, Fleur Delacour. P.S. Sorry about the short letter, but I wanted to send this to you as soon as I could. And I have written my address at the back of this parchment." He beamed at the letter and felt the happiest he had been in ages. He was surprised when she wrote that they might be meeting again soon, and he sincerely hoped it was true. His eyes drifted towards the calendar on the wall and counting down the days until he was back in Hogwarts. Suddenly he remembered with a jolt that Fleur had mentioned that she was going to turn 17 on the 26th of August while they talked during the match. Today was the 23rd and he grinned to himself. She wouldn't be expecting it, but he wanted to surprise her with something for her birthday. Hurriedly folding the letter and tucking it safely into his pocket, he made his way back downstairs. Along the way down he came across Ron, who immediately sped up and walked past him before Harry could open his mouth, leaving him bewildered and standing frozen on the spot. After a few moments he turned back and went downstairs, shrugging slightly. He was getting increasingly tired with Ron's mood swings and couldn't make either head or tail of it. When he came into the kitchen he found Fred, George, Ginny and Hermione still sitting at the table. "What's new with your damsel in distress?" Fred asked, clasping his hands together and batting his eyelashes at him. Harry immediately felt the color rise in his face, much to their amusement, and choosing not to respond, slid into the chair next to Hermione. "Where are Bill and Charlie?" he asked, looking around. "Back at the ministry, something about an old friend of Dad's in trouble," George answered. He nodded and immediately felt a spasm of pain pass through his head, causing his elbow to slip out from under him and clutch his head in pain. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "You should go back to bed, Harry. I don't think you should be walking around yet." "No, I slept long enough." Hermione opened her mouth to protest but was immediately interrupted by Fred. "Want to shoot some hoops at the fields, Harry?" Fred asked. He nodded eagerly. Flying always could clear his head. Ignoring Hermione's glare, he stood up with the twins and went up to get his firebolt. Surprisingly, Ron wasn't anywhere to be found in their room. He came back downstairs to find Hermione reading one of the new school books in the living room next to the kitchen. He heard a loud bang and smiled. It was going to be a while before the twins got back, and he quickly told Hermione about Sirius and what Dumbledore told him. "I can't believe you will be getting trained by Lupin and Sirius," she said enviously. "Sirius was one of the dueling champions back in Hogwarts when they had those events," Harry grinned. "Did it hurt a lot?" she asked in a small voice, and it took him a few moments to realize what she was talking about. "I definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of another one of those," he said grimly, looking away. Thankfully the twins came back looking extremely sheepish, with black powder covering their faces, clutching their brooms. "Sorry mate, there was a slight miscalculation and we had to sort it out." Laughing, he followed them out. "Ron's not coming. I didn't see him anywhere?" he asked curiously. The twins exchanged meaningful looks before turning to him. "Don't mind him, he's being a bit of a prat at the moment. He got all stiff and moody when you got the letter from your friend, so well, you know how he can get." Harry nodded grimly. It was annoying having to put up with Ron's tantrums sometimes, which Harry had noticed over the past 3 years. Shaking off his thoughts, he soon found himself in the air in the secluded area behind the burrow, throwing an odd-looking ball that the twins had brought with them to each other, trying to stick it through the goalpost formed in the middle of 2 trees. Harry soon forgot about the occasional spasms of pain and gave into his joy of flying. Soon afterwards they warily trudged back inside to shower and change. Dinner found everyone seated outside at the garden where Mr. Weasley had conjured up 2 long tables which were creaking under the weight of some of Mrs. Weasley's finest dishes. Hermione kept trying to initiate conversations to include both Harry and Ron, but all either of them could do was answer politely. He spotted Ginny watching him intently from time to time, but always looked away when she saw him look her way. For the most part he talked with Fred, George, Bill and Charlie, who he found were much livelier company than the strained conversations with Ron and Hermione, who seemed to be determined to drag both of them together, something which was annoying him to no end. Percy, as always, was deep in conversation with his father about work, and soon the plates were cleared and everyone were lazily stretching around in their seats enjoying cups of hot chocolate. "Hey Harry, why don't we get you an earring?" Charlie asked, grinning at him while Bill and the twins hitched up unnervingly similar grins. Feeling a sense of apprehension to where this conversation was heading, he cast a wary eye at Mrs. Weasley, who was talking with Hermione and Ginny. "Why?" he asked, bemused. "Why not? You could probably pull it off." Fred replied, sniggering slightly. With a sigh he leaned back on his chair, turning his attention to the sky. "Not interested," he muttered. "So you're a one-woman type of man." "That Vila's one lucky woman," George said, arranging his face into a love-struck expression, making everyone laugh before dodging a mistimed punch from Harry. "Worth a shot. Was hoping I'd have a chance with her," Bill said grumpily after the laughter had died down. "Whoa there, how would you even think you could have a shot at her when she isn't even in the country, and you aren't even in Hogwarts anymore?" "Supposing Harrykins here gives you a chance, of course," George asked, suddenly surprising everyone. Even Hermione and Ron, who hadn't been paying attention, leaned in. Bill gulped. "Last I checked you had already pissed off the French Gringottsons as well." Well, Bill started stuttering, looking decidedly uncomfortable. "I was just kidding. I mean me anywhere around her." Peef. No one failed to see the beads of sweat developing on his forehead. "Bedtime, right?" he asked quickly before getting up and literally ran inside with the twins chasing after him. Harry was just as curious as they were, and Charlie suddenly felt 4 piercing gazes on him and he threw up his hands in protest. "Don't ask me, I have no idea," but the twinkle in his eye immediately gave him away. "It's classified information which will be disclosed once the Ministry sees fit," Percy suddenly piped up, making everyone roll their eyes. Sensing that Percy was getting ready to talk about work, everyone hurriedly got up and excused themselves. It was getting late anyway and he was feeling tired too, so he followed after the rest of the group. Before he passed Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, however, who were deep in conversation with each other, he stopped. Mr. Weasley, I need to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow." "Sure Harry, you can use the flow powder, but Dumbledore wouldn't like the idea of sending you alone," he grimaced. This was one thing he had to make sure he was going alone. "I'll be back before long. I'll leave in the morning." Mrs. Weasley looked like she was going to protest, but after a long moment she nodded. After bidding good night to them, he climbed back upstairs to Ron's room to find Ron reading a book on his bed. Their eyes met and Ron grinned uncertainly, which he returned, but the tension was uncomfortable. "Night, Ron," he said before climbing onto his bed. He heard his faint reply, but he sighed softly and closed his eyes, wondering how much longer their friendship can survive. The next day Harry rose well before everyone else, and after putting on his normal pair of jeans and a black shirt he crept downstairs. Quickly he scribbled a note for Mrs. Weasley and left it on the table and grabbed a fistful of flow powder. Throwing it into the fireplace, which immediately lit with emerald flames, he stepped in and said clearly, "Leaky cauldron," and allowed himself to be led into the nauseating sensation of spinning. After it stopped he found himself in the middle of a crowded pub. Ignoring the hushed whispers and stares, he strode to the counter, grinning at the barman. "Harry Potter, an honor as always to have you here, sir. What can I get for you?" Tom, the barman, asked, smiling at him. "Anything for breakfast?" he asked. "Of course, take a seat, I'll be with you in a moment," Tom said before he walked to the back. He sat down in a table at a corner and as soon as the food arrived he ate hurriedly, wanting to get away from the stares. Thanking the barman and leaving a generous tip, he walked to the back of the shop and tapped the bricks with his wand and watched fascinated as the bricks parted, showing the brightly colored street packed with people. Even after 3 years he could never get tired of walking down the streets. There was always something interesting to see every few steps he took. He went into Gringotts first and asked to make a withdrawal from his vault. After thoroughly enjoying the cart ride to and from the vault, much to the amusement of the goblin who accompanied him, he was once again walking through the streets trying to figure out what to get. He was aware of some witches that seemed to be around his age staring at him and giggling. He even recognized some of them from Hogwarts whom he had never spoken to but knew from appearance. Turning thoughts back to Fleur, he didn't know what to get her. He wanted to get her something special, but at the same time he didn't have the remotest clue of what. It was then that he wandered into a part of Diagon Alley that he had seen but never walked into due to the large number of witches in it. Flushing slightly and realizing he'd just walked into the so-called Pink District, talked about in whispers among his peers as a place of horror where no man should wander into consciously lest he values his life. Ignoring the giggles and stares, he walked on, eyeing the shops until finally he caught sight of an equivalent to a Muggle jewelry store. Girls liked jewelry traditionally, right? Walking inside, he smiled at the old man that looked up at him, his face brightening immediately. "Harry Potter, what an honor. What can I do for you, sir?" he asked excitedly. "Just looking, sir. If I find something of interest I will let you know," Harry said, making the old man nod vigorously. The shop had many fine necklaces, sellets and more of the sort, but they were too flashy for his liking. Somehow he couldn't imagine Fleur ever wanting to wear something like them. Sighing resignedly, he was just about to leave the shop when he noticed a silver necklace with a gracefully formed star as a pendant. There was a bright sapphire stone on it which Harry could have sworn was glowing. It stood out with an almost ethereal beauty, but what made it so appealing was the simplicity in its design. This description fit perfectly for Fleur. Blushing slightly at the depth of his thoughts, he beckoned the shopkeeper. He knew he needed to give this to her, anything else he could get seemed to pale in comparison. Perhaps it seemed a bit much, but then again this didn't really look tacky or expensive, so. When did he become someone worrying over jewelry? Maybe Mr. Weasley did have some idea of what he was talking about when he said he had it bad. "Found something of interest, Mr. Potter?" the old man asked, walking up to him. How much is it?" he asked, pointing at the necklace. The man looked surprised, but his face immediately transformed into a smile and pulled it out. "A rather interesting piece, that is. I'm surprised it caught your eye. I will be willing to part with it for 60 galleons, Harry, who was expecting a much higher price than that, looked up in surprise. The old man chuckled softly. "It doesn't matter, Mr. Potter, the fact that it caught your eye makes me wonder. So many people have come and gone from my shop and yet none have ever noticed it. It has a very unique story of its origin to it, but forgive me, but I don't feel like revealing it to you yet," he said, his eyes twinkling. Harry was surprised, but he nodded happily and proceeded to pay for it, and the man wrapped it in a box and gave it to him, which Harry took, feeling immensely pleased that he had found something worth to give to Fleur. Before he left, however, he turned back to the man. "The next time I visit I will hope I can learn the story behind this. Mr. Brian Keep, Mr. Potter, and of course I will be honored to do so," the man said, bowing low. "Oh, and I would like to be introduced to the recipient of that necklace the next time. Good day, Mr. Potter," he added, smiling slightly, and he ducked to the back of the shop, leaving Harry standing with a shocked expression on his face. After a few moments Harry shook his head slightly and walked out, and was soon back inside the leaky cauldron. He checked his watch and was shocked to find that it was almost 2. Mrs. Weasley was going to kill him. He hurriedly waved goodbye to the barkeeper, and grabbing a fistful of flow powder from a cauldron next to the fireplace, he stepped in and said, "The burrow," and allowed the green flames to envelop him, pulling him inwards. After a brief moment of spinning, Harry found himself sheepishly getting back to his feet and rubbing soot from his clothes while looking at a worried Mrs. Weasley and Hermione. "Harry James Potter, mind explaining what took you so long? You were gone before we woke up, and look at the time." Interestingly, it wasn't Mrs. Weasley that spoke. He looked up at her, ignoring the spark of annoyance that rose in him at her question. "Sorry for making you worry, I guess I just lost track of time," he said evenly. After a long moment under the piercing gazes of Mrs. Weasley and Hermione, he heard a quiet voice beside him. "Harry, what's this?" He looked to his side to find that the box containing the necklace had slipped from his hand and was now in the clutches of Ginny. A piece of the necklace was dangling outside of the box, making him realize she'd probably peeked inside, and he immediately felt a flare of anger rise in him. No matter how close they were, no matter how much he considered her as a sister, it was not her place to poke around his things. He reached over and quickly took the box from Ginny, who hurriedly backed away at the expression on his face. "Something I bought," he said coldly, and shifted his gaze sharply back to Hermione and Mrs. Weasley, who had been watching the exchange intently. "And no offense, but what I do on my spare time is none of your business." Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth but quailed under his gaze as he walked swiftly past them and back up the stairs. He found Ron and Charlie engaged in a game of chess, and both broke into grins when he entered the room. Ron had apparently gotten over his behavior the previous night, and Harry was too used to it to care and decided to just run with it. Besides, he didn't want to snap at too many people on the same day. "Just got back," Ron while watching his knight brutally hack away at one of Charlie's pawns. "Yeah, you should have seen Mom, she was getting really worried. Her and Hermione," he sighed and lay back on his bed after carefully placing the box inside his trunk. He didn't answer, and from his silence Charlie seemed to understand what he was thinking. "Mom will always worry about you, Harry. She sees you as a part of family, and she always worries about all of us." "Even now," Charlie added with a pained smile. "I know it gets annoying and she does tend to go overboard, but—" "Yeah, I guess so," he muttered, cutting him off. He really didn't want to speak about this. Sure, he liked Mrs. Weasley, but he hated the feeling of being smothered by her and her acting like a concerned parent. He turned to watch Charlie lose yet another pawn to Ron's knight. "Where are the others?" "Fred and George are locked up in their room again, the rest are at work," Ron said. "Bill too?" he asked, surprised. "Yeah, but he's not in Egypt. He's in Gringotts. He left a little while before you came," Ron said, smiling while he watched one of pawns smash Charlie's knight into dust. "That reminds me, I'm leaving for Romania tomorrow and Bill's going back to Egypt early in the morning," Charlie said before groaning. His king had thrown his sword and Ron's pieces were cheering in victory. The rest of the day passed pleasantly with Harry, Ron and Charlie talking about Quidditch, who were soon joined by Fred and George and later by Bill. Night soon came, and after a lively dinner marred only by Ginny, who was trying to catch his eye from time to time, getting increasingly frustrated when he wouldn't even look her way. Hermione was happy to find that both Ron and Harry were once again in speaking terms. Finally they retired to bed with farewells to Bill and Charlie, who were going to leave before dawn. When asked why they were going back to work so soon, both of them mysteriously answered that they wanted to take a holiday a lot sooner next year than normal. In the middle of the night Harry got up and quietly took out the box from his trunk and quietly went downstairs with a piece of parchment and a quill. Lighting one of the lamps, he began to write and sealed it inside an envelope with Fleur's address on it. After he was done, he went outside and found Hedwig, who hooted softly in greeting from her perch next to Errol, the Weasleys' family owl. He carefully tied the box along with the letter and gently stroked her wings. "This needs to get to Fleur, okay?" he murmured, and she blinked at him. After affectionately nipping at his finger, she took off, leaving him grinning and imagining the look on Fleur's face when she received her gift. Fleur was sound asleep when she felt something suddenly jump on her bed, making her eyes snap open with a shriek. It took a while before she noticed the little bundle of silver lying next to her, shaking with laughter. "Gabrielle, don't ever do that again," she said crossly before pulling her little sister into her arms and tickling her affectionately. "Happy birthday," Gabrielle shouted loudly and inged Fleur on the cheek, making her smile widely. "Thank you," Fleur replied, ruffling Gabrielle's hair. She giggled and wriggled free of her sister's arms and ran outside. Before long she came back holding a picture and handed it to Fleur. Her face broke into a grin. It was a picture of her and Gabrielle sitting under a tree. It was brightly colored, and although the picture was hardly a beauty, she felt like it was one of the best drawings she had seen in her life. She turned to see Gabrielle watching her nervously and laughed and pulled her into a tight hug, murmuring her thanks. She suddenly realized with a jolt that she could do magic freely, now that she was 17. She grabbed her wand from the table next to her and made her window burst open and levitated the books and other objects around the room, and much to Gabrielle's amusement conjured brightly colored bubbles. Eventually she got up and went to the washroom to freshen up, leaving Gabrielle jumping around trying to pop every single one of the bubbles she could reach. Once she returned, she picked up Gabrielle and went downstairs to find her parents waiting for her at the dining table. Both broke into wide smiles when they saw her and pulled her into their embrace. "Happy birthday," her father and mother sang in unison, making her laugh before running to hug them both. They both handed her 2 wrapped boxes which she tore open eagerly. In one of them was a pair of shoes that had caught her eye while shopping for school supplies a few days ago. She had not mentioned anything about it to her mother, who was with her because of the price. Even though their family was very well off, she was modest and didn't like to spend money unnecessarily, something that her parents were extremely proud of her for. Squealing in happiness, she hugged her mother tightly and tore open the remaining box, which contained the most beautiful dress robes she had ever seen. It was made of a very soft material that felt like water flowing in her arms, and it was the exact color of her hair. Beside it was a pair of sapphire ear-rings which was the exact color of her eyes. She grinned happily and hugged her father tightly, making him chuckle softly and pat her head gently. "Sit down, dear, we made your favorite today," her mother said before firmly grabbing Gabrielle's hand and pulling her to her lap. It was usually a hard job to get Gabrielle to eat in the morning, and today was no less different. Together they tucked in while happily making plans for the day and for when Fleur would be returning to Beauxbatons in 3 days. "Well then, Flower, since you are of age now, I believe you will be putting your name up for the Triwizard Tournament?" her father asked, ignoring the worried look on his wife's face. Ever since she had learned of the tournament, she had been fighting tooth and nail with her parents to be allowed to compete. He knew nothing they could say or do would change her mind. She wanted to prove herself once and for all and stop the notion of her fellow students that she was only the best of her year because of her Vila heritage, allowing her to have her way with her teachers. Madame Maxime was very supportive in letting Fleur compete, as she was easily one of the best students Beauxbatons had seen in years. His wife did what any mother would do and always will: worry. "Of course, Papa," she said, crossing her arms and looking at both her parents with her face set. He chuckled. "Then the only thing I can say is, make sure you do your best and make us proud," he said with a grin, making her smile back. "Are you sure about this? You have nothing to prove. We are already proud of you as it is, and I don't want you to willingly put yourself in harm's way," her mother said worriedly. She had been planning on protesting, but with her husband giving his consent, she didn't have much to go on now. She had to accept the inevitable. Fleur sighed softly. "Yes, Maman, there is nothing to worry about. This is something I have to do." Her mother nodded and didn't say anything, and she knew this was the closest form of approval she could and will ever get from her mother. "When you are chosen, we can come to watch you, right?" Gabrielle asked, tugging at her sleeve. "If I am chosen," she corrected gently. "You will be chosen," Gabrielle shot back, making her father laugh and her mother smile grudgingly. "And we can meet Harry Potter too." "Gabby." Fleur blushed slightly. At this everyone burst out laughing, completely breaking the initial tension that had built up with the issues of the tournament. She couldn't deny it though, she was looking forward to meeting Harry once they went to Hogwarts, and unknown to her, both her parents had been closely observing her behavior with the black-haired boy that they had met at the World Cup. They had been shocked when Fleur had embraced him, and they had been even more surprised to find that he in turn was unaffected by the Vila allure. Well, he just had a great deal of self-control, more like. Where usually people lost themselves, the boy seemed to have a remarkable aptitude at reining himself in. Nevertheless, it was something which the Vila worked hard to find in potential partners, or even for just a friend that wasn't another woman. Apolline had been lucky enough to find Dominique, who was one of the few men that possessed a tolerance to her allure, and they had fallen in love and now had a very happy life together. Both of them wanted Fleur and Gabrielle to find that happiness, especially Fleur, who was now an adult. "I noticed that our owl was gone for a long time," International Post. Her mother asked with a smirk, noticing how Fleur was getting redder by the second. Thankfully, Fleur was saved at that moment by one of their house elves that came in holding a rather large package with a letter. "Excuse me, madam, but this arrived earlier in the morning for you today," he said in his wheezy voice, handing her the items. "Thank you," she said, smiling at him, making him bow low before retreating. She tore open the letter. "Happy birthday, Fleur. We all chipped in to get you this, hope you like it. Amy, Aurelie, Caroline. She opened the package intrigued to find a rather large box. Opening it she gasped in wonder. Inside it was a glass ball. But not just any glass ball, it was an inky black with a perfect, moving model of a galaxy and stars. Astronomy was her favorite subject in school. She took it out making Gabrielle squeal in delight. So pretty, she exclaimed. Fleur laughed and after looking at the orb fondly handed it to Gabrielle who seemed transfixed by it. You have some very good friends, her father said to which she could only nod in agreement. She quickly got one of the house elves to fetch her a quill and a parchment and scribbled a note which she sent back to her friends thanking them for the gift. She couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment she had though. She had been hoping against hope that Harry would have remembered her birthday although it wasn't something she could hold him against. It was just one of the little snippets of their conversation back at the top box. She was also a bit worried that she hadn't gotten a reply to her letter yet and wondered if something was still wrong with him. He had after all been in a pretty bad shape when she had seen him last. Dear, what's wrong? Her mother asked looking at her worriedly for her eyes had suddenly lost the bright gleam in them and her smile which she had just seconds ago was no longer present. Startled she looked up to find everyone staring at her and hastily she hitched back an awkward smile. Nothing. To her relief no one questioned her afterwards although she could see the uncertainty lingering in her mother's eyes. After a few moments, more to lighten the mood she asked something which had been nagging her constantly the past couple of days. When do we go to Hogwarts? Do we stay for a term at Beauxbatons and then go or? She asked directing her question at her father. No, when you go back to school I believe they will spend the first 2 or 3 days to get everything organized. I think you should be in Hogwarts by the end of the first week of September. Fleur's eyes widened, she didn't think they would be going that soon. That meant they would be spending the whole year in Hogwarts. A part of her was really excited but another part of her, the part of her that hadn't faded since she started wondering why Harry hadn't replied, was apprehensive. She was already almost a stranger in her own surroundings. To be in a foreign environment without knowing anyone would only make the feeling worse. And also, at least the boys in Beauxbatons knew to keep their distance from her for their own good, but the foreign students? Who knew how they would act? Or if they would show any restraint? More than anything she wanted to have Harry in addition to her school friends by her side. She sighed and looked up. Breakfast had disappeared in the midst of all the talking and Gabrielle was now lying on the rug on the floor and she along with her parents were still seated at the table. Your grandmother wants us over for the night, her mother said conversationally. That's great, she beamed before getting up and intending to go back to her room when a loud hoot caused everyone to turn around in surprise. She looked on in surprise when a beautiful, snowy white owl flew in through an open window next to the table carrying a letter and a thin, medium-sized box. It flew right towards her and landed on the table right in front of her and hooted again holding out its leg allowing her to relieve the owl of its burden. It nipped her finger softly before flying back near the window and perching itself on it and closing its eyes. Gabrielle immediately jumped up and ran to the owl and stroked it, laughing when it gently nipped her ear. Who's it from? Fleur's mother asked, grinning at her and bringing her attention back to the letter in the box. She was momentarily distracted watching Gabrielle and the owl. She turned over the letter and there was a funny fluttering in her stomach when she saw the name. It's from Ari, she exclaimed and eagerly tore open the letter while her parents chuckled waiting for her to read it out. Hearing this, Gabrielle dashed to her side and leapt up onto the chair beside her trying to read the letter over her shoulder. Sitting down she began to read. Dear Fleur, first of all I want to apologize for taking so long to send you a reply. I got your letter a few days ago but I remembered your birthday was also in a few days' time, so I wanted to send this to you on that day. So, happy birthday, I got you something. It's not much and I'm not really sure but hope you will like it. I'm feeling alright now, nothing to worry about. We go back to school on the 1st of September, and I really do hope that I can see you again. From what I hear from my friends, this year is going to be something different but we have no clue about it. Do you have any idea about it? If so, what is it? Say hi to Gabrielle and your parents for me. Have a great birthday, Harry. P.S. Hope Hedwig got to you in time. I wanted to make sure you get this on the day of your birthday. Fleur couldn't get rid of the smile that had formed halfway through the letter, and she was feeling the happiest she had been when she finished reading the letter. She looked up to find everyone grinning at her rather mischievously, even her father's eyes were twinkling. He actually remembered, wasn't expecting that, he murmured while his wife nodded. Open it, Gabrielle cried, pointing at the box. Fleur quickly set the letter down and gently tore the paper wrapped around it. It was rather light, and curiosity taking over her, she pried the top of the box off and everyone gasped in wonder at what they found. It was a necklace. It had a beautiful sapphire stone on the star pendant that was glowing dimly. Overall it was a modest piece of jewelry, but it was all the more beautiful due to the simplicity of it. She gently picked it up in her hands, watching as the blue stone glowed brighter and a feeling of warmth surged through her. She noticed a note underneath and picked it up to read. She felt herself blushing at what she saw. This might be a bit much, but it reminded me of you. Hope you like it. It's beautiful. He has quite an eye, her mother said softly when Fleur gave the necklace to her when she wanted to take a closer look. A flash of recognition appeared in her eyes and her mouth opened in shock, but she closed it immediately. This was, however, not gone unnoticed by Fleur, who had been watching her mother closely. What is it, Maman? Oh, nothing, dear. Well, come here then, let me put it on you. You wouldn't want to break his heart when you meet him again, do you? She asked cheekily, making Fleur blush harder. She walked over to her mother, who gently placed it around her daughter's neck and secured it firmly. I'm going to write back to Harry, Maman. Papa, I'll get ready to go once I've sent his owl back, Fleur said happily before gathering up the letter and going over to Hedwig and holding out her arm. She regarded her for a moment before leaping onto her outstretched arm and hooting happily nuzzled against Fleur's neck, making her laugh. Aren't you a cute little thing? She murmured affectionately, walking carefully back up to her room. Gabrielle had once again taken to staring at the orb, her eyes wide, while her parents watched Fleur disappear before turning to look at each other. Wasn't that? Dominique trailed off. Both were shocked, to say the least. Yes, Apolline said happily. When Mother sees it, it's going to drive her crazy, Dominique laughed. Looks like I'm going to have to find out a lot more about Mr. Potter than I thought. 2 days before they were due in Hogwarts found Harry, Ron and Hermione lounging around in Ron's room. Harry was losing spectacularly in against Ron in yet another chess match, while Hermione was lying on Harry's bed reading her copy of Advanced Charms. That's it, I've had enough, Harry said, throwing up his hands in defeat as he was yet again cornered by Ron's pieces and watched his king throw its sword down in defeat. Ron chuckled. You sure you don't want another go? He asked and laughed at the look Harry gave him. Harry grinned afterwards and got up and stretched. The past few days had been pretty uneventful, save for the constant bangs issuing from the twins' room. They had seen Percy from time to time at dinner, but apart from that he stayed shut up in his room for the most part. Ginny had been avoiding Harry apart from occasional glares she shot him, which Harry chose to completely ignore. Truth be told, he still had not forgiven her fully for her actions, and it was much easier for him to just ignore her. Harry, Ron and the twins had taken to eavesdropping, much to Hermione's displeasure, on Mr. Weasley and Percy's conversations whenever they could. From the snatches of the conversations they heard, they were able to deduce that the Department International Magical Cooperation was extremely busy these days. Harry, on the hand, really couldn't wait to get back to Hogwarts. The sooner he went back, the sooner he would meet Sirius and Lupin. He was also excited in the prospect that he would be trained by them. So bored, Harry muttered, sitting down at the edge of his bed. Why don't you just read some of the new books? Hermione asked from behind him, still absorbed in her book, making no signs in getting up. Harry turned to look at her incredulously and turned back to Ron, who shook his head and mouthed, "Mental," to which Harry grinned and immediately jumped in surprise when he felt Hermione playfully poke his side with her foot. What was that for? He asked, turning to look at her to find her looking at him, her eyes glinting mischievously. I saw you, Harry. It wasn't me. It was Ron. You're the only one I can reach, she grinned. Harry sighed before tugging the hairband that tied his hair into a ponytail off. Hermione had given a few of them to him and assured him that it didn't make him look like a girl. But it felt nice to loosen up sometimes. Hedwig should have gotten back by now, and he was very nervous and wondering whether or not Fleur liked his gift. A knock on the door made them look up to find Ginny scowling slightly with a letter. Hedwig got back. "Harry, this is for you," she said, and handed him the letter before turning and swiftly walking away. Harry's breath almost caught up when he saw that it was from Fleur and eagerly tore it open and read it quietly to himself. "Dear Harry, thank you so much for the necklace. It's so beautiful, I love it. I'm already wearing it too. I was so happy when I got your letter. For a moment I was thinking that you wouldn't remember. I'm so glad that you're feeling better now. I'm sorry, but I don't think I will be able to write back again after this. I'm returning to Bobaton's day after tomorrow, and we will be traveling almost the entire time, and your owl, who is the cutest owl I have ever seen, will have a hard time finding me. I will not reveal anything more for now. Maman, Papa and Gabrielle all send their regards. Love, Fleur." Harry grinned happily and carefully folded the letter and put it in his trunk. Turning around, he found Ron staring at him, but quickly rearranged his face into an awkward smile. Hermione sat up higher. "Who was it from, Harry?" Harry took a moment to try and wipe the smile off his face, but found it almost impossible to do with the thoughts running in his mind. The most prominent one, she wore it, kept running again and again in his head and was making him feel lightheaded. "Fleur," Hermione smirked back at him. However, he noticed that Ron had a rather pained expression on his face. Sensing the tension, Harry hurriedly tried some damage control. "Ron, I'm going out to fly, coming?" Harry quickly asked. "I'll be there soon, got something to do. I'll get Fred and George when I come," he said, and Harry nodded before shouldering his firebolt and walking out. He tied back his hair and quietly crept past Mrs. Weasley, who was cooking at the kitchen. Now whenever she saw him, she always kept trying to cut his hair. It seems now that Bill was out of her reach, she could only focus on Harry about it. Once he reached the secluded area at the back outside of the burrow, he mounted his broom and kicked off, enjoying the feeling of the wind rushing past him. His thoughts immediately wandered back to Fleur's letter. He felt sure now that they would be meeting each other again, and it surprised him when he realized just how much he was looking forward to seeing her again. He couldn't understand this feeling, it was unlike anything he'd felt before. Yes, she was more than just a little attractive, but he felt as if she was something special. There was no other way he could explain it. He couldn't wait more than ever now to get back to Hogwarts. He had a feeling that whatever was going to happen this year was somehow tied to what Fleur kept hinting in her letters. "Harry, what are you doing?" A voice called from below, and he looked down to find the three Weasleys looking up at him. He realized he had been floating stationary in midair for a while now. He grinned at them and beckoned them, and soon they were once again tossing the twins' ball at each other, trying to score points. They went on the entire evening, and finally when they got back they showered and had dinner before going to bed. The next day passed much the same way, however towards the evening everyone were packing their belongings. The rooms were cleared of the clutter, wardrobes emptied, and Hedwig and Pigwidgeon's, Ron's owl that he got from Sirius as compensation for losing his pet rat, cages were cleaned. The twins' room, which was filled with many strange-looking objects, suddenly disappeared, much to Mrs. Weasley's astonishment, and although she spent the evening trying to track them down, she couldn't find them. Ever since Mr. Weasley had told her about the Tung-Tung Toffee incident, she had been beside herself with rage and gone on a warpath, clearing out any and all of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes products she could find. But the twins were almost always one step ahead of her, and they still managed to keep all of their inventions hidden from their mother's watchful eye. Finally, they had one last meal together, and which was finished with a brilliant show of fireworks, compliments of the twins, and everyone turned in early in preparation for the next day. No matter how much they were prepared, they were always tightly pushed to get ready. Mr. Weasley had used the phone in the village to get a cab over, and after a hurried breakfast everyone crammed in rather uncomfortably to the cab with their trunks packed safely into the boots. Mrs. Weasley and Percy decided to remain at the burrow, seeing as the cab didn't have room for all of them, and after hugging all of her children and Harry and Hermione and shaking hands with Percy, they all crammed into the back, leaving Mr. Weasley and Ginny to share the front seat next to the driver. Harry was unpleasantly surprised to find Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, which he hadn't seen throughout the summer, sitting on her lap. It made for a very uncomfortable journey and everyone ended up with several scratches on their faces except for Hermione. The twins were mostly to blame. Bored from sitting quietly, they had taken to annoying the cat, which after 10 minutes of constant prods and pokes finally retaliated. Once they reached King's Cross, the driver wasn't at the least unhappy to see them go. After Mr. Weasley discreetly healed every one of the cuts in their faces, they set off towards platform 9 3/4, ignoring the stares of Muggles, with Ron and Harry attracting more stares due to their owls. Harry was getting increasingly uncomfortable at the females giggling and watching him pointedly, and feeling his color rising, he decided to go first as soon as they reached the magical barrier. Walking over to it, he leaned against it while deep in conversation with Fred, who volunteered to go with him. They stumbled through it and came out in front of the Hogwarts Express and the masses of people surrounding it. Harry couldn't help the grin that slowly formed on his face. He was going back home. After waiting for everyone to fall in, they quickly loaded their trunks onto the train and turned back for a final farewell with Mr. Weasley. "You are all going to have a very interesting term this year, Mr. Weasley said as he hugged his sons and daughter and finally Harry and Hermione. "Dad, what is it?" "It's been driving us crazy the whole summer," George whined while everyone nodded in agreement. Mr. Weasley grinned. "You will know today. Dumbledore will probably be making the announcement at the feast. Just please, promise me you all will stay out of trouble. Especially you, Fred, George and Harry." Harry looked shocked at his inclusion, to which Fred and George roared with laughter and clapped him on his back. "You are our partner in crime, Harry, don't you forget it," Fred said, winking at him. "It's as you said last year, Harry, you don't look for trouble. It usually finds you, Mr. Weasley said kindly. Harry merely smirked back. "Well then, get on the train, it's almost time. Have a great term, all of you." "Bye Dad." "Bye Mr. Weasley, thanks for everything." They all jumped onto the train and watched as Mr. Weasley dissipated before their eyes. "I can't wait till I can do that," Fred said, looking at the empty spot where his father stood with an expression of longing. "You will take your test next year, we have another 3 years to go," Ron grumbled. "Right you are, little bro. Okay then guys, we're off to the front. Need to see Lee." Ginny also said something about meeting with her friends and left, leaving Harry, Ron and Hermione to look for an empty compartment. After finally finding one, they settled in and were joined soon after. They were seated by Neville Longbottom. "Neville, how was your summer, mate?" Harry asked, making the round-faced boy smile back at him. "It was great. The World Cup was really something, wasn't it? Were you still there when you know whose mark appeared?" "Where were you?" Ron asked, surprised. "Gran took me back home immediately after the match ended," he said sheepishly. "Yeah, we were there," Harry sighed. "Nothing happened though, in fact I wasn't anywhere near the mark." "You'll have to ask Ron and Hermione about that." Harry laid back and relaxed into his seat, occasionally joining in on the conversation between Neville, Ron and Hermione. His mind was full of thoughts about meeting Sirius and Lupin, and also about Fleur, the last of which kept making his heart race occasionally. Familiar faces kept dropping by as the journey progressed on. Angelia Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell dropped by around midday and started fawning over him. He was always badly prepared to deal with girls and they knew it. They teased him to the point that he was bright red in his face and only left when the lunch trolley came. He was nevertheless pleased with their visit. He looked to them as his older sisters and he to them was like a younger brother that they all shared. After lunch they were visited by more familiar faces, including Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, who talked endlessly about Quidditch and, much to Ron's delight and Harry's amusement, Crumb. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil also showed up to greet Hermione. Both had taken to eyeing him like a piece of fresh meat though, and that was something that irritated him beyond all reason. "I make one little change and this is what happens," Harry thought to himself while watching Ron, who had been growing increasingly moody at the attention he was getting. It wasn't until later that they were visited by Daphne Greengrass. Even Harry didn't know how on earth he ended up being friends with her. She was a blonde-haired witch and was one of the most attractive girls in Hogwarts. But her cold personality was notorious throughout the school, and she had ruthlessly crushed all attempts of every single boy that had tried to get close to her. In the middle of their second year, when everyone suspected Harry as the heir of Slytherin and behind the attacks on the Muggle-borns, she had found him sitting alone outside of the castle in front of the lake. She had approached him, and after introductions were made they had begun talking to each other, and by the end of the year she was the first Slytherin that Harry could honestly call a friend. Over their third year they had only gotten closer, something that the rest of the Gryffindors and Slytherins had looked on in surprise and frowns with. By the end of the year, she was one of Harry's good friends, and they had even exchanged a couple of letters over the summer. She walked in, coolly ignoring everyone else, and sat opposite Harry, who smiled at her. "Hey Daphne, didn't hear from you after the cup." She smiled at him. She almost always had a calm, blank mask which she kept on at all times, and it was only around Harry and Tracy Davis, her best friend, that she got rid of it. "It's not entirely my fault, you didn't write back either, and I was a little busy," she said softly. "Call it even then?" Harry asked, grinning at her. He was dimly aware that Hermione, Ron and Neville had gone extremely quiet. "I guess," she said, and regarded the others with a questioning look, and almost immediately they started talking amongst themselves again. She turned back to him and winked. "Everyone's saying you had changed quite a bit," she murmured, twirling a strand of her hair under her finger and regarding him approvingly. "I must say it's quite the improvement," Harry groaned. "Not you too, it's bad enough as it is. I'm feeling like I should just cut it." "Don't, it's nice to see a boy that's different from all the normal ones, it should give our year at least a better image." What with the other groups coming into Hogwarts, Harry was instantly on alert, and from the silence from Hermione he knew she was listening in too. "Other groups?" Harry asked, and her pale gray eyes widened in surprise. "You don't know?" Harry shook his head and she laughed. "Well then, Mr. Potter, I don't think I feel the need to let you know just yet. Think of it as punishment for not sending me any letters after the cup." Harry groaned again. "Come on, you didn't either." "I know, but when you have an edge, you use it." Harry finished, making her smile at him. "You've improved, I see. And you're still the same Slytherin, I remember," Harry grumbled, making her laugh softly. A few moments later his least favorite people of Hogwarts showed up. Malfoy and his sidekicks. Well, Greengrass, I thought you had better taste than in people." "I mean, Potter," he drawled. "Well, that aside, you're hanging around Weasley and Beavertooth, and that fat lump." Daphne folded her arms and looked coldly back at Malfoy. "I do, that's why I'm here with him," she said coolly, nodding towards Harry. "Than anywhere near you or the others." It wasn't missed how she completely excluded Ron, Hermione and Neville. Despite how many things she didn't agree with Malfoy on, she did agree with him on his views on most of the Gryffindors, particularly on Ron and Hermione. Malfoy seemed to try a different tactic. "I couldn't believe when I saw you at the top box with the minister. What did the Weasleys do to ever get up there? Did you sell your house?" Ron's ears went red and his face flushed with anger. "Oh yeah, Malfoy. Then why weren't you up there then?" Ron snapped. "Careful, Weasley, your mother might have to start WH." Ron leapt to his feet, his wand halfway into his hand, when a loud voice called from somewhere down the corridor, "Hey! No magic can be used until you reach school, put that away." Seething in anger he quickly pocketed his wand as Malfoy smirked before slamming the door shut. But not before saying, "Better watch your back this year, Potter. Don't let that big head of yours inflate too much. Honestly, Ron, you shouldn't let him get to you so much." Hermione muttered under her breath while Ron sat down moodily. Soon enough the compartment had sunk back to its usual stupor while Harry and Daphne caught up with what they'd been doing over the summer. All the while he'd been trying to get her to slip up and give him some clue as to what was going on in Hogwarts, but she never fell for it. Finally he resorted to gazing pitifully at her, something which had her stoic expression loosen until finally she burst out laughing, much to the amazement of the others. "No, as good as that one is, you'll have to do better than that." He pouted slightly, which made her smile wider as she patted his arm. "But I think the headmaster will make his announcements today, so just hang on." "Fine," he grumbled as she got up and stretched, glaring at Ron, who was staring at her as he averted his eyes quickly as if burnt. "I think I'll go back and join Tracy." "See you tomorrow then?" she asked, stopping near the door. "Yeah," he said with a grin. See you. He turned back to the book which had been lying forgotten on his lap all this time, but before long realized that the other three were watching him. What? He asked irritably. Neville and Ron turned back to their previous conversation, but Hermione, however, seemed to have a bone to pick with him. Since when did you get so close to her? She asked pointedly. The tone of her voice was so disapproving. He sighed inwardly. He knew she disliked Daphne a lot. What the reason was for that, he didn't care. Nor would he ever want to waste his time finding out. I'm sorry, he said slowly. But, why exactly does that matter to you? He could have laughed at her expression. He'd never seen her so speechless before. To be honest, it felt rather good. Hermione, there were times when she would butt in on places where she had absolutely no business in. This was one of those, and he'd be damned if he didn't make it clear to her. I'm just asking, she stammered, clearly not used to having him speak to her that way. And I just gave you my answer, he said shortly, returning to his book. Ron and Neville, who had been awkwardly listening in, hastened to pick up their conversation. After a few moments of Hermione looking between him and towards the other two, no doubt for some form of support, she finally reached into her bag and buried her nose in a book without another word. Shaking his head slightly, he pulled out a book on defense theory which Sirius had sent him earlier in the summer for his 14th birthday and began to read. He found that he was beginning to like dueling and hoped that at least this year they would have a competent defense against the dark arts teacher. Lupin was the best they ever had, but he doubted he would be coming back, what with Snape ruining it for him. But he wasn't complaining. He was after all going to have private lessons with him and his godfather. One thing that made him nervous was that Dumbledore had actually stepped up and arranged for Harry to be trained. The past 3 years he had done no such thing, preferring to leave Harry to progress through his school year as normal. Even in the 3rd year, with the Dementors and Sirius on the loose when they still thought he was guilty, Dumbledore didn't give him special instructions at all. He shuddered to think what the signs Dumbledore was reading to make him make his decision. We better get ready, it's almost time, Hermione murmured after a while, still carefully avoiding looking at him as she put her book away. They pulled on their school robes and soon the train started slowing down until finally coming to a stop. They got out and mixed with the crowd of people, nodding at everyone they saw that recognized them. "First years, follow me," he heard a familiar voice call and fought his way through the crowd to the large figure in the midst of the crowd. "Alright there, Harry," Rubeus Hagrid asked, pulling him into a hug, his dark black eyes twinkling. "Good to see you again, Hagrid," he said, grinning and pulling back. Hagrid smiled at him through his beard. "Changed a bit, haven't ye?" "Well, not exactly a child anymore, Hagrid muttered gruffly, ruffling his hair. "Wait till you see what I got for me first lesson," he said before walking away with the group of first years behind him, leading them to the lake where they will take the traditional boat ride to Hogwarts, leaving the rest to board the horseless carriages. "Wonder what he's got ready?" Hermione asked faintly while she, Neville, Ron and Harry took one carriage. Harry nodded sincerely, hoping that it wouldn't be action-packed like their first class back in their 3rd year when Malfoy provoked Buckbeak, leading to a whole mess of trouble. They remained quiet, watching the large castle loom steadily closer to them. Harry felt warm inside when he caught sight of the Gryffindor Tower and found himself looking forward to when he would lie down on his 4-poster bed and gaze at the scarlet hangings. He was home. They soon came to a halt and they got off and entered through the front entrance and into the great hall where all the teachers except Professor Minerva McGonagall and Hagrid were seated. He saw Dumbledore smile at him as he took his seat next to Hermione at the corner of the Gryffindor table, and he grinned back. His eyes scanned the table, ignoring the sneering potions teacher who had his look of loathing reserved just for him. His eyes fell on a badly scarred man with pale grizzly hair who had a brilliant blue magical eye placed over the socket of his left eye. The man was scowling and looked almost wary of everyone else as he was fixing his gaze on all of the students while they piled into the room. He noticed his right arm was twitching and reaching into something in his pocket, and that his blue eye whizzed around from time to time. "Who is that?" he asked, turning to Hermione and Ron while watching the twins and Lee, who came up and sat opposite them, closely followed by the 3 chasers of the Gryffindor house team. "That's Mad-Eye Moody. I saw him once when Dad took me to the ministry when I was little," Ron said, watching Moody. "Yeah, he's a twitchy bloke, isn't he? Downright paranoid he is, George said after looking where everyone was. Spotting the confused look on Harry's face, he added, "He's an ex-Auror, one of the best. Half the cells in Azkaban are full because of him. Made himself loads of enemies and is always on the lookout for attackers." "He's creepy," Katie said with a shiver. They quieted down when they noticed the gaggle of first years that arrived in through the middle of the 4 house tables. He grinned, watching the anxious, terrified faces of them, remembering how he himself felt when they were about to be sorted. The hall went quiet while they waited for the sorting hat to start its song. His eyes glazed out and he wondered where Sirius and Lupin would be now and when he would finally meet with them. He caught snatches of the hat's song and snorted. "It wants us all to unite, hard to see that happening anytime soon," he muttered under his breath. As soon as the hat was finished, everyone burst into applause, and soon they were watching while the first years were sorted into their houses, trying to ignore the sharp pangs of hunger. As soon as the hat shouted its last word, "Gryffindor," he clapped loudly with the rest of the table as a tiny red-faced first year ran and took his place at the far end of the table next to nearly headless Nick, the house ghost. Dumbledore stood up, smiling broadly. "To all the new students, welcome. And to everyone who returned, welcome back. I have a number of important announcements to make, but for now I have only 2 words: tuck in," he said, and sat down as food appeared in front of them. The hall was filled with voices and laughter while the students helped themselves to the food. He loaded his plate and began to eat quietly, concentrating more on his food than the talking around him as he was ravenous. After he was done and comfortably full, he joined in on the others' conversations, which turned out to be on the World Cup. He was also excited to find out what it was that was so mysterious about this year and how it could possibly tie in with what Fleur had mentioned in her letters. Something he noticed was that this time a lot more of the students were fixated on Dumbledore, waiting for him to speak, and he knew they were all anticipating what was in store for this year. Dumbledore got up again, smiling broadly, and instantly the whole hall went quiet. "First, let me introduce our newest defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alistair Moody," Dumbledore said, gesturing at the scarred man. The applause that rang out was very subdued, and Moody neither stood up nor acknowledged it. He took a swig from a flask in front of him, glaring at everyone. Dumbledore then proceeded on to tell them of some of the main rules, as he always did at the start of each year. When he was done, he chuckled at the faces staring at him in anticipation. Everyone was waiting anxiously for his final announcement. "This year will be very different from all of the past years of Hogwarts. This is the first time in 150 years that this event will be taking place in Hogwarts. First, I am extremely sorry to tell you that all Quidditch matches this year are cancelled." He paused as an angry outbreak of muttering broke out, and Harry looked in horror at the rest of his team, who looked scandalized. Dumbledore raised his hand, and almost immediately the muttering ceased and the hall was quiet once more. "However, it is my greatest pleasure to say that this year, years after the final tournament, Hogwarts will be hosting the first Triwizard Tournament." The effect was instantaneous. A loud roar rang in the hall. "You have got to be joking," the Weasley twins shouted, and everyone burst out laughing, even Dumbledore. "No, I assure you I am not joking, Mr. Weasley," he said, his eyes twinkling in their direction, and both of their faces twisted into identical grins. "Wicked. The Triwizard Tournament is a set of challenges that a selected student from each of the competing schools must complete. The winner will have eternal glory and 1,000 galleons prize money and bring great honor to his or her school. The tournament has been carefully organized as a joint effort for improving international magical relations, and you can be assured that a lot of changes have been made to improve the tournament in order to avoid the tragedy that occurred during the last one, where all of the champions were killed." Harry looked around to find a lot of people were stricken and horrified. But there were still many more that were looking on eagerly. "However, due to the advanced level of magic needed for these tasks, we have decided to draw an age limit for all those who want to enter. I will be drawing an age line around the impartial judge so that only those that are 17 years and above may enter." At this, cries of outrage and protest echoed across the hall, and Dumbledore was silent for a moment. He waited patiently for everyone to quiet down. "That's so unfair," Fred said loudly. "I am turning 17 in a couple of months." He wasn't the only one that was outraged. Harry saw that all along the table people were looking angry at not having the chance to compete. We could have entered. What about you, Harry? Ron asked. We have done loads of stuff, I bet we could do this too. But Ron, people have died in this tournament. I am actually glad Dumbledore is drawing an age line, Hermione said. Harry remained quiet. Sure, it would be fun to enter, but he already had his plate full with extra lessons from his godfather and Lupin. I don't think I would have enough to deal with already this year, he said, and Hermione nodded at him. 1,000 galleons prize money, Harry, Ron ed, and eternal glory. Only you would want that, Ron, Hermione snapped, making Ron look at her darkly while he sighed. Soon everyone quieted down and turned back to the headmaster, who hadn't moved the entire time. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, since Hogwarts is hosting the tournament, delegations from the Magical Academy, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the Institute of Magic, will be arriving here on Friday afternoon. You are excused from all classes in the afternoon to welcome the new students. They will be joining classes with us and live with us for the whole year, as they will stay to cheer on their chosen champion. I hope you will treat each other with respect and look forward to forming new friends. It was like fireworks were lit inside his head. He couldn't stop the grin that was forming on his face. This was what Fleur had been hinting at all the time. She was coming to Hogwarts. He was still thinking of the prospect of meeting her again when he noticed a hand waving in front of him. Harry. He was startled to find Ron and Hermione gazing at him. You were staring into space with that stupid grin on your face. Blushing slightly, he shook his head and instead concentrated on Dumbledore. The champions for each school will be chosen on Halloween night at the feast. You may begin entering your names from the night of the 30th of October till then. Take heed though, if you are chosen you have no choice but to compete. By adding your name you accept the binding magical contract and you cannot back out of it. The champions of each school are exempted from their final examinations, as they will need the time to concentrate on the third and final task, which takes place on June. Now then, I have taken over most of the time and I am sure most of you will want to head to bed. You all have a busy day ahead of you tomorrow. Good night. And with a final wave of his hand he went back to his seat and started talking with Moody while the rest of the teachers got up. Harry, Ron and Hermione followed after the rest of the Gryffindors in the direction of their dormitories, laughing and speculating with the others and thinking up ways to enter without being of age yet. I don't care, we'll find a way, won't we, George? Fred said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Of course, we only need a few more months before we are 17, a couple drops of the aging potion should do it, George replied with his evil grin back in place. Don't you think Dumbledore would have thought of that? Hermione asked skeptically, but the twins just waved her away. They finally came to stop in front of the painting of the fat lady and Lee stepped forward. The passwords, Baubles, a prefect downstairs told me, and the portrait swung open letting everyone climb in. Once Harry was inside he could hardly keep his eyes open when he wandered into familiar, warm common room with a fire blazing merrily. He heard Hermione bid good night and tiredly climbed up to their dormitory with the others and sleepily changed into his night clothes and slid into his bed after bidding Ron, Neville, Seamus and Dean good night and closed his eyes after tugging off his hair band. Before he fully drifted off to sleep, however, his thoughts were turned to the beautiful silver-haired witch and, smiling slightly, embraced the closing darkness. The next day they received their class schedules and Harry, in a flash of inspiration, did something that he would be very thankful for in the days to come. When he noticed that today after Transfiguration he would be having double divinations, he snapped. After a hurried conversation with Professor McGonagall he got permission to drop it, much to Hermione's approval and Ron's disappointment, and took up ancient runes, something that he had been curious about after reading the book that Sirius sent him. Hermione was delighted and he tried to convince Ron to do it too, but he refused, saying it was too hard. Harry knew he would have to do some extra work to catch up, but anything that could get him away from Trelawney would be better. He also got a note from Dumbledore requesting his presence later the day in his office. Together they set off to Transfiguration, where they knew instantly that this year was going to be exceptionally hard. After taking down notes they proceeded to turning a goblet into a hamster, which was by far the hardest that anyone had ever done. After countless attempts Hermione succeeded, and soon after, much to McGonagall's immense pride, Harry succeeded too, earning Gryffindor 10 points each for being the only students that could do it. Ron was extremely put out by this, and McGonagall gave Harry a very rare smile. He found that his concentration was much better now and that he had actually given his full attention during the lesson instead of talking with the others. He grinned inwardly. He had Dumbledore's words very seriously. He wanted to improve himself as much as he could so that he could get stronger and prepare himself the best he could in every way. "That was brilliant, Harry," Hermione exclaimed happily as they headed down for lunch. "It was one of the hardest lessons we had too." Ron grunted sourly and looked away. He was told off by McGonagall for not managing to change his goblet even a little, something that only he and Neville had managed. They sat down to eat and were joined by the twins and Lee. "Amazing lesson, Moody really knows his stuff," Lee was saying as he sat down. "How was he?" Harry asked curiously. "He knows what he's doing, that's for sure," Fred said while the other two nodded in agreement. Hermione looked at her timetable. "We don't have him till Wednesday," she said disappointed. After eating they made their way out of the hall waving at Hagrid, who waved back happily. Harry and Hermione departed for ancient runes while Ron and Neville for divination. Ron stiffly bid them goodbye before parting ways with them, heading for the 6th floor while they headed for the 7th. Harry was rather annoyed with the way Ron was behaving. He did ask him and divination was still a complete waste of time, but it seemed Ron was far more content to be in a class where they didn't exactly have to work and write rubbish down as homework. He on the other hand couldn't afford to keep wasting away like this. Being in that situation back at the World Cup, being so helpless, getting hurt. He hated it. He needed to start improving himself in any way that he could. If it meant less messing around in school and actually doing some productive work for a change, so be it. He'd do it with or without him. They walked into the new classroom and he looked around at the ancient symbols and charts all around the rooms. They greeted everyone else that were already there who were surprised at his presence, including Ernie Macmillan. "Nice to see you again, Harry. You've taken up ancient runes, I see," he asked pompously. Harry grinned and shook his hand. "Yeah, if you ever need help don't hesitate to ask." "Okay," Harry said, disguising his laugh as a cough while Hermione smirked. They sat down together and waited for the rest of the students and teacher to show up. He suddenly felt someone tug at his hair from the back and turned to see Daphne grinning at him with Tracy Davis at her side. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Daphne asked, sitting beside him while Tracy sat on her left. Hermione tactfully turned and started talking with Ernie and Susan Bones, who were sitting behind them, although everyone stole glances at them from time to time. It was a well-known gossip in Hogwarts that the Ice Queen of Slytherin and Harry Potter were friends and seemed to cause a great deal of interest. "I dropped divination, this seemed good so I took it," he said, grinning back. "Hey Davis." "Potter," she answered coolly. Although they were on better relations than any Gryffindor and Slytherin, it was only because of Daphne. Soon enough the door opened and Professor Babbling walked in. She was a tall, thin raven-haired witch that Harry knew by appearance, and she was much like Professor McGonagall in a lot of ways. After taking attendance she talked to him and gave him some extra work that she promised would soon allow him to keep up with the rest of the class, and proceeded on with the lesson. He honestly found it a lot better than divination and interesting, and found by the end of the class that it would be a lot more useful when they reached rune inscriptions, which could add magical properties and strengthen magical instruments, something that he along with the rest of the class were looking forward to. After parting ways with Daphne and Tracy they quickly headed down for an early supper. He had to go to meet Dumbledore and Hermione was anxious to get to the library. He didn't see Ron anywhere and assumed they were still at divination, and after hurriedly shoveling down his food he bolted off in the direction of Dumbledore's office. "Drop," he said firmly to the gargoyle in front of Dumbledore's office, which jumped aside, granting him access. He climbed up the stairs and knocked and entered the room, and his eyes widened. "Sirius, Remus," he shouted as his eyes picked out the two men grinning broadly at him standing in front of Dumbledore's desk. He ran and hugged both of them while Dumbledore chuckled softly and Fox trilled beautifully. He stepped back, gazing at his godfather and Lupin, two men who had both become the closest things to what he had left to call family. Sirius looked much better than he saw him last year, and he closely resembled the laughing best man at the Potter's wedding day. His hair was just as long as his own, reaching to his shoulders, although he hadn't tied it back. Lupin was also smiling brightly at him, although he looked a little frail and sickly. "How are you, pup? You've changed so much since I last saw you. Nice job on growing out your hair, by the way." James tried to do it too, but his mom wouldn't hear of it, Sirius said, ruffling his hair. "I've been great, but isn't this?" He trailed off, glancing around at the portraits, and Dumbledore answered his unasked question. "Nothing to worry about, Harry. I have explained everything to them, and no one apart from those in this room know of this." He nodded. "But where are you staying?" "Not at Hogwarts, right?" he asked, looking at both of them. "We're staying at Hog's Head. The barman is Albus's brother, Aberforth," Sirius answered. He gaped at Dumbledore, who chuckled again. "I'm sorry, Harry, but there is a lot I haven't gotten around to telling you yet. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to be somewhere at the moment. Use the time to catch up," Dumbledore said before striding over to Fox, who immediately turned into a ball of fire and vanished once Dumbledore's hands closed around its tail. "Dumbledore sure does travel in style," Sirius chuckled while the portraits laughed in amusement. Sirius waved his wand and conjured up 3 chairs in the middle of the room and sat down with them. "Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore told me about your exposure to the Cruciatus curse." "It's all right," he mumbled. "Nothing much, Harry," Sirius growled. "Don't lie to me. Dumbledore has already told us all about it. Get up and lift up your shirt." "It's nothing, it's just a—" "Can you please just show us, Harry?" Lupin asked quietly. He paused for a moment, but then reached under his shirt and lifted it to show the darkened, jagged scar that stopped halfway at his stomach. Lupin looked sickened, and Sirius was growling like an animal. Some of the headmasters and the headmistresses on the wall emitted shrieks of outrage. "The Dementors was too good for the bastard that did this," Sirius snarled. Lupin gripped his shoulder tightly, and everyone fell silent for a while. Hoping to get rid of the tension that had built up, he broke the silence. "So, got any idea where we're going to train?" he asked. Lupin smiled gratefully at him. "The Room of Requirement." "The what?" "There's a room on the 7th floor that transforms into anything depending on the needs at the time, Harry. I'm not surprised you haven't found it yet. Even I stumbled across it towards the end of our 7th year, and by that time we had already finished writing the Marauders map, so we couldn't add it," Lupin said. "Yeah," Sirius grunted. He seemed to have calmed down enough, for now. "We'll be using it every day starting tomorrow for 2 hours from 8 to 10. "All right," Sirius said. "Okay, but how are you going to get in? Wouldn't it be suspicious if a great black dog kept roaming around in school after dark?" Harry asked curiously. "There's a passage that connects it to Hog's Head," Sirius said, grinning. "What?" "Yeah, even I was shocked when Aberforth told me about it, thought he was off his rocker. There wasn't a single secret passage out of the school that we didn't know about, but well, we were wrong," Sirius said. "All right, what are you going to teach me?" he asked, looking at either of them excitedly. Sirius and Lupin laughed. "I, of course, being the greatest dueling champion that Hogwarts had ever seen, will be teaching you just that," Sirius said with a wide grin. Lupin rolled his eyes. "I will help out on that part too, Harry. There is a lot to teach you. Apart from that, I will be teaching occlumency." "What's that?" "You'll see," Lupin said with a smile. "To get into the room, just come up to the 7th floor and stand in front of the blank wall opposite the statue. Tap the wall 3 times and the entrance will appear. So, the Triwizard Tournament I wish I was back in my 7th year of Hogwarts. I'd give anything for a chance to compete," Sirius sighed. Then, catching his eye, he grinned evilly, one that even Fred or George could never hope to match. "Speaking of which, what's this I hear about you and the Delacours?" Try as he might, he couldn't stop the heat from rising in his face. Something which was not missed by his godfather, whose grin got wider. "From what I heard from Dumbledore, they seem to like you a lot. Dominique Delacour has apparently been asking a lot of questions about you from Dumbledore. Their daughters are part Vila, aren't they? Fleur Delacour, their eldest daughter too. I must say though, an older girl and a Vila at that. James would be so proud." "Sirius," Harry yelped, unable to take it anymore as both him and Lupin started laughing. After that they spent a little more time talking, but Harry had to get back to the Gryffindor Tower. Since he didn't have his invisibility cloak or the Marauders map with him, he stood a high chance of getting caught. After a final hug to both of them, Harry stepped out of the office and went back to the common room to find Hermione and Ron waiting for him. Ron seemed to have forgotten about his earlier mood and was more interested to find out about Sirius and Lupin. Hermione looked like she was going to die with envy when he'd finished. "You will be learning all sorts of things that go beyond the 7th year even," she said enviously. "Hermione," he muttered with a shake of his head. "This means I have a lot more work than normal." "So?" He rolled his eyes at Ron, who shrugged. It was almost midnight when they finally headed to bed, and Harry took off his glasses and his hairband before sighing contentedly and closing his eyes. Sirius was safe, Fleur would be at Hogwarts soon, everything was looking up. "Fleur, you done packing?" Aurelie asked, poking her head into Fleur's room. "Yes, I already sent my trunk down." "Get a move on. Madame Maxime wants us all down in 15 minutes. Amy and Caroline are already there." "I'm on my way," Fleur said, smiling slightly at the irritated look her friend was giving her. "If you're not down in another 5 minutes, I'm coming back and dragging you down with me, even if I have to stun you," she grumbled. Fleur nodded and proceeded to make a final sweep around her room to make sure she had got everything. In Beauxbatons, everyone had their own personal rooms. One dormitory for the boys and one for the girls. She sat back down on her warm bed. Since she was going to be spending her final year at Hogwarts, it was the last time that her door will hold the engraving, Fleur Delacour, and the thought of it made her heart heavy with sadness. Throughout her years in school, her room was her only sanctuary where she was free from the lust-filled looks of men and the death glares of women. It was in this same room that she spent most of her first year, with tears sliding down her cheeks. It was into this same room that Aurelie had burst into to hide from a group of boys that had been trying to spike her drinks with love potions and led to her making her first friend. When they had realized how similar their situations were, they had become inseparable friends from that day onwards. With the company of her first friend, she became a lot more open and relaxed, which led to her finding 2 more close friends, and by the end of the year the 4 of them were as close as friends could get. She sighed as she surveyed the room that had given her so many happy memories and a safe haven. Her room now held no clue that she ever lived here. The wardrobes were empty, the photos of her family were gone, her bookshelf had been emptied, and her table was polished and gleaming. She picked up her wand and stepped outside and closed the door. With a final wave of her wand, her name faded away from the door. She felt a stab of pain in her heart, but almost as soon as it had come, it faded away, ridding her of her negative emotions. Her hand unconsciously went to her chest, where she felt warmth radiating towards her fingers. After making sure her necklace was secure around her neck, she started making her way downstairs, remembering the words her grandmother had said to her. On the night when they had gone to her grandmother's house, where she lived alone except the house elves for company in spite of her family's protests. Fleur's mother had been almost ecstatic when she had asked Fleur to show her necklace to her grandmother. When she had obliged, Alana had stared at it for a full minute before breaking down laughing, then pulling Fleur into a tight embrace and pulled away, murmuring, "Good luck." Fleur and Gabrielle had been utterly bewildered by their parents and Alana's behavior and didn't know what to expect. Alana then asked who it was that sent it, and when she had heard it was Harry Potter, she looked almost pleased before her face twisted into what can only be described as the most evil grin they had ever seen on their grandmother's face yet. Once they finished their dinner, Alana had pulled Fleur aside, and after making Fleur swear she would not question the reasoning behind her words, she had said something that had left Fleur more confused than ever. "When the time comes, do what your heart tells you to." Alana had refused to explain any further than that, promising that it would make sense eventually. Fleur was at the courtyard in front of Beauxbatons now. The whole school had formed outside to see the selected few, around 20 students in all, off. 4 mighty Abraxan horses were chained to the powder blue carriage, pawing at the ground with their powerful legs and lifting their wings every now and then. When everyone noticed her, they broke into loud cheers and wolf whistles, although more than once she picked up some vulgar words that were issuing from the male population in the crowd. Over the course of her school years, Fleur had gained the respect and admiration from most of her peers. The girls who had been initially jealous of her came to understand her position, especially after certain nasty incidents involving some of the boys, which resulted in their expulsion from school. Almost everyone sympathized with her and had come to like her as a friend, especially after Fleur had started opening up to them, although there were still others that were blinded by their envy. Madame Maxime and the rest of the selected representatives along with a few teachers were waiting for her, and she had a bright smile on her face. She always held a soft spot for the young Vila. She herself, being a half-giant, understood the pain of being different. When she was closer to the carriage, a boy suddenly grabbed her arm and she recoiled at the rough hand that closed around her arm. "Let me go," she suddenly yelped, her voice coming out far weaker than she wanted it to. The boy, on the other hand, had a glazed look in his eyes which confirmed her fears. Before she could do anything else, however, he suddenly removed his hand as though burnt, looking at her accusingly. "Are you all right, my dear?" Madame Maxime asked as soon as they drew closer. Fleur was angry at herself for exhibiting her weakness and felt her face reddening and fixed her gaze on the ground. "Yes. Go inside, dear. Aurélie, see to it that you both get settled in, everyone else follow in. I have a few instructions I need to give out before we leave. We will be leaving soon." They all climbed onto the carriage with Fleur and Aurélie at the front, followed closely by Amy and Caroline and the others. None of them spared a backward glance at the mass of students assembled outside. As soon as they entered the carriage, everyone burst into peals of delight. The inside of the carriage was magically expanded to contain a number of rooms along a narrow corridor. One of the rooms was a single classroom, and the rest of the rooms were exact replicas of their rooms back in their dormitories. Fleur felt the corners of her mouth twitch upwards when she found a familiar-looking door with her name written across it in elegant silver letters. She opened it to find her room exactly the same as she remembered every year after she had unpacked. "I was going to tell you, but I thought it'd be amusing to watch you get so emotional over a room," Aurélie said, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "I wish you had told me. I could have avoided a lot of fuss if I had come down earlier," Fleur grumbled, sinking into her bed while the others seated themselves on the chairs lying next to the window. "Oh, don't worry. I doubt he'd be doing that again anytime soon," Caroline said with a smirk. "What did you do?" Amy asked expectantly while the others looked to her in amusement. "Ah, I am glad I finally got a chance to curse him. Had been one of the things on my to-do list before I left school," Caroline said, fingering her wand lovingly. "My only regret is none of my other curses got through to him." "You scare me sometimes," Aurélie said, and the redhead burst out laughing. "Did you see his face at the end? It was so priceless," she gasped out, and then was overcome by a fit of giggles, making everyone smile in amusement. "He thought it was something I did, though," Fleur said pointedly. "Yes, but, do you really care?" she shot back. Fleur looked at her for a few seconds before sighing. "No." "Well then, you can thank me later," the redhead said with a wink, making her groan. Suddenly they felt the carriage vibrate slightly, silencing all of them. Then Amy squealed in excitement. "We're on our way." Everyone got up and rushed to the window. Sure enough, they were steadily gaining height, and Beauxbatons had already disappeared from view, covered by a few clouds. After watching for a few moments, everyone sat back down. "We should be at Hogwarts tomorrow, I think," Amy said thoughtfully. Caroline and Aurélie's faces suddenly fixed into identical grins and eyed Fleur, who inwardly groaned. She knew what was coming. "Only one more day until we finally meet the boy that charmed our Fleur, right?" Aurélie asked. "Still, who knew you were so daring, going right after Harry Potter, not just any of the usual riff-raff and celebrity at that," Caroline said with a smirk. "He's not like what you're expecting at all," she mumbled half-heartedly. "And I'm not going after him. I just like him. As a friend, I mean." She was too flustered after her slip-up that she had ceased to make sense. Unfortunately for her, her friends knew her well enough to catch onto it. "Oh, you want to do more than just be friends with him," Aurélie muttered. "Trust me, I know you. And besides, no one gives something like that to someone they don't hold special." As soon as they had met in school, her friends had been bothering her non-stop about the necklace she wore. When she had finally caved in and told them everything, they had been teasing her non-stop over the past few days. "It's so obvious to us how much you're taken with him," Caroline added. "You get this look on your face whenever you talk about him that I've never seen before." That's not true, she exclaimed. Look at yourself now. Everyone dissolved into peals of laughter when she seized her pillow and threw it as hard as she could at Caroline. Who do you think will get in? Amy asked once they had all managed to calm down. The tournament, I mean. I'm sure it'll be one of you. Aurélie said with conviction. I'm glad that Madame didn't let Pauline come to represent us. Things would really have gone downhill then. Pauline was a curly brown-haired girl who was very competitive. She was often referred to as the bookworm of Beauxbatons, and it was known throughout the school that she hated both Fleur and Caroline with passion, declaring that both of them were only good in their studies because they charmed the teachers with their looks. If that was chosen, might as well just give up on a Beauxbatons victory. She can't do anything that isn't written down on a manual. She'd probably spend her time trying to decide which spell to use while the other champions had already finished their tasks, Amy said scathingly. I don't think we will be chosen according to our grades. I think everyone has an equal chance of getting chosen, Caroline said after a while before yawning widely. What's the time, by the way? It has been a while. Better return to our rooms then. I think I hear Madame Maxime coming, Amy said, standing up and stretching. Sure enough, no sooner had she said it, the sound of footsteps was approaching. Everyone return to your rooms, we will be turning off the lights soon, Madame Maxime's voice echoed through the carriage. Good night everyone, Caroline said, stifling another yawn. After bidding each other good night they left, leaving Fleur sitting in her bed. Hogwarts, Fleur mused, changing into her night clothes. She looked fondly at the gleaming blue stone before climbing into her bed and snuggling under the covers. It was still rather early, but she was feeling tired. The day had taken its toll on her. What are you doing now, Harry? Harry was panting hard, his body drenched with sweat. He was inside the room of requirement and his godfather was mercilessly firing curses at him. He dodged a blue light that issued from Sirius's wand and yelled, Protega, and watched as the blue light rebounded, causing Sirius to duck. Harry relaxed but immediately realized his mistake. His shield was shattered by a blinding flash of blue again, and hardly having time to react he could only watch as a red light slammed into his body and blacked out. Harry groaned when he sat up with Sirius crouching next to him. This was the 7th time he was reawakened by Sirius now. Lupin, who was sitting in a chair next to the fireplace reading a book and completely oblivious to the spells firing at opposite directions through the room, now stood up and replaced the book back in the shelf next to him and sank back down on his seat. Impressive, Harry, to be able to produce a shield charm already is quite an accomplishment. When did you learn it? Harry shakily got up. After hitting the ground multiple times his sense of balance was distorted and the world seemed to be spinning in front of his eyes. He sank down to the chair next to Lupin, eyeing Sirius wearily, who had his back turned to them. In the book Sirius sent me, I've been practicing. Sirius suddenly turned around. It was a very dog-like movement. From which book? Harry looked away uncomfortably. He knew what Sirius was getting at. He had only practiced the spells from the defense theory. He seemed to gather the worst from Harry's face and snorted. He could tell his godfather was not pleased with him. The first time they had dueled, Sirius had flicked away Harry's disarming spell and struck him directly at his midsection, causing him to fall to his knees in pain. Sirius was no longer the caring godfather in their duels. He was like a demon, and his face seemed to go back to the haunted look he had on the night Harry had first met him in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius had made no comment after each of their duels over the past couple of days and had kept knocking him unconscious and reawakening him only to knock him out again while Lupin watched grimly from the sides. Harry, it's time we talked, Sirius said abruptly. He eyed him apprehensively and waited for him to speak. Why were you beaten so easily that first time we dueled? Because you deflected my spell. And what was that spell? Sirius asked. He remained quiet. Granted, you have lasted a lot longer over the next few duels. Why do you think that is? He remained silent for a few moments, painfully aware both Lupin and Sirius were watching him closely. Because I stopped trying to disarm you. Indeed, silence reigned once more. Why did you lose just now? Because I relaxed for a moment, he said quietly. Yes, and no. Tell me, Harry, what is the purpose of a wizard's duel? Is it to disarm your opponent? Or is it to constantly keep dodging curses and erecting barrier after barrier while your opponent keeps up a steady stream of attacks? Who do you think will tire first? What if your opponent used magic that cannot be blocked? Sirius whispered. If this were a real duel, who do you think will be lying face down on the ground? When he didn't answer, Sirius leaned forward and gripped his shoulders. Look at me, pup. He slowly looked up and found himself staring at Sirius's eyes and was startled to see they were watery. Harry, you make me proud. What you have done up till now are beyond extraordinary, you make us all proud. I can almost hear James ging about his son. But you must understand, you need to get better than that. I don't like it. I want more than anything for you to live your life the same way your father, Moony, and I did. But the way things are shaping up now leaves me no choice. You are the last remaining member of my family, you are the son I never had. No, we cannot afford to lose you. Do you understand? Harry was ashamed and embarrassed at the same time. But he knew the truth behind Sirius's words. He looked at Sirius and Lupin, who smiled encouragingly at him and finally nodded. Sirius smiled and leaned back while Lupin brought out 3 bottles of butterbeer. All right then, let's start from the beginning, Sirius said, his eyes gleaming slightly. To win a duel, Harry, disregard what the normal rules say. That is the sort of dueling for competitions. In a real duel where there are no restrictions, there is only one way to win. Strike first, and strike hard. Never give your enemy an opportunity to counterattack. The minute you are forced to be on the defensive, you give your enemy plenty of opportunities to retaliate and effectively end the duel. Only use defensive spells as a distraction to position yourself better to attack. Harry voiced a question that had been nagging at the back of his mind. What was the spell you used to break through my shields? Sirius grinned back sinisterly, which sent shivers down his spine. Contigo Talia. His eyes widened. He knew that spell, he actually had read about it in the second book that Sirius sent to him along with Defense Theory. The large black book with its title faded away was filled with an arsenal of offensive spells, and Harry had been almost nauseated when reading half the spells in it, which were extremely powerful and brutal in nature. The spell was classified as dark magic by the Ministry due to its capabilities of taking down almost any shield that was known in magic and banned from professional duels. But, Sirius held up his hand. How could I use a spell of that caliber? Sirius finished his sentence. Because I can. Harry, do you really think that the Death Eaters or Voldemort would play by the rules? Lupin said quietly. The only reason why we lost so many people in the past to Voldemort and his followers were because we had a misguided sense of justice, or morality, call it what you will. We thought we were above those spells. That we don't need to resort to such barbaric methods. The Death Eaters have no such reservations, they aim to kill. I know it is classified as dark magic, but what makes it so? Apart from the greater drain in energy, what makes it dark? He opened his mouth but shut it again, confused. Is it the nature of the spell? Magic is magic in the end. In the past, magic was never differentiated as light or dark as we do now. It is the wizard that uses it that determines the nature of the spell. Whether he uses the spell to destroy or protect is entirely up to him. Sirius was now pacing the room, impatiently trying to make Harry understand. The limitations placed on the practice of these spells by the Ministry years and years ago were to stop witches and wizards from casting spells beyond their grasp and draining their energy. The need for such spells gradually faded away until Voldemort came into power. You have proven to be more than an exceptional wizard. Dumbledore's uneasiness is a very bad sign. When he says something is bad, you can surely expect things to go downhill. When the time comes, you need to be properly prepared, Lupin finished quietly. He was silent for a long time as he pondered the implications of Lupin and Sirius's words. There is nothing else for it, pup. Do you want to get stronger? Sirius asked, stopping his pacing and turning to look at him. After a long while he nodded silently. Then are you prepared to do what is necessary? He nodded again, this time with more conviction. Sirius's face broke into a wide smile. All right, I don't think we'll carry on for longer today, it's already 11. Although the day after tomorrow we won't be able to practice right. Yeah, the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are arriving. Don't think I can miss the feast, Sirius nodded. Any particular reason you don't want to miss the feast? He suddenly quipped with an evil grin while Lupin looked around interested. No, it's just, Harry trailed off, mumbling inaudibly, looking away. Sirius and Lupin looked at each other before roaring in laughter. Am I right in assuming that a certain Miss Delacour goes to Beauxbatons? Sirius asked and immediately ducked when Harry sent a stinging hex at him. All right, Albus will have our head for keeping him this long. By the way, Harry, we will have to postpone occlumency lessons to next week, Lupin said, gathering up the empty bottles and placing them inside a bin that appeared at the corner of the room. The room itself was a wonder. It was lined with bookshelves containing books on occlumency and books on defense and the dark arts that seemed to have been taken directly from the restricted section of the library. The room was wide and spacious, and there were 3 armchairs next to a fireplace at the left corner. Once they had started dueling, and after Harry was knocked unconscious once, he wished he could have had a softer landing and almost immediately caught sight of a few cushions that appeared next to him. Landing on them was another matter though. Sirius kept him constantly moving. That's interesting. Where do the bottles go? Lupin asked, mildly interested when the bottles vanished along with their container. Sirius shrugged. To the kitchens maybe. Why can't we start on the weekend? Harry asked. It's the full moon. I won't be in a good enough condition. Oh, that problem, Lupin smiled. My furry little problem, Harry grinned. All right then. I guess we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and make sure you learn that spell. I won't be satisfied until you learn at least some of the spells in that book. The shield-breaking charm is extremely useful, Sirius called before stepping through the large portrait that was in fact a tunnel that led straight to Hog's Head. Good night. Both Sirius and Lupin waved at him. Night, he called back before throwing on his invisibility and pulling out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. He waited for the ink to spread fully over the parchment and made sure the coast was clear before he stepped outside. As soon as the door shut behind him, it solidified into the wall, leaving no trace of it. He carefully made his way into the Gryffindor Tower, and after giving the password to a very cranky fat lady who was annoyed at being woken up, climbed in and thankfully made his way to his bed, wiping the map clear. Not even bothering to undress, he fell on to the bed and had barely removed his glasses and hairband before he drifted off to sleep, welcoming the comforts of sleep. Harry woke up in the middle of the night with his head throbbing painfully and silently got up to get himself a drink of water. His scar suddenly seared with pain and his vision suddenly blurred, and he was looking at darkened shapes and he could hear faint whispering. As soon as it came, the vision and the pain in his scar faded away, but the damage was done. He knew he wasn't going to be able to go back to sleep again. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he groaned. It was still 2 in the morning. Sighing, he picked up his invisibility cloak and the map, and after hesitating a moment, picked up the black book instead of his copy of Defense Theory and stuffed it in a bag with his school books for classes later today. The last few years he had only survived his encounters with Voldemort and the dark creatures due to sheer luck and a lot of help. Might as well start changing it. The constant pains in his scar and the blurred visions, along with Dumbledore's warning at the start of the year, had lit a flame in him, fueling him with a drive to get better. Over the past few days it had become almost a routine for him to be woken up in the early hours of the morning. Instead of trying to go back to sleep, which he quickly realized was impossible, he had taken to slipping out of the castle using a well-hidden secret passage in the 3rd floor which led straight to the school grounds and practicing spells in a secluded spot next to the Great Lake. After throwing the cloak over him and tucking the book safely under his arm, he climbed out of the portrait, ignoring the startled gasp from the fat lady, and stealthily made his way to the 3rd floor, edging around the teachers on patrol, and after a few minutes he came out to the quiet and darkened school grounds with a cold breeze blowing around him. Removing the cloak, he stuffed it inside his bag. He doubted anyone could see him in the darkness and made his way to his spot next to the lake under the guidance of the moonlight. Pulling out the book once he reached his destination, he lit his wand silently. Sirius had already given him instructions to do his basic spells non-verbally in preparation for the more advanced ones. So far Harry could only manage Lumos non-verbally. After carefully reading the wand movements and theory behind Contigo Talia, he conjured up a target dummy and reinforced it with a basic shielding charm. After casting the spell for the first time, he felt his legs weaken with the huge drain the spell cost him, and he could only manage a faint blue spark that did nothing whatsoever to the target. Grimacing slightly, he leaned back against a tree and decided to wait a little before trying again. This was exactly like how it was when he first tried the Patronus charm. After resting a moment he tried again, this time paying more attention to the wand movements with similar results. Well, this is going to be tough. It was almost 6 in the morning when the sun finally came up. Harry was breathing hard like he had run 100 laps around the lake but was nevertheless pleased with the end result. He had managed to break through the shielding charm and scored a direct hit on the target. True, it wasn't as powerful as Sirius's, but it was an accomplishment all the same. Unable to ignore the hunger that had been growing steadily over the past few hours, he stuffed everything inside his bag and made his way back to the castle and into one of the bathrooms. Freshening himself up and using a charm on his clothes that wiped out all traces of the lingering smell of sweat, making them as good as new, he made his way to the great hall where by now the rest of the students were already there. He made his way to the Gryffindor table, ignoring the stairs as normal, and slipped into a seat next to Ron, Hermione and the twins. Ignoring their gazes, he piled his plate with food and started to eat. After ignoring them for as long as he could, he looked up annoyed. "What?" he asked irritably. "You look like a mess," Hermione said. Harry stared at her for a couple of moments and then shrugged. True to her words though, the area under his eyes had darkened and his eyes had an almost dead look on them. Practicing magic in the dead of the night coupled with his lack of sleep was taking its toll on him. "It's nothing. Where do you keep going, Harry? Ron said you never came back after you left in the evening," Hermione asked, unaware of how much it was irritating him. "Well, he was asleep, wasn't he?" he snapped back. It was bad enough that he was tiring himself out every day, and to listen to Hermione's constant nagging only added to his stress. She fell silent and no more words were exchanged between the three of them. Harry couldn't help but notice how strained their friendship was getting. Hermione was, probably for the first time of her life, challenged in schoolwork. He'd been giving her a run for her money in each and every one of her classes, and at the end of the day they remained the only two who could fully complete anything their teachers set for them, and everyone did not fail to see her displeasure of it. He was particularly good in Transfiguration, much to McGonagall's immense pride, and the rest of the teachers were pleased with him. Even Snape couldn't do anything more than sneer at him. Ron too was getting irritated with the way things were going, especially since he no longer could rely on Hermione for help since she was so intent on beating Harry. He was put out by Harry's behavior and had taken to talking with Dean and Seamus in lessons, preferring to stay out of the other two's way. But it wasn't hard to see that he resented the way Harry was changing. McGonagall leaned closer to Dumbledore and she, like him, was intently watching Harry, who was eating silently. "Are you sure you did the right thing, Albus? Telling the boy all that?" Dumbledore sighed and looked sadly back at her. "It was inevitable. From what I have seen, there are a lot of things going wrong." Bertha Jerkins disappeared where Voldemort. He paused to stare sternly at McGonagall, who shuddered involuntarily. "She disappeared where he was last known to have been. The Minister for Magic refuses to see reason, and the attack on Alistair has only increased my worry. I'm convinced that whoever conjured the Dark Mark did it as a sign to the others that the Dark Lord would rise again. With the way things are going, Harry would do well to be more prepared." "What about his godfather, and Remus?" Dumbledore had confided to McGonagall only about the truth behind Sirius Black, and she was the only one apart from him and Harry's friends that knew he was receiving lessons at night from them. "They don't like it any more than you or I do. But they agreed it's best." Sirius was actually the one that suggested the whole thing after Harry told him about his vision. "That may be so, Albus, and I can honestly say I'm pleased with the way Harry has improved. But it is taking the toll on him. Every night he is outside and comes in only in the morning." Dumbledore smiled inwardly. She would never admit it, but she held a soft spot for Harry since the day she had seen him as a baby before they left him under the Muggle's care. "The sooner he completes his training the better. I shudder to think what would have happened if Mr. Delacour hadn't arrived in time to help Harry. He attracts trouble like no other, and he has to be prepared. In the future he will be glad for everything he's learning now," Dumbledore said gently. McGonagall finally nodded and turned away. Dumbledore sadly watched as Harry tiredly got up from the table and walked away. "There is still a lot more I haven't told you, Harry. I wanted you to grow up and have a happy life, but with what's happening now, I can only hope you will be prepared when I tell you everything." Harry slowly made his way to the dungeons, ignoring the gazes from the girls around him. He had been surprised when two girls, a Ravenclaw 4th year and a Gryffindor 5th year, asked him out for the next Hogsmeade weekend, which he had politely declined. He hated the way their eyes always flitted to his scarf first, which irked him to no end. As soon as he reached the dungeons, he completely ignored Malfoy, who shouted something at him, and slipped into his seat and waited for the class to begin. Potions had become almost bearable. He found that the best way to shut Snape up was to just finish the work that was set by him as carefully as possible, which almost always left Snape speechless. "You look like you could do with some sleep, Potter." "Hey Daphne," he said tiredly, turning to grin at Daphne, who had just arrived. She sat at the table in front of him. "You all right?" she asked with a faint note of concern in her voice. "What? Don't tell me the Ice Queen is actually concerned about me now?" he asked mischievously. "In your dreams, Potter," she said coolly, grinning back. He laughed. She was at least different from the others. She never seemed to act differently around him, and that made him grateful to her. At that moment, Ron and Hermione came in and slid into their seats next to Harry. Daphne smiled coldly at them and turned around to talk with Tracy, who had just arrived too, along with another one of her friends. Harry was not in the mood for talking with either of them and was thankful when Snape walked in, effectively ending all conversations. "Today you will be making a strengthening solution. The instructions," he flicked his wand at the board, which suddenly filled with writing, "are on the board and all the supplies are in the cupboard." "Well, what are you waiting for? Get started," Snape said, leering at Neville, who was sitting behind Harry, who swallowed nervously. Harry quickly got up and got the ingredients and quickly came back and proceeded to carefully read the instructions. After double-checking with the book, he carefully followed the instructions, blocking out everything else that was going on around the room. He found that it was the best way he could reach the goal of the lesson. It was very easy to get distracted and slip up if you spent your time looking around the room. He determinedly kept his concentration focused on his potion, and after about 45 minutes he had a colorless mixture in front of him, exactly the way the book described it. Snape, who was strolling around the room, paused, and he had to do his best to stifle his laughter when the greasy professor walked away quickly with no comment. He looked at his watch and gasped when he realized he had about half an hour remaining until class finished. He looked around to find that no one else was finished yet. Hermione was getting increasingly bad-tempered next to him. She was almost there, of course, but of course, he'd been faster. "If you're done, Potter, don't just stay there. Bring a sample over and get out," Snape called. Harry was slightly taken aback, but nevertheless he filled a flask with his potion and walked over to Snape's desk and placed it in front and quickly grabbed his bag and walked out after clearing the contents in his cauldron. He vaguely wondered why Snape had let him go, but he made his way back to the Gryffindor Tower, seeing as he had another 2 hours left before his next and final lesson for the day before they were to meet outside the castle to greet the foreign students. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards at the thought of seeing Fleur. He was really looking forward to seeing her again. A part of him was worried a little, though, that she might have chosen not to wear the necklace he sent her. It was only days after he thought it would have been better if he got her something a lot less personal. Cursing himself silently, he staggered onto his bed and closed his eyes and fell asleep without realizing it. He woke up just in time to make a mad dash for defense against the dark arts. Hermione glanced at him worriedly as he dropped to his seat next to her, but he was slightly pleased that she didn't nag him about it. Ron nodded at him, a gesture which he returned. "All right then, everyone back on your feet," Moody said, whipping out his wand. After they had gotten to their feet, he made the tables pile together at the back of the class with a wave of his wand. "I will be performing the Imperious Curse on each and every one of you," Hermione squeaked, and a number of other students backed away nervously. "Constant vigilance," Moody roared, making everyone jump. "What would you do if a witch or wizard casts it on you? Would you rather face it unprepared, or do you want to see for yourself if you can stand a chance against it? It is not impossible to break free of it, although it is wiser to avoid being hit with it if you can. A witch or wizard with a strong mental capabilities can break free of it. Let's see how far along you lot are. Now, Miss Pottle, forward if you please." The events that followed had Harry trying as hard as he could not to laugh as each and every one of his classmates did bizarre stunts that no one could have thought possible. Hermione sang the Hogwarts anthem while dancing. Ron imitated a chicken. Neville performed a series of complex gymnastics. Seamus conjured a bunch of roses and knelt on one knee and proposed to a bright red, lavender brown, and so on. He could have sworn he saw Moody smirking. He was enjoying this, and, to be honest, he himself would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying the show. Finally it was his turn. He went to the front of the middle and waited. Moody pointed his wand at him. Imperio. A curious sensation spread through Harry. His mind was blissfully calm and he felt like he was floating away without a care in the world. A voice suddenly sounded at the back of his mind. Jump onto the desk. Immediately he felt a surge of anger pass through him. Why should he? No, a firm voice at the back of his mind stated. Jump onto the desk now. No, why should I? Jump now, boy. No, Harry roared. Harry realized then that he had shouted out loud. The whole class was watching him wide-eyed. Moody suddenly started laughing. Very nice, Mr. Potter, look at that, you lot. He resisted it, he actually threw it off. 10 points to Gryffindor. Again, show them how it's done. Watch his eyes, that's where you will see the change. Harry growled softly while he walked out of the class at the end of the lesson. Moody had put him through the curse 5 times in a row until he could just shrug it off. Ron and Hermione suddenly appeared on either side of him. How did you do it, Harry? Hermione asked. Harry was annoyed but he kept it hidden. He didn't want to keep blowing them off no matter how irritating it was. I don't really know, I just ignore what he tells me. You can actually hear him telling you what to do. Ron asked wide-eyed. Don't you? He asked surprised. No, all I felt was this weird feeling of happiness and I just thought it'd be fun to imitate a chicken, Ron finished sheepishly. Hermione nodded vigorously. It was the same with me. I don't know then, he said evasively. He glanced at his watch. Better get outside then, I'm going to leave my bag at the tower. After they had left their belongings in the Gryffindor tower they walked out to the schoolyard where the entire school was assembled. The heads of houses were trying to get everyone organized by year. As soon as they walked in, McGonagall beckoned them and placed them with the rest of the 4th years. Before she turned away though she eyed Harry closely. Mr. Potter, why isn't your hair tied back? Harry reached behind his head and realized that his hair wasn't tied back anymore. He must have lost his band, probably sometime during his last class. I think I lost it, Professor, he mumbled. Never mind, here. She conjured a red-colored band and gave it to Harry, who gratefully took it, muttering thanks, and proceeded to tie back his hair. Weasley, tuck your shirt in. Longbottom, wipe the dirt from your face, she barked at them before moving away. Bloody hell, why is she so uptight today? Ron Ed. Guess they want to make a good impression on the others when they arrive, Harry muttered. He was getting nervous now and was slowly getting excited. His heart skipped a couple of beats when an image of the silver-haired witch formed unbidden in his mind. Thankfully no one saw his face redden a little and he silently cursed himself for feeling like this. He could make neither head nor tail why she affected him like this. After taking a couple of calming breaths he, like the others, started looking around for signs of the others' arrival. How do you think they're coming? Train, Ron whispered from behind him. Of course not, Ron, Hermione hissed. How then? Broomsticks. Or are they apparating? You can't apparate into the Hogwarts grounds, Ron. How many times do I have to tell you? Is it only me that has ever read Hogwarts, a history? Harry, who heard this, chuckled softly, earning him a playful jab at his ribs from Hermione. Only you, Hermione, Ron said, catching his eye and grinning. At that moment Dumbledore's voice sounded loudly. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe the delegation from Durmstrang approaches. Cries rang out excitedly from the students as everyone looked wildly around. A faint sound was gradually getting louder and louder, like water was being drained. The lake. Look at the lake. Someone from the crowd shouted suddenly, and everyone turned towards the lake. Although they were a little way away from the lake, it wasn't difficult to see that a whirlpool was slowly getting wider and wider. Slowly, a mast appeared which quickly grew larger. A skeletal green ship slowly emerged from under the water, light gleaming from its portholes. The first years went into transports of delight, and a series of clicks and flashes announced that many of the Muggle-borns had brought their cameras. The eerie green ship came to rest near the banks and people began disembarking. Everyone, Harry noted, seemed to be built along the lines of Crabbe and Goyle, and they waited patiently as the group approached them, a rather tall, thin man leading the group. "Albus, how good to see you again," the man said, spreading out his arms in welcome. The man's voice was cold and bore an uncanny resemblance to Snape's. His chin was incompletely covered by a goatee which ended in a small curl, and his pale blue eyes were icy, giving them a dead look. "Igor," Dumbledore smiled as he embraced the man. The students from Durmstrang approached from behind, and they were finally able to get a look at them. Their bulk was due to the fact that they were wearing large fur coats, which they gave no indication of wanting to remove them anytime soon. Most of the students were boys, but there were quite a few girls too. They were all gazing up at Hogwarts, and Harry could tell most of them were impressed. Harry's eyes caught sight of an all too familiar scowling face, and he could tell by the sharp jab he received on his elbow from Ron that he had seen him too. "Harry, that's Krum," he hissed. All around them everyone were muttering excitedly as everyone noticed the Bulgarian seeker. Excited whispers broke out among them, and almost everyone were trying to find a quill and parchment to get an autograph. "Do you have a quill on you?" Ron asked hurriedly, making Hermione roll her eyes. "No, I left my stuff back in the tower," Harry replied. Krum was pointedly ignoring the stares on him, his eyes looking at the castle with a bored look. "Honestly, why is everyone so excited?" Hermione asked disgustedly, looking at a group of girls who were debating rather loudly if Krum would sign their clothes with lipstick. "Hermione, he's like the greatest seeker in the world. And he's still in school too," Ron said as if he had settled the matter. Suddenly the Weasley twins appeared behind him with identical evil grins and mating noises loudly behind Ron, making everyone burst out laughing and Ron's ears go red and mutter a few words that he would never have done under the presence of his mother. Harry grinned and turned back to the Durmstrang students who were walking into the castle, some of them removing their fur coats. They were wearing a deep, blood-red colored set of robes underneath, which were similar to the Hogwarts ones in every way except color. Once the initial excitement had died down, everyone went back to their silent vigil, listening intently for any sound that would announce the arrival of the Beauxbatons delegation. Harry was getting nervous by the minute, and his heart was hammering in his chest. What if Fleur wasn't chosen to be one of the few to represent the school? He immediately crushed the thought. That wasn't possible. About 5 more minutes passed until someone yelled, "There!" It was one of the second years, and he was pointing at the sky where a dark shape was rapidly approaching. "What is that?" Colin Creevey asked, snapping photo after photo at the dark shape that was gradually getting bigger. "It's a carriage," Fred shouted. And sure enough, it was. A gleaming blue carriage loomed closer and closer, and in front, pulling them, were 4 dark gray winged horses. They landed with a crash just a few feet in front of them, and everyone instinctively drew back. The horses were much larger than hippogriffs, and their hooves were the size of large dinner plates. Hagrid clapped his hands excitedly, which drew many amused looks, and Dumbledore looked at him with his eyes twinkling. The carriage was large too. It was as big as a normal house. The door opened and a figure jumped out and waved his wand, and some steps appeared connecting the doorstep to the ground. A large woman stepped out, eliciting whispers of awe from the crowd. The woman moved with an elegance that was only matched by a few, and she had handsome, olive-skinned features with warm black eyes. She wore robes of black satin, and as she approached, the rest of the students followed through. Most of them were girls, wearing light blue silky dresses. Their dresses were knee-length, while the boys wore robes of the same color. All of the girls had their faces wrapped in shawls hiding them from view, and they seemed to be shivering. None of them seemed to want to remove their shawls, and Harry's heart sank. He needed to know that Fleur was there. "Albus, it is a pleasure to finally meet in person," the large woman said, extending her hand towards him. "My dear Olymp, it is an honor," Dumbledore said, in her hand. "Igor arrived already?" she asked. Her voice was gentle, almost like a cat purring. "Yes, they are inside. Let us go in. You may sit anywhere you find comfortable," Dumbledore added kindly to the students behind her who were shivering. But our horses need to be taken care of," she said. "Our care of magical creatures teacher, Rubeus Hagrid, will do it," Dumbledore said, gesturing at Hagrid, who came up smiling. "Olymp Maxime, a pleasure, meester," Agrid, Maxime said, smiling at him. Harry noticed that she was slightly taller than Hagrid. "Might I inform you that the horses drink only single malt whiskey?" "I will see to it," Hagrid said, bowing. Dumbledore turned around and motioned for the others to follow them, and everyone went inside to the entrance hall. Harry was depressed now. He kept lagging back trying to get a glimpse of the students, but he couldn't find her. Some of the girls had taken off their shawls, but he couldn't recognize any of them. He sighed and followed after Ron and Hermione, who were a few yards ahead of him and made to walk into the Great Hall when a melodious voice sounded behind him which froze him in place. "Ari." He turned around, hardly daring to believe it. He caught a brief glimpse of Silver before he was pulled into a hug, and he felt his heart skip a couple of beats before he recognized her. Her scent was something that was imprinted in his mind, and there was no mistaking it. It was her. She drew back, still holding his arms, her shawl lying on shoulders. She was as breathtakingly beautiful as he remembered, maybe more. Her sapphire blue eyes were twinkling brightly, and his eyes fell on her pink-colored lips that were parted slightly, the last observation making him blush. She laughed in her lilting voice and embraced him again, to which he smiled before returning it. When they drew apart, he noticed only then that everyone else was frozen in place looking at them. Dumbledore and Maxime were looking at the pair of them, smiling widely, and he could have sworn he saw Dumbledore wink. The boys around them were staring open-mouthed and had dazed looks in their eyes, while some of the girls were glaring at Fleur. One of the Beauxbatons students suddenly laughed, which seemed to bring everyone around them back to their senses. "Shall we?" Dumbledore asked, and Maxime nodded, and they made their way towards the teacher's table down at the end of the Great Hall. Harry grinned at Fleur, who smiled back at him while the rest of the Beauxbaton students were watching him closely. As they walked in, he realized all of the 4 house tables were stretched longer and that the Durmstrang students were sitting with the Slytherins. He made his way to the Gryffindor table and slid into the seat next to Hermione, who was staring wide-eyed at Fleur, who smiled at her before sliding into the seat next to Harry. Ron went purple and looked like a goldfish struggling to breathe when his eyes fell on Fleur, much to Harry's amusement. The rest of the Beauxbaton students took their seats in the Gryffindor table too. Harry was deeply aware of the jealous looks on him from all around the room, and he determinedly ignored them. He was too happy to care just then. Dumbledore stood up smiling, and the whispers died down. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you will find your stay here comfortable and will take the opportunity to make new friends. I have a few things I must address about the tournament, but unfortunately we must wait, for one of the officials is running a little late. I am sure that you have all had a tiring journey, so let me invite everyone to feast with us." Dumbledore took his seat, and the plates in front of them filled with food. Harry noticed that there were a lot of unusual dishes that he had never seen before, which, from the appreciative murmurs from the Beauxbaton students, must be some of their national dishes. Everyone piled their food onto their plates, and soon the hall was filled with the voices and laughter. "Well, how about introducing us, Fleur?" a blue-haired girl asked, who was sitting opposite them. "Oh, Ari, I'd like you to meet my closest friends. These is Aurélie and Zaysay too, are Caroline and Amy," Fleur said, gesturing at a pretty red-haired girl who smiled at him in a way that made him uncomfortable, and a blonde-haired girl who, noticing this, grinned at him. "Harry Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you," he said, grinning at them. The red-haired girl cocked her head sideways. "Didn't we meet at the World Cup?" she asked. Her accent was surprisingly good. He thought for a moment and remembered the girl that had waved at him. "Near the tent, right? You remembered," she exclaimed, and Harry nodded. Fleur looked surprised. "When was these?" she asked, looking surprised. Caroline laughed. "Remember I told you about the boy I thought looked good for an Englishman?" she asked, making him blush while the others looked on in amusement. "She is always like these, Ari, don't worry about it," Aurélie said, grinning at Harry while Caroline pouted. "I'm not always like this, but for you maybe," she said suggestively, smiling provocatively at him, making him squirm uncomfortably. She caught sight of Fleur giving her the tiniest hints of a glare and couldn't stop the smile that tugged her lips. Sure, she was her friend, but that didn't mean she couldn't make it all a bit more difficult for her. "And I think that person who hasn't stopped staring at Fleur since we sat down is the one that was with you next to you on that day?" she asked, pointing at Ron, who immediately received a very painful elbow at his side from Seamus. He had indeed been staring with a dazed look at Fleur the whole time, and Harry felt a wave of annoyance wash over him as he looked over. The way he, and actually most of the other boys on the Gryffindor table, were staring at Fleur and the other girls was nauseating. Ron came to his senses just then and stammered something incomprehensible and quailed under Caroline and the rest of the Beauxbatons students' gaze. That seemed to snap most of the others out of their daze, and they hurriedly busied themselves with the food in front of them. Harry turned to look at Fleur, who was looking uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, he said quietly to her, and she smiled warmly at him. Non-EET is not that uncommon. As the meal progressed on, Harry got to know every single one of the Beauxbatons students, who obviously knew who he was. From their behavior, and especially the girls, Aurélie, Caroline and Amy, he could tell that they were very protective of Fleur. Although each and every one of them was 17 and older, they were a lot of fun to talk to. They completely disregarded the rest of the people in the Gryffindor table. They didn't seem to take it too kindly to the way how everyone kept staring at them from time to time, which even he could admit was rather embarrassing. Soon the food was cleared from the plates, leaving them gleaming clearly. He turned to look at the Durmstrang students and burst out laughing when he saw at that exact moment Krum completely ignore Malfoy, who had asked him something, and turned to talk with one of the Durmstrang students, leaving Malfoy looking embarrassed. The Durmstrang students looked bored, and all around the room everyone were looking expectantly at the teacher's table. Harry noticed an elderly wizard who was seated next to the Durmstrang headmaster, who had graying hair and was dressed in a muggle suit. Dumbledore got up to his feet. "Seeing as we are now well fed, let us go on to the matters at hand. First let me introduce the headmistress of Beauxbatons, Olympe Maxime, and the headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff," he said, gesturing at the two people sitting next to him. Everyone applauded politely. "Next, let me introduce Mr. Barty Crouch, who is the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the man who made this tournament possible." More applause while he stood up and bowed. "Now, Mr. Filch, if you will," he called to the back where Filch was lurking around. He came up to the front with a large casket under his arm and set it on a pedestal in front of the teacher's table. Dumbledore walked towards it and waved his wand, and it melted away to reveal a rather large, golden goblet. "Now, let me introduce everyone to the judge that will be selecting who is going to compete. At precisely 7 p.m. on the evening of October 30th, the goblet will ignite, and from then on anyone that wishes to compete need only write their names and their school on a piece of parchment and drop it into the flames. Keep note, however, that only those that are 17 and above may submit their names. If anyone younger tries, you will be faced with some rather unique consequences," he said, with his eyes twinkling in the direction of the Weasley twins, who looked visibly offended. "Might I also stress on the fact that whosoever wishes to submit their name, be sure that you will be willing to compete if you are chosen. By submitting your name you are effectively signing a magical contract, which means you cannot back out if you are chosen. The champion will be chosen on the Halloween feast on the 31st, so you have time till then to submit your name. On an additional note, everyone is dismissed from classes on the 31st, he finished, smiling as some of the students cheered. "All right then, off to bed then." Karkaroff and Maxime got up, making their way towards their respective students, while the Hogwarts students filed out of the hall towards their dormitories. "Good night, Fleur," Harry said, standing up to follow after Ron and Hermione, who were waiting for him at the entrance when he saw Maxime coming towards their table. "Non, wait, Madame Maxime wanted to speak with you," Fleur said, holding him back. He looked at her in alarm, eliciting laughter from the rest of the students, but she smiled reassuringly at him, and he looked apologetically back at Ron and Hermione, who shrugged and left with the others, who were shooting curious looks over at them. He waited nervously while Maxime walked up to them. Even the Durmstrang students and Karkaroff were glancing over at them curiously, and when his eyes met Harry's, his eyes widened and performed the familiar shift to his scar. Harry looked up at the staff table where only Dumbledore and McGonagall were remaining, talking with each other, but he had the funny feeling that they were watching him. Hagrid was also there, although he was still eating, having arrived towards the end of the feast. "Monsieur, Harry Potter, a pleasure to meet you," she said gently. Harry smiled awkwardly at her, wondering what on earth was going on. "It's an honor to meet you, Madame Maxime," he said, bowing respectfully at her. She looked surprised, but her smile grew wider. "I wanted to thank you personally for protecting one of my students," she said seriously. Some of her students looked confused, but from the way Amy, Aurélie and Caroline smiled at him from behind her, he knew they knew what she was talking about. Feeling the color rising in his cheeks, he smiled uncertainly at her. It was nothing, he said quietly. Nevertheless, you avenue my gratitude, bonne nuit Monsieur Potter, she said smiling at him. Turning to her students she said something in French and left with the others who waved their goodbyes at Harry. Ari, can you come with me for a second? Fleur asked softly. He was surprised but nodded, and after turning to wave goodbye at Hagrid up at the staff table he followed her outside, where a little further away the rest of the students were making their way back to the carriage, which was situated a few feet away from Hagrid's hut. He caught sight of the Durmstrang students a little further away making their way back to the ship. It seemed they were going to be spending the night in it. Fleur, where are all of you going to sleep? He asked curiously, watching all of the students climb into the carriage. Our rooms are in Z carriages, EET is a lot more bigger on Z inside, she said grinning at him. He nodded sheepishly. Of course it was bigger than that, he had already forgotten their tents that they used during the World Cup. It was then he caught sight of a gleaming blue light on Fleur's chest. You wore it, he blurted happily without thinking. He had mostly forgotten about it after seeing her. She laughed and slowly pulled it out so that it was exposed. He frowned. It wasn't gleaming that brightly when he had bought it. I never got to properly thank you for it, did I? She asked. I'm just glad you wore it, he said sincerely. She smiled before leaning closer to him, planting a soft on his cheek. He felt his heart beat faster and all thought was wiped from his mind. After a few seconds she drew back and Harry felt his knees weaken when he saw that she was rather red on her face. Thank you, Ari, she said quietly. And bonne nuit, Harry, who was still shocked, forced his mind back to reality. Night Fleur, he said, and she smiled at him before walking away. His cheeks were still tingling and he watched her walk away. So what did you really do? Caroline asked eagerly, probably for the 14th time. Fleur sighed exasperatedly. It was 8 in the morning and her friends had come unceremoniously into her room and woken her up half an hour ago and had been interrogating her about Harry Potter. I already told you, we didn't do anything. I only wanted to thank him for my present and I did, she said leaning back against her pillow. What? Not even a wait. You did, she cried when she saw the blush forming on her face. Why are you making a big deal of it? It's normal for us too. No, not for you. My God, you have it bad. Caroline groaned exasperatedly. This is only making me so much more interested in him. Well, for what it's worth, Fleur, he did look really happy when he saw you. Amy said with a smirk. She felt a smile spread across her own face. When they arrived she had seen Harry standing near the front of the crowd and she had easily recognized him. He had a disappointed look on his face when they all started going back to the castle. When she finally called out to him, his shocked expression mixed with happiness made her heart leap, and before she knew what she was doing, had thrown herself into his arms in front of everyone. He is a cute one though, I wish I had put a claim over him the first time I saw him, Caroline said sighing softly. Catching sight of Fleur she grinned and added, relax, I won't do anything. He's all yours. He's not mine, she exclaimed, but she couldn't stop the feeling of relief that spread through her at Caroline's words. Truthfully, she had felt rather put out when she found out that Caroline had seen him at the World Cup too. Oh come on, it's obvious to all of us how much you like him. We've never seen you act this way over a boy from all our years together, Amy said while the others nodded. And from what I've seen, he is also rather taken with you. He kept looking at you throughout the feast sometimes, but it wasn't like the way the others look at you. It was different. I don't think he noticed us watching him even, she said thoughtfully. But he can't, he's younger than me, Fleur trailed off weakly. By what? 2-3 years. You turned 17 only recently too. Amy said softly. Look, Fleur, even if you can't seem to figure it out for yourself, we can. We've been watching you for over 6 years now. You just have to admit it to yourself. Do you not like him? Caroline asked bluntly. Fleur's mind was working furiously. She couldn't answer it directly, but she knew that if she was honest, she had only one answer to give. She just couldn't believe how fast she had grown fond of Harry. Meeting him last night had only increased her feelings for him. Initially she had kept telling herself that he was younger than her. That had been her excuse whenever her friends teased her about him. She used it to tell herself that she couldn't possibly be thinking about Harry in that way and that he was only a good friend. But after hearing it aloud, it just ceased to matter. She enjoyed being with him, he made her feel safe, something that until she met him, thought that only her father could do. He was quiet and reserved despite being famous. He was also similar to her in a lot of ways, both of them were seen not for what they really were, something that they both hated. Plus it didn't hurt the fact that she found him more than a little attractive. And if she dared believe it, he was just as interested in her. Well, Fleur. She gave a start and looked up. The others were watching her closely and she could see the smirks on all of them. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. I do like him. But it's a little scary about how fast I came to like him. She said quietly, unable to stop the blush creeping up her face, making the others grin triumphantly. Just see how it turns out, Aurelie said, then smiled. I don't think that he has eyes for anyone else though, it was pretty clear from the way he was after he saw you. It makes even me jealous. Fleur threw her pillow at her and laughed. Something told her what she said was true and it pleased her to no end. That said, you better get a move on. We may have all sworn off him, but that doesn't mean there aren't any other women that wouldn't mind having a say in it. Caroline muttered before getting up. It's almost 9, I'm hungry. All right, I'll get changed. Fleur muttered before ushering the others out. She stopped when she caught sight of her reflection on the mirror. Her cheeks were still stained red and she noticed that the blue stone on her necklace which was glowing brighter and felt warm to touch. What Caroline said was true, she couldn't really afford to keep putting it off. She needed to step up and take what she wanted. It was with these thoughts that she carefully tied back her hair, spending a lot more time than usual paying attention to how she looked before going outside to join her friends. Did you see the man that was taking care of the horses? Caroline asked when Fleur approached them and they started slowly walking back to the castle. Yes, Aurelie asked, lifting an eyebrow. Do you think he's like our headmistress? She asked. Fleur frowned, she hadn't really thought about that. The others too were looking thoughtful. Maybe, Aurelie said. They walked on and ignored the stares they were attracting from some of the students that were outside. Fleur shivered slightly. The boys in Hogwarts seemed to have little to almost no control over themselves. Their glazed expressions were unpleasant. Some of the girls glared at them, but they ignored them and continued on their way to the Great Hall. Just like first year in Beauxbatons, Aurelie said with an annoyed expression, eyeing a rather large boy who was drooling with his eyes on her. They entered the Great Hall and made their way to the Gryffindor table. And there's your target, she said in an audible whisper, causing the others to grin when they spotted him. Fleur frowned when she saw Harry there, reading a book by himself, sitting a little away from the others. None of the other Beauxbatons students were there yet and there were only a few Hogwarts students around them. Bonjour, Ari, she said brightly, seating herself next to him while the others took their seat opposite them. Harry gave a start and looked around at them. She frowned again when she saw his face. There were bags under his eyes and his eyes had a cold, almost dead look on them. It was only for a second though, his eyes suddenly sparked brighter and he grinned at them. Morning, she didn't fail to notice that how weak his voice sounded. You okay? She asked while the others looked at him concernedly. He nodded. Yeah, just tired I guess. Where are the others? Caroline asked, looking around. The tables weren't as crowded as the night before with only a few students around. Oh, they're in class. My professor told me to rest up since it was my only class for today, he muttered, rubbing his neck sheepishly. You, Avenue classes today? Aurelie asked incredulously. Only because we missed our last 2 yesterday, but I only had 1 scheduled for that day so I'm not really missing much. You're not eating, Ari? Fleur asked while they served themselves. He shook his head. Nah, I already ate, he said. Soon they were joined by some of the other Beauxbatons students who joined them. Most of them had taken a liking to him and to be honest, it was hard to see who wouldn't. He was completely different from what they'd all come to expect from Englishmen. She was surprised to find that he was in the Quidditch team too, much to Caroline and Aurelie's delight, who loved it. They made him promise he would let them ride his firebolt later in the day. Soon the food was wiped clean of their plates and little by little the hall was emptying of people. Most of the Bobaton students were eager to explore the castle and they left with leaving the 5 of them together. Caroline and the others had bullied him into taking them on a tour around school and they were just about to leave when, Mr. Potter, didn't I ask you to go to the hospital wing? I thought Mr. Weasley took you there. A stern voice sounded behind them and they turned to see a rather stern-looking witch looking at them. I'm sorry, Professor, I forgot. I told Ron I would go on ahead and told him to go back. He muttered softly, pushing himself to his feet. Almost as soon as he'd gotten up he swayed visibly and fell backwards, causing most of the people to look over curiously. In an instant the witch was kneeling on the floor beside him with Fleur, helping him up while the others looked on worriedly, half risen from their seats. The stern-looking witch sighed and pressed her hand against his forehead. You will get a fever like this. I'm going to have a few words with Mr. Weasley. How he could come back without seeing to it that you were safely in the hospital wing after seeing you pass out in my classroom is beyond me, she said softly. May I ask if you could take Mr. Potter to the hospital wing? It's on the first floor on the corridor to the right, she asked, looking at them. I'd take him myself but I have another class coming up soon. Oui, madam, Fleur said. I can go by myself, Professor, Harry mumbled quietly. No more out of you, Mr. Potter, or else I'm going to have to take points off Gryffindor. I will be asking Madame Pomfrey personally if you went to her or not, she said warningly before leaving. Harry looked embarrassedly at them and as soon as she was out of earshot, I can really go by myself, I just lost balance for a bit, he said before quailing under the combined gazes of the girls. We're going now, Ari, and you're going to come quietly, Fleur growled, sliding her arm around his waist and pulling him closer. We'll come too, I wanted to see around the castle anyway, Aurelie said, getting to her feet while the other two followed suit. Together they walked outside to the now deserted entrance hall. What are those hourglasses? Amy asked while Caroline and Fleur helped him climb the stairs. Oh, those show the number of house points for each of our houses. So, 4 houses and you're in Gryffindor. Yeah, the other 3 are Ravenclaw, Slytherin and Hufflepuff. At the end of the year the house with the most amount of points wins the House Cup, he explained. Wait a moment, he mumbled, putting his hand up against the wall, his breathing getting increasingly labored. What happened to you, Ari? You were fine yesterday, Fleur asked worriedly. I don't know, I think I'm just tired, that's all, he said, giving her a small smile. They started moving again and when they finally reached the hospital wing an elderly woman came hurrying over to them. I just got word from Minerva, put him on that bed over there, she said, pointing at the bed nearest to them. Once he was on the bed she came over holding a tray with different potions in them. Honestly, Harry, do you make it a necessity to end up here every year? She asked in a reprimanding tone, making him grin sheepishly at her. Let's see what's wrong with you now. She whipped out her wand and started murmuring quietly, tracing her wand around his body as the others looked on curiously. A few minutes later she suddenly snapped her eyes open and glared at him. Do you have a death wish? Sleep deprivation, exhaustion, and the most serious of all, you have almost completely drained your core of its magic. What in the world were you trying to do? If you had kept going at this pace you would have been crippled or worse, dead within the next few weeks. Fleur and the others stared in shock at Harry, who was now looking away, not meeting any of their eyes. Take these potions starting from now on every day before breakfast for a week. You are prohibited from practicing magic except for the simplest spells until the week is out. I will be sending notes to your teachers. Is that clear, Harry? He nodded mutely. Do you have trouble sleeping? If so, I can give you a potion for dreamless sleep. Harry muttered something incomprehensible while drinking each of the potions. The matron waited patiently for him to finish and asked, What did you say? He looked uncomfortable under the gazes of everyone and didn't say anything for a moment. I already tried that, it doesn't work, he said quietly. Her eyes widened slightly. That's strange, I will see what I can do. In the meantime it is important that you use this week to recover. If you overexert yourself again I will have no choice but to send you to St. Mungo's. Now, do you understand me? I cannot stress how important it is that you stay away from magic or any physical activity. If it were up to me I'd have you here until you recover and have confiscated your wand, but no. he yelped, cutting her off. Good, then you know what to do. I understand, he said. In the meantime, it is up to your friends to see that you don't step out of line. But, I guess no worries there, she said, her eyes twinkling mischievously at him before looking over at Fleur, whose hand was lying over his. Both of them blushed furiously, eliciting giggles from the others as she moved her arm away. Poppy, Harry whined, making the matron laugh. Her grin grew wider when Fleur looked determinedly back at her. So why don't you introduce them, Harry? She asked. Once everyone had given their names. Poppy frowned thoughtfully. Is the nurse in your school still Madame Leona? She asked. She has been ever since our first year, Aurélie said. Ah, I've been meaning to send her an owl for a while now, never knew where she was. Catching the confused looks on them, she added, we were trained under the same healer back then. I took the post available in Hogwarts. I had no idea where she was until I heard from a friend that she was the nurse in Beauxbatons. Can I go now? Harry asked suddenly. Oh, well, if it were up to me I would keep you here for the day. I'm not finished yet, she said when he made signs of interrupting her. I will let you go now if you come back here for a checkup every day in the evening, whenever you have time. Well, all right, Harry grumbled, slowly getting up. You all right? Amy asked. Good as new, he said, giving her a small grin before looking over at the matron. Thanks a lot, Poppy. Just make sure you do as I said. You know I make good on my threats, she said before walking back in the direction of her office. Sue, we can get a tour of Z Castle now, Aurélie asked, looping her arm through his while Caroline sidled up next to her and doing the same while the other two looked on in amusement and, in Fleur's case, slightly disgruntled. He laughed before straightening up. Where do miladies want to start? As it turned out, they wanted to see everything. He took them straight up to the 7th floor and proceeded back down. This place is huge, Caroline exclaimed as they came to the 5th floor. Harry looked at her, frowning. Isn't yours as big as this? No. Well, it is big, but it's nothing compared to this place, she said. Oh, do you have houses like ours with different common rooms? He asked. Non, we aren't sorted into different houses. We Avenue 2 quarters, one for Z boys and one for Z girls. Separate dormitories by Z years, Amy answered. They came onto the 4th floor where some other students were moving up and Harry's smile seemed to disappear instantly. Fleur looked closely when she saw a red-haired boy who she recognized as the one who had been staring at her during the feast last night. When he caught sight of them, his eyes narrowed and he muttered something to the group of boys behind him and glared at Harry. Harry, on the other hand, ignored them and walked straight past them. They noticed that Harry had quickened his pace and they hurried to catch up to him. Merde, Aurélie muttered when they reached Harry. He looked at her curiously and saw that she was glaring at the people around her. She muttered something in French which caused the girls to giggle, leaving him looking at them curiously. What's wrong? Oh, she just said Z Englishman, Avenue, almost no self-control. Fleur said, smiling slightly. It's just back in Beauxbatons I was never stared at as much as Fleur, but it's like I'm on display, she said, shuddering when they passed a group of 6th years who stared blankly at them. I don't know how much longer I can go without cursing one of them, Caroline said, glaring at a boy who Harry recognized as Malfoy, who was looking at her with an expression of longing while the rest of the Slytherins that were behind him, glaring daggers at him. Harry suddenly burst out laughing, which seemed to bring Malfoy to his senses, and quickly walked away, taking his cronies with him. By all means, if you're going to do something to Malfoy, I want in, Harry said, grinning at her, who smirked evilly back. So his name's Malfoy, she purred, sending shivers down his spine, making him feel almost felt sorry for him. Yeah, well, it also might be because you're all hanging around me, he said, nervously turning around and facing all of them. I'm not exactly a lot of people's favorite person right now. Fleur smiled at him, as did the others, and suddenly Caroline slipped her arm under Harry's and pressed Drew dangerously close to him and placed her mouth next to his ear. It's nothing we aren't used to. After all, you're our favorite person from Hogwarts already, no? She whispered audibly. As for the stairs, it's nothing new. It took a while for this to stop in Beauxbatons. But I wonder, should we be disappointed that none of us can affect you in that way? He went extremely red and looked at a loss for words. The expression on his face was so lost that the others couldn't help but laugh, even Fleur, although she was slightly disgruntled by what Caroline did. Caroline drew back and sighed softly. "A pity," she said before suddenly pulling him towards the grounds. They spent the rest of the time in the grounds, sitting by the lake. In the spot where Harry usually practiced his magic in the middle of the night, although he didn't mention it to them. It was well secluded and no one came their way. They watched the giant squid lazily drift across them next to the Durmstrang ship on the opposite side of the lake, discussing about the Triwizard Tournament and speculating about the events that were coming up. It was close to 1 when they decided to head back inside for lunch and everyone got to their feet except Harry. "Ari, you're not coming?" Fleur asked. Harry glanced at her and the others who were watching him curiously. "I don't feel like it, and besides, I'm not that hungry," he muttered, not meeting any of their eyes. Fleur frowned while the others looked confused. Then she murmured something to the others who nodded and sat back down next to him while he looked on in surprise. "I'll keep you company, Zen," she said. She was curious about why Harry was acting like this, and truthfully, she wasn't hungry either. "But," he began and fell silent. Under her glare, "We'll bring something when we come back," Caroline said. Before they walked away he could have sworn he saw them grinning. Harry was acutely aware that they were alone and suddenly he felt extremely nervous. This was the first time that he got to see her properly, and every little detail he could pick up only filled him with an ache in his chest and a desire to get closer to her. "Is there something on my face?" she asked, glancing at him with a mischievous smile. No, I just," Harry couldn't get any words out and he found himself unable to look directly at her. "Sorry," he murmured and looked away. He suddenly felt a small hand slip into his, making him flush slightly as she moved closer to him. "You know, I am glad that you aren't as immune as you make out to be," she said playfully, intertwining her fingers through his, watching as the blush deepened. "You wouldn't want to give the impression that you are not interested in girls, do you?" Harry grinned, somehow managing to keep his calm. "Well, I apologize if I gave you that impression," he said. A comfortable silence settled over them and they watched the ripples continuously emerge along different places in the lake. The place where they were was hidden from view unless anyone purposefully came around the bank. "You seem to be close with the nurse," she remarked aloud, and Harry suddenly laughed and straightened up against the tree they were leaning against. "I should be, after all the time I spent in there. It's not like I like getting myself hurt," he said indignantly, catching sight of her disapproving expression. "Things just always seem to happen to me." "Sure," she smirked at him and he returned the grin and they looked towards the lake for a few moments. "What happened to you in the morning? What in the world were you trying to do when you almost drained your core?" she asked, breaking the silence. "Just a little extra work, I guess I got carried away." She waited for him to elaborate but he didn't seem to want to and she let it go. She noticed that a shadow crossed over his face and his eyes seemed to lose its brightness, going back to the cold, dead look he had on his face in the morning. After a few moments she moved closer to him, making him turn to her. She could see, deep in his eyes, that he was hiding something. She could see the hurt in his eyes and she held his gaze before he looked away. "Is there anything wrong?" she asked, squeezing his hand a little. He didn't speak for a long time and she was going to ask him again when he suddenly spoke. "It's just, I don't understand what's going on anymore," he muttered. She waited patiently without breaking the silence. When he spoke again his voice was low. "When I try my hardest to do something because it is necessary, others see it another way." "Are you talking about the red-haired boy?" she asked, remembering their exchange back in the castle. He looked at her surprised before nodding. "My best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger," he laughed humorlessly. "They aren't particularly fond of how I do my things now." "What do you mean?" she asked gently. He stared at her for a moment and sighed. "I don't know how to explain it. It's just," he seemed to be struggling to find the proper words, "they think I have the perfect life. Famous for something I can't even remember. I would gladly give up everything I have if I could get what I lost back," he said quietly. "They were the only two I thought that understood me. It's not like I don't have any other friends, but after everything we had been through together, to find out that they still took me the wrong way, it just shows that even after all this time, I still can't get anyone to see who I am." He smiled sadly. I can't explain why, but it hurts. Silence reigned as his gaze met hers before he lowered his HEA. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear all that. Why did I go and say all that, to her especially? Fleur was shocked. She couldn't believe that he could have been feeling like this. He literally described exactly how she'd felt, well, still felt for the most part of her life. At least she had her friends who she knew she could count on, but she didn't want to imagine what he felt. She felt her heart sink as she looked at Harry, who was still gazing at the ground. Gently she brought her other hand to his chin and lifted his face, making him look at her. His eyes had the same cold look in them, and she could see the loneliness and the pain reflected in them. Don't worry about them. They haven't seen or understood you in the way you thought, Ari. Don't let them turn you into a person you are not. Harry looked like he was straining to say something, but she put her finger on his lips, silencing him. Don't try to change yourself, Ari. Even I can tell that there's a lot more to you than you're showing. I can understand that, but it's my job to find out none. And besides, I kind of like the person in front of me. Both the one I can see, and the one I cannot. She could see the surprise in his eyes. She had no idea what made her say it, but it just came out so easily. After what felt like hours, he finally averted his gaze. Really? He asked softly. She could detect a faint hint of hope in his voice. Without even telling herself to do it, she leaned closer and edged him lightly on his cheek. When she drew away, she could see the faint smile on his lips, and she felt his grip on her hand tighten momentarily. Unfortunately for them, we leave you two for a few hours and these happens. I feel like we should, haven't you come later? A sly voice forced them apart. They turned to see the rest of the girls, Amy watching them with satisfied smirks. It's not what it looks like, Fleur exclaimed, not noticing she was speaking in French, which made the others burst out laughing. What is it then? Come on Fleur, we need details, Aurélie said, smirking back at her. Even I'm impressed at how fast you move, Caroline said, and immediately ducked the tickling charm that Fleur sent at her. Calm down, your boyfriend is looking so helpless, it's adorable. Fleur sighed exasperatedly and pulled Harry to his feet, ignoring his bewildered look. Enough moping around, Ari, now come with us. Where are we going? Just come, she said, pulling him with her while the rest of them followed. They came up to the Beauxbatons carriage, which was a few feet away from Hagrid's hut, and they pushed him inside when he backed away. They took him down the corridor and into their small dining room, where there were two other Beauxbatons students who were having a late lunch. As soon as they took their seats, plates appeared in front of them, laden with food. You guys get your food here? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, we can eat if we want to, Aurélie said, grinning at him. Many of us prefer eating it is small and more private. But it is pleasant having you with us, Mr. Harry Potter. One of the students, a brown-haired boy, said, extending his hand. Harry recognized him as one of the boys he had talked with in the morning. I haven't introduced myself yet, haven't you? My name is Basile Surf. Harry grinned and shook his hand. After the other boy introduced himself as Jean, they started to eat. Didn't you eat? Fleur asked, eyeing the others as they too served themselves. We were going to, but Madame Maxime called us aside for something. After that we just thought we'd come and get you two before going, Caroline said, shrugging slightly. Ari, haven't you something to ask you? Basile asked. Harry looked at him curiously. When we were going around the castle, we came to the second floor, and there was a bathroom that was sealed off, and there were some unpleasant things written on the wall. I asked about it from one of the portraits, and he said that a couple of years ago the Chamber of Secrets was opened and that a monster attacked students in your school. I saw that too. I had been meaning to ask you about that, Ari, Aurélie said. Now that he mentioned it, Fleur could remember seeing something written in red letters on a wall, but it had been too far away from them and she hadn't thought much about it. It was on that floor that they had come across Ron Weasley and the other students too, and Harry hadn't stayed too long, which didn't let them get a good look at it. Harry nodded. Yeah, it was back in my second year. 3 students were petrified and 1 nearly died. The girls gasped, and Basile and the other boy got an odd gleam in their eyes. Z-Portrait also told me that it was you that killed Z-Monster inside it and made Z-School safe again. Is that true? Harry blushed, his face reddening from the attention. Fleur and the others were looking at him in amazement while the Basile and Jean were waiting eagerly to hear his response. Fleur could see that he was getting uncomfortable with the questions. Yeah, but, that's amazing, Amy exclaimed. What was Z-Monster? Jean asked eagerly. Harry was getting cornered as each second was passing. A basilisk, but he never got to complete his sentence when the others gasped in astonishment and fired questions rapidly at him. No, I just got lucky. If it weren't for Fox and the Sorting Hat I wouldn't even be here right now. Harry said, ignoring the questions. But a basilisk, Ari. EET is one of the most deadliest creatures in our world. Fleur said, gazing at him. How did you do it? Caroline asked, and the rest of them fell silent. It was clear that they wanted to hear it, and Harry sighed dejectedly. He told them all about how they had gone into the Chamber of Secrets when his friend's sister had been taken into it in an attempt to save her. He told them everything, Fox's timely arrival, how he got the Sword of Gryffindor and how he used it to kill the basilisk. He left out the part with Riddle's diary and his memory though. By the end of it everyone were looking at him with expressions of awe causing him to squirm uncomfortably. Guess you aren't famous just because of your name then? Caroline asked, grinning at him. Harry groaned loudly, drawing laughs from everyone, and they spent most of the next hour just talking with each other. Basile and Jean, Harry quickly realized, were like the French counterparts of Fred and George. He grinned inwardly, wondering what would happen if the four of them got together and made a mental note to introduce them to each other. It was sure to cause havoc. He glanced at his watch after a while and gasped. It was 5:45 and he had to go back to Poppy for his checkup and then on to the Room of Requirement to meet with Sirius and Lupin. He wouldn't be able to duel with Sirius, but he still wanted to see them. I've got to go, it's getting late. Harry said, getting to his feet. We'll see you tomorrow, Ari. Basile said while Jean nodded in agreement. Harry found he actually enjoyed their company. In addition to the fact that they were so much like the twins, they were fun to be around. The girls also called their goodbyes to him, and before he left he turned nervously to Fleur. Fleur, can I speak to you for a moment? She looked at him curiously before following him out of the room. Harry took a deep breath and forced himself to look at her. She made him feel emotions he never thought he'd possessed before. Thank you for everything. You don't avenue to thank me for anything, Ari. She said softly. We will see each other tomorrow. He nodded and returned her smile. Good night, Fleur. Bonne nuit, Ari, she said, and watched him disappear from view before she turned back and headed back to the dining room. I'm going back to my room. I need to write a letter to Gabrielle, she began. No, you're coming with us. You aren't getting away that easily, Amy said. Aurélie and Caroline stood up, grinning at her, and after bidding Basile and Jean, who were looking confusedly at them, good night, they marched Fleur to her room. Harry walked happily back up to the castle. The day had actually been one of the best days of his life. Spending time with Fleur and the others, especially Fleur, was something he was looking forward to. He couldn't wait until he saw her again tomorrow. He stopped by the hospital wing before heading to the common room where, unfortunately for him, he ran into Professor McGonagall, who had dropped in to see Poppy. Mr. Potter, if you ever endanger yourself like that again, I am going to give you detentions for the rest of the year, she said sternly. Yes, Professor, Harry said meekly. After Poppy had checked on him, she let him go. But only after he had promised her that he would be back first thing in the morning for his potions. Harry started climbing up towards the Gryffindor Tower and sighed before giving the password. Feeling the bitter memories from last night resurfacing in him. Yesterday, after watching Fleur disappear inside the carriage, Harry happily made his way back into the cast and climbed up to the Gryffindor Tower. Although it was late in the night, more people were up than usual. No doubt due to the excitement of having the foreign students over, and from the excited babble in the room, the appearance of Bulgaria's Star Seeker. Spotting Ron, Hermione and Ginny huddled together in a table away from everyone, he started towards them. Before he could reach them, however, he found his way blocked by Dean and Seamus. The man. Harry, how did you manage to bag that one? Seamus asked. Harry stared back at him. What? That girl. The one with the silver hair. She's Avila, isn't she? Harry realized he was talking about Fleur. Yeah, he muttered, acutely aware that they were the center of attention in the common room. Seamus wasn't even bothering to keep his voice down. How did you get such looker? I didn't get anyone. She's a friend, he muttered shortly. Yeah, right. Dean said, rolling his eyes. You're one hell of a lucky bastard. Harry didn't answer, but he made to go around them when he bumped into Ginny. Sorry, he said softly and made to head towards Ron and Hermione, who were watching from their place when he felt a hand close around his wrist. Looking around, he saw that it was Ginny who was holding his hand, and he looked curiously at her. You bought that necklace for her, didn't you? She asked quietly. Only Dean and Seamus heard it, while the rest of the people looked on intrigued. She suddenly let go and left hurriedly in the direction of the girls' dormitory, leaving Harry standing, utterly bewildered. He caught sight of the twins, who looked confusedly back at him, shaking their heads in negative to his questioning look. You happy now? He whirled around to see Ron standing a few feet away from him. Ron, Hermione said, her voice broke the silence that settled in the room. Her tone was almost pleading. What's going on? Harry asked. You think you're so good, don't you? Thinking that it makes you better just because you bagged that whore of Avila. The room went deathly quiet. Harry heard muffled gasps around the room. He looked at Ron directly, unable to keep the growing anger he was feeling down. What did you say? He asked quietly. I'm sick of you, Harry. You constantly keep finding ways to make yourself look better in comparison with others, don't you? What are we? People that you keep around just so you can feel good about yourself? Ron asked. Watch what you're saying, little brother. Fred suddenly said loudly. Ron just glared at him. Even from my own family. Are you trying to make me look bad in front of everyone just so they will accept you over me? What the hell are you trying to do? Harry couldn't think of anything to say. He was having enough trouble trying to make sense of what he was hearing. But Ron wasn't stopping his rant at all. Even with Ginny, you know that she liked you and you just act like you don't even know her. My sister not good enough for the likes of the great Harry Potter, is it? And what's with you outdoing everyone and acting like a teacher's pet? Is the attention you get not enough already? Making friends with Slytherins too. What are we? Not good enough for you? And then out of the blue you pick up some Vila whore. Ron, what? Hermione began interrupting him when Ron gestured towards her. Even Hermione said it. It's like we don't even know you anymore. Associating yourself with SS, going after those French women, ing up to McGonagall, I mean really. Harry wasn't listening to Ron at all. All he could do was gaze mutely at Hermione. Ron, this wasn't too surprising. But Hermione looked pleadingly at him. Harry, don't try to deny it. You said so yourself to Ginny, and you said that he was trying to make everyone look bad in class, he shouted at her. Hermione looked stricken and she got up and made to make her over to Harry, who had his head down, his hair completely hiding his face from view. Harry, we never, she sounded close to tears when he started laughing. His shoulders were shaking and everyone looked on in astonishment as he couldn't seem to stop laughing. It unnerved everyone. His laughter was subdued and had no trace of happiness or joy in it. Everyone were frozen in their places watching him until he finally looked back up and fixed his stare on Hermione, who flinched. His eyes were cold, there was no trace of the usual brightness in them. There was a small smile playing on his lips while he stared at her. Why are you laughing, Potter? Ron growled suddenly. Harry turned to look at him, and at that moment fire that was blazing at the corner of the room hissed angrily. His face had transformed so drastically. His eyes were the worst, the usual warm green was gone. It was as if at that moment Ronald Weasley was nothing more than an insignificant bug under his shoe. The metal grate in front of the fire made a loud grinding noise as he took a step towards the redhead, and no one could blame Ron for backing away. Why am I laughing? Harry asked. His voice was quiet, but it sent a chill to everyone's bones when they heard it. I find it funny because after all these years, I never saw this coming. Especially from you two. Harry, please, Hermione whispered, her eyes filled with tears. What, Hermione? He asked, turning to her. She fell silent and he looked at her for a few seconds before staring up at the ceiling. This is pathetic. I can't believe what I just heard at all. He looked back at Ron and fixed his stare on him. I thought you two knew what was going on. Guess I was wrong. Harry, Hermione spoke again, but he growled, silencing her again. Hermione, there is nothing that I have to say to you. Spotting his bag lying on a table a few feet away from him, he walked over to it and picked it up. He walked back to the entrance. One of the prefects tried to stop him, but the look he gave her made her shrink away from him. Stopping before climbing out, he looked back at Ron, who was standing as still as a statue. Weasley, if you ever call Fleur a whore again, there will be nothing that can stop me from cursing your mouth off your face. With that, he pushed past the entrance, leaving the deathly silent room behind. Where do you think you're going at this time? The fat lady demanded, but Harry ignored her and walked around the corner, hiding himself from her gaze. He pulled out his invisibility cloak and after putting it on, he ran. With every step he took, his mind was beginning to accept that what just happened had been real. Not even bothering about the noise he was making, he ripped open the tapestry in the third-floor corridor that led to the school grounds. A weight was growing on his chest that was straining to break free of him. He ran straight to the place beside the lake where he often came to practice magic and pulled out his wand. He didn't know what to do. It was getting painful. His magic was like an inferno, fueled by the raw feelings of betrayal and anger. It wanted release. And release he did. He let loose a strangled yell as a gigantic beam of pure energy erupted from the end of his wand, streaking across the lake, leaving a crackling trail behind. His legs gave out from under him, and then he knew nothing more. When he awoke much later, it was in his bed back in the Gryffindor Tower. Sighing, he gave the password and climbed through. The chatter in the room died down when he emerged, and Harry took no notice of everyone and walked determinedly towards the dormitory, intending to get his books and take them with him so that he won't have to come back after meeting Sirius and Lupin to get them. Hey Harry, can we speak to you for a moment? Fred asked, walking up to him with George right behind him. After regarding them for a moment, he shrugged and followed them to their table. Fred turned around and Harry noticed that for the first time since he had known them, they neither of them had their usual grins on their faces. Listen, we want to apologize for what Ron said. We never thought anyway like that of you, and we sent a letter to Mom telling her about what he did, he said while George nodded in agreement. Harry regarded them silently for a moment before managing a small smile at them. There's nothing to apologize for, he said quietly. It was true, they had never been anything but decent with him. When they continued to look uncertain, he decided to break the tension. Come on, where are the usual two I knew? He asked, and they broke into their usual grins. Fred and George, reporting for duty, sir, they said, saluting smartly at him, making Harry and the others that caught the exchange laugh. By the way, there are a couple of people I want you two to meet, Harry said, remembering Basile and Jean. Will do, Harry, George said. Katie, Angelina and Alicia climbed through the portrait hole behind them, and Katie, spotting Harry, made her way to him and the twins with the other two close behind them. Hey Harry, I overheard Professor McGonagall saying something about you being in the hospital wing. You okay? Katie asked, looking at him in concern. It's all right. No, really, I'm all right, he said when they continued to look at him worriedly. If you say so. I had never seen her so angry before. I walked in on her shouting at Ron over there, something about him not taking you to the hospital even after you fainted. He what? Fred asked, his grin vanishing to be replaced with a scowl and glaring over at Ron, who was at the opposite side of the room, ignoring them. If there's anything wrong, you'll let us know, won't you? Alicia asked. Harry looked gratefully at them and nodded. I will, anyway. Sorry guys, but I've got to go, he said, glancing at his watch and noticing that it was almost 8. He went up the boys' dormitory and grabbed the books and stuffed them in his bag before heading back down. He came face to face with Hermione when he emerged back into the common room. A surge of anger flared in him, and he walked past her when she opened her mouth to speak and climbed out of the portrait hole and set off towards the room of requirement. Sirius and Lupin were already there, and as soon as they saw Harry they stood up with stern expressions that reminded Harry of Professor McGonagall. I just got word from Dumbledore about what happened. Mind telling me exactly why you almost killed yourself? Sirius growled. Harry explained what happened, and at the end of it Lupin was frowning thoughtfully. You must have released almost every ounce of energy you had into that spell. Only when a wizard is put under severe strain or emotional instability can he manage that. What happened? Harry grimaced. I'd rather not talk about it for now, he said quietly. Lupin regarded him for a few moments and nodded. Sirius still looked concerned, but he let it go after a look from Lupin. They sat down and opened up some bottles of butterbeer that Lupin had brought. If you are put back in the hospital wing for doing magic again, I will personally see to it that you are put away in St. Mungo's until you recover, Sirius said, narrowing his eyes at him. But it's a whole week. He whined. No, Sirius roared. Harry, do you have any idea how close to death you were? All right, I was only kidding. I don't want to spend a week on a bed anyway. He frowned thoughtfully. Can't I start occlumency yet? I was planning on doing that today, but with your condition it would not be very wise. Lupin said gently. Harry nodded unhappily. What is occlumency anyway? It is a way of defending your mind against external penetration. The opposite of it is legilimency, that gives you the power of accessing another's thoughts and memories. Voldemort is well versed in both arts, and after your visions Dumbledore agreed that it is necessary for you to learn to defend yourself should you need it. So Voldemort could see what we are thinking whenever he wants to. Harry asked worriedly. It depends on how well a person's mind is guarded. Sometimes the victim of a legilimency attack can even reflect it to their invader if they are well versed in occlumency. I don't think you will have much trouble mastering it though. Resisting the Imperious Curse is somewhat similar to this, he said smiling. So if I learn this, I might be able to block the visions. That's what we're hoping for. Wait, what do you mean, visions? Did you have any more after the one you told me about? Sirius asked. Yeah, but none of them were as clear as the first one. They're all dark and blurry. I started seeing them after I came back to Hogwarts. It's usually always at night I see them, and after that I usually can't go back to sleep at all. We should have gotten started on this sooner. Will you start going over the theory first? We can start on it first thing after Madame Pomfrey deems you fully recovered. Lupin said, and Harry nodded eagerly. If he could stop the visions he could finally have a good night's sleep. They settled in comfortable silence, enjoying the drinks and talking about some of the things Harry could practice without doing magic for the upcoming week. When it was getting late they went back to Hogshead, leaving Harry to go back to the grounds. He didn't want to admit it, but the visions he frequently saw made him uneasy, and he was honestly afraid of falling asleep. The rest of the weeks leading up to the day when the goblet would choose the champions passed by without much incident. Harry noticed that Fleur and her friends always kept him company whenever they had free time, something that Harry was constantly looking forward to. He introduced the twins to them, and later, the three chasers to them, all of who became fast friends with each other. A number of hilarious incidents involving Filch, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle and even Ron took place, all of which Harry was sure the twins, Basile and Jean, had a hand in. Harry's was getting increasingly subdued whenever he wasn't with Fleur and the others. It seemed that most of his classmates were either too nervous to approach him or, like Ron, muttered things behind his back. Hermione kept trying to speak to him, but he completely ignored her, preferring to speak with Daphne whenever they had potions or runes. No one apart from the few that spoke to him even attempted to talk to him, and he didn't attempt to talk to anyone. It suited him better that way. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class was easily the most action-packed. They were learning to take care of funny creatures that looked like a cross between a scorpion and a fire crab that Hagrid called blast-ended scroots. They quickly figured out why it was so called when one of them propelled itself forward with a bang with sparks flying out behind it. As time went by they seemed to get more and more aggressive, and it was getting tougher to keep them from killing each other. Herbology was a smelly, all-around disgusting affair where they were trying to extract a yellow pus from some plants which supposedly provided cures for acne. They couldn't wait to move on and on to the next part of the lesson, which hopefully wouldn't be as bad as this. Surprisingly, his best subjects became transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, and most shockingly, potions. All of the teachers, save Snape, were reveling in Harry's progress, and they took great pride. Professor McGonagall especially, to give Harry more advanced bits of what they had just done, seeing as he usually accomplished whatever was the goal of the lesson after just 2 or 3 attempts, meaning he was free for the larger part of the lesson. Snape usually let him go whenever he finished, and he almost never bothered Harry anymore, choosing to avoid him. A change which Harry greatly appreciated, and Malfoy hated. Mad-Eye Moody though he found rather strange. Ever since he'd thrown off the Imperious Curse, he often caught him gazing at him, quickly looking away whenever their eyes met. Whenever Moody drank from his hip flask near Harry, he could smell a familiar odor of which he almost always forgot about within the next few minutes under the strain of the work put under them. Harry, Fleur and the others visited Hogsmeade whenever they had the chance. The French students were very pleased with the tiny town and took great delight exploring it. Twice when they were in it, Amy, Caroline, Aurélie and the others mysteriously disappeared for a few hours, leaving Harry and Fleur alone, something which they both found intriguing. Yet, they never questioned it and enjoyed the time they had together, both happy to be in each other's company. He couldn't understand how it was with him and Fleur. He had multiple people from Hogwarts and even from Durmstrang come up to him and ask bluntly if they were going out together, which he always denied, fighting down the urge to curse them when they got smiles on their faces when he did. Once, an elderly couple they ran into in a shop in Hogsmeade remarked about how good they both looked together, causing them both to blush furiously and hurry out of the shop, much to the shopkeeper's amusement. He realized by now that he was getting attracted to Fleur, but he was afraid to say anything and ruin the friendship they had. Looking at it logically, why would she ever see him as anything more than a friend? She's perfect in every way, gorgeous, witty, a far better person than he could ever hope to be. She could have any person she wanted in a heartbeat. More than half the students were head over heels for her. Why would she even need to look his way? But even with all that, he hated just how real the possibility was for something between them. Every little clue, the way she smiles at him, the way their hands would occasionally brush each other, it all just felt too good to be true. Ever since Harry was declared to be fit once again for magic, he had gotten himself 3 very protective older sisters of sorts, Angelina, Katie and Alicia. All of who were closely watching over him. It was different from the constant nagging he used to get from Hermione. It made him feel like they were all a part of a big family. His duels with Sirius were steadily improving. Much to Sirius's approval, he had altogether stopped using defensive spells and he had already mastered the shield-breaking spell. Harry was able to break through almost any shields that Sirius erected, and more than once he managed to corner Sirius. Although Sirius always managed to get out of it, Harry knew that he was proud with the way Harry was doing. Harry finally started on occlumency, and it was safe to say that it is one of the most hardest things he had ever done. Whenever Lupin dived into his memories, Harry couldn't control his emotions when he was forced to relive them, thus causing his concentration to fail and allowing Lupin easy access to his mind. Additionally, he now had headaches each day and his visions were getting more numerous. In almost no time at all, it was the 30th of October. Harry watched with everyone else as the goblet ignited with brilliant blue flames at exactly 7 in the evening. Immediately afterwards, the Durmstrang students with Crumb in the lead each came forwards and dropped slips of paper with their names and school written on them into the goblet, which flared red every time a paper was dropped. Harry gave Fleur's hand a comforting squeeze before she got up, which elicited a small smile from her before she walked up to the goblet and confidently dropped in her name, followed by the rest of the Beauxbaton students. Many of the Hogwarts students dropped in their names too. So far, the favorites were Cedric Diggory and Angelina Johnson, with both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor cheering on their housemates. Harry didn't mind either way as long as none of the Slytherins got chosen as champion. After dinner, Harry had just said bid good night to Fleur and the others and was just walking up the grand staircase when he heard a muffled scream coming from outside. He faintly thought he recognized the voice and bolted back downstairs and out into the grounds, pushing past the people who were milling out the great hall. Harry arrived just in time to see a group of Durmstrang boys grab hold of Fleur roughly as she screamed again. Amy and the others were a few feet away from them and he could see them rushing to help Fleur. Seeing Fleur scream snapped something in him and he whipped out his wand and yelled, "Relatio!" pointing his wand at the boys who were repelled backwards violently, away from Fleur. He ran over to her and his anger increased at the sight of her on her knees sobbing slightly with part of her uniform torn. He crouched down next to her and gently gripped her hand. She shivered slightly and leaned into his arms, crying softly while he stood up awkwardly, trying to comfort her in any way he could, wrapping his arms around her. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw Karkaroff yelling at the 4 students. Madame Maxime came up to them and gently laid her hand on Fleur, who was still shaking violently and refusing to let go of him. "Monsieur Potter, can you bring Fleur to the carriage?" she asked. Harry nodded and gently guided her towards the carriage with Amy, Caroline and Aurélie following, glancing at Fleur worriedly. They hadn't gone a few feet before they heard a voice behind them. "Excuse me." They turned to see the Durmstrang boys, and Madame Maxime eyed them icily. The rest of the Beauxbatons students suddenly drew closer together, blocking Fleur and Harry from view. "Yes?" she asked coldly. "They wanted to apologize for the what happened. We're not in control of our actions," the tallest one of them said. Madame Maxime snorted. "You really expect me to believe that? Just because she is what she is does not excuse you in the least for your behavior. I know for a fact that my student spends most of her time working hard to keep her allure under control. She attaches the attention she gets. You're telling me you 4 got enthralled by a non-adult Vila, who wasn't even trying?" Silence followed. "Remember these. You are not in Bulgaria anymore. Come near, or any of my students again and you will not get away with it." With that she turned around, striding towards the carriages with Harry and the others following in her wake. Once they were inside the carriage, Harry led Fleur to her room with the others. She had quieted down, but every now and then she would shiver suddenly. When Harry tried to let go of her, she tightened her grip on him, making him look helplessly at Madame Maxime and the others. "Let Avenue some time, Aurélie said softly. He nodded, glancing worriedly at Fleur, who still had her face hidden from view in his arms. They gently closed the door, leaving them inside. "Fleur," he murmured softly. "Don't go," she whispered softly. She sounded so vulnerable that he couldn't find it in him to refuse. He slowly slid to the floor, leaning against the wall with Fleur. It didn't seem prudent to put her on the bed, especially when she was refusing to let go. She suddenly sighed and rested her head on his shoulder, making him blush slightly before he pulled her closer to him. He could feel her breathing getting slower. He took the time to look around the room. This was much like he'd imagined her room to be, like, neat and organized. He caught sight of a photo on the bedside table directly in front of him, from which Fleur and the rest of her family were waving furiously at him. Grinning slightly, he glanced down at Fleur and was startled to find that she was fast asleep. She was holding onto him rather tightly, he noted. He knew he couldn't move without waking her. Sighing softly, he moved to make himself a bit more comfortable before returning his gaze to her. Even in her sleep she looked nothing less than breathtaking. "You're in over your head, Potter," he mused silently. Why did he have to fall for someone so far out of his reach? Smiling at the irony of his situation right here and now, he closed his eyes. He felt far more at peace with her near him than he cared to admit. Madame Maxime came to check on Fleur in the middle of the night, and she gently pushed open the door. She was surprised when she found both her and Harry asleep, and after a brief moment's hesitation she closed the door again as quietly as she could. Fleur woke up early in the morning feeling a little sore. She almost jumped in surprise when her pillow rose and fell, and she looked up to see Harry with his eyes closed, leaning back against the wall with one hand around her. Her pillow had been his shoulder. She looked at her watch. It was still only 5 in the morning, and besides, she was loath to leave her spot next to Harry. She gazed up at him and watched him fondly while he breathed in and out. Feeling sleep take over her again, she leant contentedly against Harry and smiled inwardly when she felt Harry's arm tighten around her. ... They were woken up to a loud chorus of ahs from the girls, and both of them had hurriedly got up, sleepiness forgotten. "I trust you two had a good night's sleep?" Aurélie asked, winking at the pair. Harry looked so embarrassed that they burst out laughing at his expression, even Fleur. "Come on you two, we're going to Hogsmeade. The others are waiting for us outside," Caroline said before walking outside with the others, leaving Harry looking determinedly away from Fleur. "I'm sorry, Fleur, I meant to leave, but I guess I fell as..." She silenced him with a quick peck on his cheek. "Enough out of you," she murmured. "I'm glad you didn't leave." She couldn't help laughing at the embarrassed expression on his face. He really had no idea just how endearing that was. "Well, I guess I'll let you get changed," he muttered, starting towards the door before she stopped him. "Don't you, Avenue to 2. I was going to go ba. Anything wrong with doing EET, air? And no. I mean yes. I mean I can't." He started stammering. She waved her hand, cutting him off. "There's no need. Lock the door, stay, air till I get changed and you can use my shower afterwards." "But I don't have any clothes," he whined. "I'll get you something to wear. Now stay." She quickly took a shower and got changed after ensuring he wasn't leaving. Once she was done, she ushered him in and left to salvage something to wear for him. It wasn't too hard seeing as one of her friends, Jean, was around the same size as him, albeit a little taller. Once they were done, they left to join the others. Even the twins and the Gryffindor chasers had come and they all spent the rest of the day in Hogsmeade. The group had fun teasing both Harry and Fleur about what happened in the morning, and both were thankful when they started heading back to the castle. Harry determinedly ignored the jealous stares coming his way when they walked back to the Great Hall and instead focused on the goblet like many of the others. After the Halloween feast was served and the food cleared, the headmaster got up and an unnatural silence settled throughout the hall. "It is time for the champions to be chosen," he said, and almost as soon as the words had escaped his lips, the goblet began hissing violently and sparks of reed shot out from it. The sparks suddenly disappeared and a piece of paper came floating through the air, which Dumbledore caught. "The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum," he read loudly, and the hall was filled with cheers and applause. Dumbledore smiled at Krum and directed him towards a door on the right behind the staff table. He stared intently at the goblet, which was now sparking red once more, and Dumbledore caught another paper that floated through the air. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." The hall was filled with applause again, and Harry grinned at her, who smiled radiantly back at him before standing up and walking up to Dumbledore, who watched her with his eyes twinkling before directing her to the door on the right. The tension was now high as the goblet started hissing again. A paper came flying out, which Dumbledore grasped. "The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory." The whole Hufflepuff table were on their feet applauding as Cedric walked over to Dumbledore. Harry sighed inwardly. He was glad it wasn't Warrington, the 7th year from Slytherin. "Now then, the champions have been chosen," and Dumbledore stopped himself when the goblet started hissing again and a paper shot out of it. He caught it and stared at it for a moment while the flames in the goblet died down until it became non-existent. The entire hall was deathly quiet, and almost immediately Harry had a bad feeling that whatever it was going to be bad news. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Harry Potter," he called, and Harry felt himself freeze. This was very bad news. Harry couldn't believe his ears. The silence that had settled in the hall when Dumbledore had called out his name was deafening. He felt the gazes of everyone drilling into his back as he sat as still as a statue, trying to make sense of what just happened. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore called again, breaking the silence. Harry looked up and determinedly avoided the gazes of his housemates. He felt a cool hand grip his next to him, and he looked sideways at Aurélie, who nodded encouragingly at him. "It's all right, go on, Ari," she said softly, giving him a comforting squeeze. He got up, feeling like his legs would give out at any moment from under him, and turned towards the teacher's table. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to walk slowly towards the teacher table. He kept his eyes fixed on Dumbledore, who was looking right back at him with a calculating expression on his face. It felt like he would never reach the table. Quiet muttering broke out around him. The icy stares were enough to send chills down his spine. He cleared his mind completely, using everything Lupin taught him with occlumency, blocking out everything. He didn't want to know what they were saying. Dumbledore stepped aside when he reached him, clearing the path to the door that Fleur and the others had gone through. As soon as he was in, the door swung shut behind him. Breathing a sigh of relief at being away from under the gazes of everyone, he leaned against the wall. His mind was in chaos. Blind fear and panic threatened to overwhelm him. He didn't have much time though. The door swung open again to reveal a rather large, blonde-haired wizard who Harry recognized as the enthusiastic commentator from the World Cup. "Harry, why are you standing here? Let's go join the others," he said, beaming at him. He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder and practically pushed him down the corridor and opened a door on the right to reveal a moderately sized room with comfortable-looking couches and a fire blazing in the fireplace at the side. Fleur, Cedric and Crumb, who had been standing silently away from each other, looked up when Harry and Bagman walked in. "Ari, what's wrong?" Fleur asked. He could detect a note of concern in her voice and he knew his face was betraying some of the panic he was feeling. Cedric and Crumb were looking at him curiously too, and he opened his mouth to say something but found that he couldn't get his voice to work. Bagman, on the other hand, had no such problems. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the youngest and fourth champion?" he said in his signature voice that he used while commentating. Fleur, Cedric and Crumb just stared at him. He stared fixedly at the floor, unable to look at any of them. "But, there must be a mistake," Fleur exclaimed. Bagman turned, smiling brightly at her. "Mistake? No, no, I assure you, Mr. Potter's name came out of the goblet just a few minutes ago." At that moment the door behind them burst open and Dumbledore came in, leading a group of people. He strode swiftly to Harry and grabbed his shoulders tightly. "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" he asked, shaking him roughly. His voice was one that Harry wasn't used to hearing from in all of the past years in Hogwarts. "No. Did you ask an older student to put it for you?" "No, sir, I didn't," Harry said, looking straight into Dumbledore's electric blue eyes. He felt like he was being X-rayed and repressed a shudder. "He is lying," a man said loudly, and Harry looked up to see that it was the Durmstrang headmaster that had spoken. Dumbledore ignored him. "Are you telling the truth, Harry?" he asked. His voice was back to the normal tone that he always used when talking with him and that put him at ease. "Yes, sir," Harry said quietly. "Are you just going to let this boy lie to you, Albus?" the Durmstrang headmaster said again. Harry could see that the man was positively livid. "Karkaroff," Moody growled. The Durmstrang headmaster fell silent. "Headmaster, Potter has been crossing lines ever since he first came to this school. I wouldn't put it past him to disobey the rules set for the tournament." Snape drawled from the back, and Harry could feel his anger rise tenfold and forced himself to remain quiet. "That's enough, Severus," Dumbledore said with an air of finality in his voice. "I don't think that Harry put his name in, but due to the rules, he will have to compete. This is preposterous. Hogwarts can't have two champions. I demand that we reignite the goblet and resubmit names so that each school will have two champions. Else I will be forced to withdraw my student and return to our school. We have no wish to participate in a biased tournament. It is only fair," Karkaroff said coldly. Moody suddenly laughed. "Empty threats as always, Karkaroff. You and your champion are not going anywhere. He was chosen so he, like Potter, has to compete. I assume you are knowledgeable about the binding magical contract he signed when he submitted his name. Which also means that Potter has to compete." "How convenient," Snape said. He walked forward and Harry saw that Snape had a sinister smile on his face. Heist himself, whatever was coming next could not be good. "I know for a fact that many of the Gryffindor students, led by Fred and George Weasley, tried to submit their names late last night by using the aging potion. Your ever-faithful sidekick was also present at the time, I believe, as he was with them in the hospital wing getting rid of the after effects. So Potter, is there any reason to believe that you were not with them? Perhaps the goblet malfunctioned and there were no problems for you." For a brief moment he looked towards Fleur and Madame Maxime. "I was not with them," he said quietly. He didn't want to mention the fact that he was with Fleur because it would embarrass her. "It's going to take more than your word for that, Potter," Snape said smugly. "I wasn't. You can ask any of them. Ari did not go anywhere near the goblet." Fleur's voice cut him off. He turned to find her glaring daggers at Snape. "Can you confirm that?" Snape sneered at her. "E was with me," she said, causing everyone to look at her with shocked expressions. Several moments passed before Snape broke the silence. "Headmaster," inappropriate behavior such as whatever else that Snape was going to say was cut off by Madame Maxime's loud voice. "What are you implying, monsieur? I know for a fact that Monsieur Potter was with us, for I had personally asked. I am to come after the incident with the students from Durmstrang. I decided to let I am stay since it was late. I trust there are no problems with this." she asked, directing her question at Dumbledore, who now had a small smile and a twinkle in his eye. Of course not. His face grew somber. I am afraid that you will still have to compete because of the contract. Sir, please, I don't want to compete, Harry said desperately. Before Dumbledore speak again, however, Karkaroff interrupted. So an underage wizard is going to be allowed to compete, giving Hogwarts an unfair advantage. What about the students that worked hard for this chance, Albus? Many of my students would die for the chance to compete. We should. Maybe someone is hoping that Potter is going to die for it. Moody interrupted quietly, making the room go dead silent. Alistair, what are you saying? You can't be serious, Bagman asked, his eyes wide. The goblet is a very old and powerful artifact. Only a powerful witch or wizard could have hoodwinked it to make it think that perhaps, instead of just 3 schools competing, there are 4. Thereby submitting Potter's name under the 4th group. Given the history of this tournament and the binding contract, it seems like the perfect chance to expose Potter to the dangers that come with the tournament. You know a lot about it. Karkaroff sneered. Moody turned to focus on him, fixing both his normal and artificial eye on him. It's my job to think as dark wizards do, Karkaroff. It has served me well in my days as an Auror, as you should know. Alistair, Dumbledore said warningly, silencing Moody. Now then, I think it's about time we let the champions have their instructions. Mr. Crouch, if you please. A man with graying hair who was standing beside Madame Maxime stepped forward. He wore a neat Muggle suit. Harry doubted even the Dursleys could see him for what he is. The first task will take place on the 24th of November. This task is designed to test your daring and nerve in the face of the unknown, so you will not be given any information about what you will face. If any of you have questions about it, I suggest you ask them now. Crouch looked around at Harry, Fleur, Crumb and Cedric expectantly. When no one spoke, he nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Potter, since you were submitted independently, that is, without the backing of a school, you may choose to either be a champion for Hogwarts or remain as you are. Which means you will be representing none other than yourself. Harry looked up in surprise. He knew that there would be no difference in what he chose. He already knew how the rest of the school would react to him competing in the tournament. Then again, Cedric is the Hogwarts champions. The real one. He was chosen to represent Hogwarts. He was the true Hogwarts champion. There was no reason for him to intrude on the Hufflepuff's glory. That, and this would at least make it fair. More trouble shouldn't be caused for Fleur and the others because of him. Harry looked up, catching Dumbledore's eye. By the small smile on the headmaster's face, he had an odd feeling that he knew what Harry was going to choose. I will remain as I am, sir. Then it is settled. Good luck to you all. Crouch smiled stiffly at them before moving back and out of the door, closely followed by Snape, Moody and McGonagall, who Harry hadn't noticed. Dumbledore turned, smiling at them. This has been a long night for all of you. I advise that you all get yourselves to bed as soon as possible. Oh, and before I forget, the wand-weighing ceremony will take place next week on Wednesday. Make sure you all get excused from your classes and come to the unused classroom on the ground floor by 3 in the afternoon. Karkaroff beckoned Crumb and they were the first to head to the door. Harry, Cedric, make sure you two head back to your common rooms now. I'm sure your housemates are waiting up for you, Dumbledore said brightly before walking out. Harry waited until Dumbledore and Cedric went outside before turning to Fleur, avoiding her eyes. Fleur, can I speak to you for a moment? He heard Fleur say something in French to Madame Maxime, who nodded at her and followed after Dumbledore, giving Harry a small smile. Just when he realized it was only him and Fleur in the room, her voice broke the silence. Ari. He looked up at her for a moment before looking away again. He felt like he had wronged her somehow. Fleur, I just wanted to apologize. His words failed him when he felt her hand on his chain. Bringing his face up to meet her gaze. There is nothing for you to apologize for, she said, looking at him in confusion. He shook his head. You shouldn't have had to say that you were with me in front of everyone. He mumbled. I don't regret saying it at all. You stayed with me when I needed you, and for that I will always be grateful. I didn't want them thinking that you had entered the tournament. Even if you hadn't been with me that time, I know you would never haven't you entered yourself into these. He looked tentatively up at her and was relieved to find that she was smiling at him. There was no trace of doubt in her eyes. Her smile dropped suddenly and she looked downcast for a moment, making Harry look at her worriedly. "What's wrong?" he asked. "It's just, what that man said worries me. Why would anyone want to put your name into the goblet, Ari? What if they did it, hoping you would get hurt?" She bit her lip. "What if anything happens to you during the tournament?" Knowing that she was worried about him caused his heart to soar with happiness, while another part of him was guilty for making her worry about him. "Nothing will happen to me, Fleur. If what he said is true, I'm more worried that something will happen to you or the others because of me." She smiled slightly, her hand coming up to his face, her fingers tracing his cheek lightly. "That is one of the things I like about you, Ari," she murmured softly. He was trying hard to hide his face but to no avail. She finally seemed to take pity on him before she suddenly drew her hand away. "We should get going, Madame Maxime is waiting for me." He nodded and they left the room. He saw the Beauxbatons headmistress and to his surprise, Cedric waiting for them at the entrance to the Great Hall. "Bonne nuit, Ari, you too, Monsieur Diggory," Fleur added, looking at Cedric, who grinned back at her. "Night, Fleur, madam," Harry said respectfully to Madame Maxime, who smiled back at him and left, putting her hand around Fleur's shoulders, and the two started conversing in rapid French as they made their way out. Harry looked curiously at Cedric, who shook his head and gestured towards the stairs. Once they started climbing, Cedric stopped at the top of the stairs and turned to him. "Harry, why did you choose to not represent Hogwarts?" He sighed. "You are the one that was chosen to represent Hogwarts. I'm not even supposed to be in this thing. I'm only worried about getting through this thing to the end since I have to compete. Hogwarts deserves its true champion, not someone underage and inexperienced. I'll probably end up embarrassing myself. Rather not drag everything down with me." Cedric smiled warmly at him. "Still, it would have been better if we had two chances at it. I don't think you will be bad at the tournament. In fact, I think you will give us all a run for our money. The stuff I've heard you've done over the past few years, well," he trailed off and Harry managed a small smile at him. They both started making their way to the first floor when Cedric suddenly laughed. Harry looked at him curiously and found that Cedric had a mischievous glint in his eyes. "So, you and Fleur H?" he asked slyly. Harry felt his cheeks flush at the question and was glad of the darkness that hid it. "We're just friends," Harry mumbled, but as he said it, he knew how weak it sounded. "Sure," his tone was heavy with sarcasm. "You like her, don't you? Everyone knows that." He laughed at the mortified look on Harry's face. "Don't worry, I won't go around telling anyone. Especially about where you were, say, last night." His tone was teasing. "Cedric," Harry growled, "relax. But still, you're seriously lucky. Trust me, you wouldn't want my luck. Ever." Harry muttered grimly, his mind wandering. Back to the tournament. They had reached the fourth floor when Cedric stopped, saying that he had to go down that way to his common room. Harry glanced curiously down the corridor and wondered, not for the first time, where exactly the Hufflepuff common room was. He only knew where the Slytherin one was. After bidding him good night, Harry resumed his slow pace back to the Gryffindor tower. He felt a small sense of apprehension slowly grow in him as each step he took drew him closer to the portrait of the fat lady. He didn't know how any of them would react. He knew that almost everyone in school had been dying for the chance to compete, and with him getting in despite being underage was surely going to cause him to be at the receiving end of their resentment. He sighed as he reached the seventh floor. It wasn't going to be anything he wasn't used to. He had been at the receiving end of people's dark mutterings before, especially during their second year when everyone thought that it was him who was attacking Muggle-borns around the school. Besides, this year hadn't exactly been the greatest one since the start. What with his falling out with Ron and Hermione, the only two people he had been close to since his first year at Hogwarts, and with him concentrating harder on his work meant that he had put quite a bit of distance between himself and the rest of them. The only things that brightened up his day was seeing Sirius and Lupin at their lessons and spending his spare time with Fleur and her friends. "So, school champion?" the fat lady asked when he drew up to her, surveying him with pride. Harry smiled at her. Not exactly. Balderdash. She swung forward to admit him. Hands flew out to pull him through and he was met with a large cheering crowd led by the twins. How did you get in, Harry? They both asked at the same time while people around him were shouting incomprehensible questions at him. And without even getting a beard. Wicked. Fred shouted. Harry opened his mouth to speak but closed it again, shaking his head. His own voice wouldn't be heard over the loud voices of everyone around him. Fred suddenly shouted over the din. Quiet. Let him speak. Harry looked at Fred with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. All he wanted to do was to get away from them and get to bed. When they had all quieted down and looked at him expectantly, he finally found his voice. I didn't enter. He knew that they probably wouldn't believe him, but he had to try. Several of them made disbelieving noises as he expected. What he didn't expect, however, was for a snide voice that floated through. Yeah, like we're supposed to believe that. You probably entered yourself because you think you can do all the stuff in the tournament better than anyone else. You're just going to embarrass everyone here when you do the tasks. Harry's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice belonging to Ron. He searched through the crowd which had gone very still trying to find him. Harry fixed him with a cold stare once he located the mass of red hair at the back and spoke. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't know why my name came out of the goblet. All I want to do is to get through this in one piece. Cedric is the Hogwarts champion and he will remain the only one. I don't represent Hogwarts, or any school for that matter, so the only one getting embarrassed will be me. But of course you'd like that, wouldn't you? He asked snidely before looking around at the others. Dumbledore and the people that matter know I am forced to compete and that's enough for me. I'm not going to waste my time convincing anyone. A long silence followed after his words. Harry, most of us don't think that you entered yourself to this thing. George spoke up and many of the other Gryffindors nodded, murmuring their agreement. Besides, unlike some of us, we don't think that you will fail at any of the tasks. Katie spoke up, shooting Ron a piercing glare. Yeah, we're just glad that one of us our own are going to be competing. Give 'em hell, Harry, Fred said loudly, making most of them laugh, breaking the tension that had built up since Harry spoke. Harry was relieved to find that there were still people who he could count on and smiled at them. He noticed, however, that there were still many people, comprised mainly by the Gryffindors in his year other than Neville and Hermione, were glaring openly at him. He didn't pay attention to either of them, and after extricating himself from the crowd by saying that he needed to sleep, he made his way to the dormitories, which was mercifully empty. He let out a frustrated sigh as he sat down on his bed. Why did everything have to happen to him? Moody's words had increased his apprehension. The way Dumbledore had suggested for him to be trained was oddly coming together. The vision he had of Pettigrew and Voldemort before the World Cup combined with the Death Eaters in the World Cup and finally his name coming out of the goblet seemed to be linked with each other and seemed to come together like the pieces of a puzzle. Besides, how would Sirius and Lupin take the news? If they hadn't heard it already. They were already working him to the point of exhaustion, driven by a drive to push Harry past his limits. Not that he was complaining, but it was difficult for him to keep track of both that and his schoolwork. Now with the addition of the tournament he had no idea how he was going to start to even get prepared for it. He let down his weak occlumency barriers for the first time since the whole day and repressed as the full extent of his emotions threatened to overpower him. He needed to learn how to better control his emotions. He had an inkling that the upcoming days in Hogwarts were going to prove that he needed every ounce of control he could manage. He got up and got changed into his night clothes. He was too exhausted to even think about going back outside on his nightly sessions. Before he lay back down on his bed, however, he a few protective wards around his bed. After all, he didn't know what to expect from his fellow classmates. Better be safe than sorry. He took off his glasses and placed them on his bedside table, slightly afraid of falling asleep. He had managed to stop most of the visions which intruded on his sleep, but some of them still succeeded in unnerving him. They kept switching frequently between dark blurry shapes and a face with burning red eyes and a horribly deformed body which always woke him up with a gasp. Unable to stop the drowsiness that overcame him, he closed his eyes, surrendering to whatever his dreams would bring. The next day found Harry sitting early at breakfast with Aurelie and Caroline. Both of them were genuinely concerned about him and assured him that they would all support him and help him in any way that they could. Fleur was still asleep since they had no classes in the morning, and after hastily saying goodbye to the two French witches he left hurriedly for ancient runes, determinedly ignoring the gazes on him and the mutinous mutterings that followed him. He made it with a few minutes to spare and lined up outside with the other students outside of the classroom as it wasn't open yet. "Harry." He turned to see Daphne walking up to him. Harry grinned at her. "Morning. Well, aren't you going to explain how you became a champion?" He raised an eyebrow slightly. Her tone wasn't accusatory, but curious. Harry regarded her for a few moments. "I don't know," he said truthfully. She gazed at him, before smirking. "Why must you always be like this?" she said with a long, fake sigh. "Huh, you're telling the truth." She looked almost disappointed. He looked at her in confusion. "And that's bad because, just, not fun at all." Harry grinned at her. It was sort of a private joke between them. Ever since they had met in their second year, she found it amusing that she could read Harry so easily and never lost a moment when she could point it out in detail, which always annoyed him. Their conversation was cut short at the arrival of Professor Babbling and a few feet behind her, Hermione. Harry spared her a glance and turned away from her when her eyes found his. He had a feeling that she was going to talk to him and didn't want to give her the chance. He still couldn't find it in him to forgive her. The lesson was interesting to say the least. Harry had already caught up with the rest of the class, something which pleased the professor a lot. They had started learning about the runes which could be imbued with magic to add certain properties to instruments of all sorts, strengthening them. Harry was greatly interested to learn that runes had been inscribed in the balls which were used for Quidditch. The quaffle, for example, had a rune which made it indestructible and slowed its falling speed when it lost too much altitude without the hands of a chaser supporting it. Once their time was up, Harry resignedly made his way down to the dungeons with Daphne and Tracy for potions. The Slytherins were going to be infuriating. As soon as he reached the dungeons, sure enough, a familiar drawl reached his ears. "If it isn't the champion. Hey boys, how long do you think he will last in the first task before he wets himself or snuffs it? I personally prefer the second option, but I'd rather keep the first open too." Crabbe and Goyle sniggered stupidly while a couple of other Slytherins laughed. Harry ignored them and clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palm. He could not have been more happy to see Snape when he arrived almost immediately, cutting off any additional remarks Malfoy had for him. Snape seemed to be in an exceptionally foul mood today as he walked in, snapping at Malfoy to be quiet. Something which brought a grin to Harry's face as he watched Malfoy fall silent with a look of complete shock. Harry mildly wondered what anyone could have done to put Snape into such a foul mood that he would snap at his favorite student, and made sure to keep his head down and avoid looking at Snape for the entire lesson. Poor Neville received the full force of Snape's temper and was visibly reduced him to tears by the end of the lesson, much to the amusement of the Slytherins. Harry could never have been more happy to get out of from Snape's class as soon as the time was up. Once outside he breathed a sigh of relief and set off towards the Great Hall for lunch. Glad that he had a free period afterwards before Defense Against the Dark Arts. He spotted Fleur and the others already seated a little way away from the other students in the Gryffindor table. Making his way over to them, he slipped into the empty seat beside Fleur, who smiled brightly at him, to which he grinned back, ignoring the swooping sensation in his stomach. "Finally woke up, I see," Harry said with a mischievous glint in his eye, making Fleur pout. "If I hadn't gone just an hour ago to get her, she would have slept through the whole day," Caroline remarked with a smirk. "I wouldn't, Avenue." Her expression was so serious that Harry burst out laughing. After a moment the others joined in on his laughter, making the people in the vicinity look at them with raised eyebrows. They were soon joined by Jean, Basile and a couple of other Beauxbatons students, and the rest of the hour was spent in laughter. After lunch the Beauxbatons students had to go for their classes, leaving Harry with 2 hours free before his final lesson for the day. Deciding against going to the common room where he will most likely run into Ron and the others, he went up to the Ollery to visit Hedwig. The snowy white owl fluttered down to his shoulder as soon as he walked in and nipped rather painfully at his ear, drawing blood. "Ow, yeah, I guess I deserve that." Sorry for not coming to visit, girl. She then affectionately rubbed her head against his cheek and closed her eyes, still on her perch from his shoulder. Harry walked towards the large window and surveyed the grounds. He caught sight of the Quidditch pitch and smiled sadly. How much easier would this have all been if there was no tournament? He would normally be training hard for the matches around this time with the others, and they would have had their first match of the season by next week. He smiled fondly, remembering the time he spent with Fleur and the others just before he came here. There was never a dull moment with them. In the short time he had known them, they had become much closer to him than Ron and Hermione were. Apart from Fleur, Aurelie seemed to be closer to him than the others. He grinned when he remembered when he had let it slip that her blue hair made her look pretty. She had been feeling down because of some of the Hogwarts girls who maintained that she had dyed her hair that way. He didn't know what made him say it, but it had improved her mood greatly, much to the amusement of the others. He was already dreading the end of the year. Without considering the tournament, by the end of the school year they would all be going back, and he had no idea if he would ever be able to see them again. Although he never admitted it, it was a constant pain at the back of his mind, and he had a gnawing fear that he would be left alone for the next few years in Hogwarts. Provided he makes it through this year. Harry, a tentative voice called from behind him, bringing him out of his musings. He recognized the voice and sighed exasperatedly. What happened to your ear? He had forgotten about the pain in his ear and grimaced. I didn't see Hedwig for a while. He saw her draw out her wand and step closer to him and raised his hand. Don't. She looked hurt and stepped back. After a few moments he gently prodded Hedwig and stroked her wings gently. She gave a soft hoot and took off, back to her perch with the other owls. He made to walk past Hermione, but she stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Harry, please. I need to talk to you. Her tone was pleading. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I don't have anything I want to talk to you about. I'm sorry, Harry, for everything. I wasn't thinking properly at that time. I was only comforting Ginny, and I was a little jealous at how you were. She was interrupted when Harry laughed. Hermione, I never knew how petty you were. After all these years I have finally seen that none of my friends ever grew up past our first year. You were worried about something as trivial as who does better in class. You think I was doing better in class because I want to show everyone up. Prove myself better than the lot of you. Harry, I know I was wrong and what I said was stupid, but, she tried to protest but was cut off again by Harry. And what the hell do you mean when you say that you were trying to comfort Ginny? She told me you bought a necklace for the girl you met at the World Cup, Harry. She was really upset. She had a crush on you even before she came to Hogwarts, Harry. Just seeing you and that girl together hurt her a lot, she began, and Harry felt an anger rise in him. So what? She thinks that I betrayed her in any way? Harry asked incredulously. Who I spend my time with, who I talk to never will be her business. Are yours. Fleur has been a much better friend to me than any of you have ever been. Since it's your job to comfort Ginny, comfort her over the fact that I'll never be interested in her. Merlin, you'd think that she'd stopped living in a damned dream world by now. I was wrong, Harry, I'm sorry. I've been worried about you. You never seemed to be in the common room at night and you looked like you were getting sick. I know you never entered yourself into this tournament, Harry. I want to help you get through this. Please, let me help. I'm glad you think I didn't enter myself. Harry replied, sarcasm dripping from his voice. He didn't know what was making him angry. He had a splitting headache and noticed that his occlumency barriers had dropped and took a moment to erect them again. Once he had calmed down he looked at Hermione. Where was the friend who cared when I needed her? Oh, wait, she was running around wondering why I was being an egoistical prick. I didn't mean it, duh. What Ron said, about you. Was he lying? Did you or did you not say all those things, Hermione? She opened her mouth to protest, but seemed to think better of it before closing. See, he muttered quietly, you did say all of those things. To me, there are no two meanings for them. He sighed softly before shaking his head. Whatever, I don't care anymore. I don't need your help. I accept your apology, but that will be all. Now please stop bothering me every time you get close to me. I have enough distractions as it is. She was in tears by now and Harry felt a slight pang of guilt which he squashed ruthlessly. Harry, can't we be the same as we were before? I miss being with you. I don't know. You and Ron were the only people who I trusted the most apart from Sirius, and I don't want to face the same thing that happened again. He walked past her and stopped at the door. Maybe when you two grow up and take a moment and look at what's really happening, but even then I don't think I can ever go back to seeing you two the same way. He turned the doorknob, but before he could walk out her voice stopped him. You are not the same person I knew. He turned around, giving her a sad smile. If you mean I'm not the same person you met on our first year, then yes, I'm not. All my life I was forced to grow up. A memory of a small black-haired boy with startlingly bright green eyes covering in fear in a dark cupboard. It's time you stopped searching for the things you want to see in me, Hermione. That's all that is with Ron. I at least hoped you were smarter than him. With that he walked out, leaving her staring mutely after him. After getting himself to one of the bathrooms, he cleaned the blood which had trickled down his wound and put a weak healing spell on his ear which closed the wound. Then he hurried to Moody's classroom and made it with a few minutes to spare before the lesson began. He caught sight of Neville, who was sitting alone, and went up to him. Hey Neville, you all right? He felt slightly guilty for not checking up on Neville after potions. The round-faced boy managed a small smile at him. Yeah, I'm okay, Harry. But Snape was in a really bad mood, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. Oh yeah, last class Moody asked you to stay behind, right? Everything all right? Harry asked curiously. Neville suddenly smiled. With a hint of pride coloring his voice that he rarely heard from him before, he answered. Oh, Professor Moody gave me some books on herbology that he thought I might find interesting. Professor Sprout had told him that I was good at it, and it turns out that he is rather interested in herbology too. Harry grinned. It was a nice gesture that Moody did for him. Neville rarely got any recognition from his teachers. Moody strode in, his wooden leg clunking on the floor soon afterwards, and Harry took his seat behind Neville. Constant vigilance. Moody suddenly roared and laughed as everyone jumped in shock. Harry grinned inwardly. He always did that, at some point during the lesson. He's already done it so many times that Harry couldn't believe how none of the other students were never prepared for it. After the initial 3 or 4 classes, Harry could almost see it coming and was prepared for it when Moody shouted again at a class a few weeks ago. Something which Moody noticed and awarded 20 points while chuckling maddeningly. All right, turn to chapter 7 of your books and read up on the first couple of pages. After that I want you all to take notes on this. We will be putting all of it to practical use next class, or today if we have time to spare. Well, go on then. Moody growled, and they turned to the pages of their books, grumbling in disappointment. After class, Harry went downstairs, wondering what he could do for the next few hours before dinner. He didn't know if Fleur and the others were done with class, so he went outside, to his favorite place beside the lake. As he drew closer, he was both surprised and pleased to find Fleur sitting with her back propped up against the large tree behind her. She looked up as he approached and smiled at him. Sitting next to her, he grinned back. You're done too? He asked. The others, Avenue classes though. I don't like arithmancy, she said with a shudder. That's the one with all of those numbers and stuff, right? She laughed. Yes, Ari, Z1 with numbers. A comfortable silence settled over them, although Harry wished now that he had sat a little bit away from her. He realized after a few minutes that she was leaning against him and felt his heart skip a few beats. Closing his eyes, he breathed in her flowery scent, wishing that he could stay like this forever. Although this brought back his earlier thoughts about when she would leave by the end of the year. He knew now that he liked her in no way that he had anyone else, but why did it have to be her of all people? What's worrying you? Fleur asked after some time. Harry turned to see her bright blue eyes fixed on his face. Nothing really, he murmured. She shook her head. Come on, Ari, don't lie. I know something's wrong. He sighed before grinning faintly at her. Am I really that easy to read? Sometimes, she said playfully. She gave him a questioning look that told him that she wasn't going to let it go until he answered her. It's nothing. I'm just worried about how everything will turn out, I guess. What do you mean? She asked softly. Harry thought for a moment, deciding the best way to put what he was thinking into words. I met Hermione earlier today. She nodded, encouraging him to continue. He could see that her lips had formed a hard line. He had confided in her about Ron and Hermione and she was angry at them for what had happened. She apologized to me and well, honestly I had been thinking that if they thought over what they had done and apologized to me I would happily have accepted it and things could go back to the way they were, but, I just can't do it. I wanted to. I really did, but something just kept telling me that there was no point to it. It's alright if you can't find it in you to see them the same way as you did before. Her tone gentle. That's not what worries me. It's just, I don't like this feeling. Not having anyone I mean. She looked surprised at this and before she could open her mouth he hastened to explain. Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia and Katie. They are the only people that can at least speak normally with me. All of the others, well, they don't treat me like a normal person. And they always change. With this tournament and the mess I'm in, it's easy to see that. He sighed softly. And then there's you and the others. By the end of the year you will all be going back and since the others aren't even in the same year as me well. We'll get past that when we get to ET Yes, it is painful to think that we will not be able to see each other like we do now when we leave but we will always remain friends. She said softly, I don't like the thought of you spending the whole summer with those horrible muggles. Maybe you can come back with us for summer. Maman and Papa would be pleased, Gabrielle will love it too. They asked a lot about you when I wrote to them. Papa was furious that they are still making you compete even though it's obvious that you never entered the tournament. I'd like that, he muttered quietly making her smile at him. The two settled into a comfortable silence as they watched the ripples forming in the water. I wish I'd gotten to know you earlier. Fleur said softly after a while. So many things could, avenue been different. Different, she turned to look at him. Yes, she murmured. Different, better, don't you think? She asked in a whisper. He suddenly realized her hand was in his. When did she get so close to him? His breath caught in his chest when he found her staring intently at him. He realized then that their faces were only inches apart from each other and he found himself unable to tear his eyes away from hers. Her eyes fluttered shut as they got nearer and Harry had almost closed his eyes when at that moment, a voice tore through the silence. Fleur, you there? It was Amy's voice and they both immediately turned away from each other, blushing furiously. Harry inwardly groaned, what was he thinking? He had almost ed her. Unable to look at Fleur in the eye he looked away. Moments later Amy, Caroline and Aurelie appeared from the side. There you are. And hey Harry, when did you get here? Caroline asked brightly, unaware of the blushes that were covering both their faces. Some time ago, he mumbled. We're starving, come on you two. Amy said and Harry nodded, getting to his feet. After hesitating for a second he held out his hand to Fleur who was still on the ground and almost sighed in relief when she accepted it and allowed him to pull her to her feet. The others set off in towards the castle but Harry shifted nervously on his feet. Fleur, sorry, He didn't know what else to say. He felt her hand on his chin and felt her raise his head up to meet her eyes. He felt an immense feeling of relief spread through him in addition to feeling his heart race when he saw that she was smiling shyly at him. For what? She whispered and before he knew it, she leaned in and ed him swiftly on his lips. He went rigid as she drew back, his mind not forming a single coherent thought as he stared dumbly at her. She laughed at his expression and took his hand, pulling him with her after the others who had turned around at Fleur's laughter. What's the matter with you two? Aurelie asked, looking at them with a questioning look. Catching sight of Harry's expression she suddenly grinned. What's wrong with Ari? Nothing. Harry flinched at how high his voice sounded. This only served to increase their amusement. They set off together for the castle again. Fleur still had her hand wrapped on his and even when they entered the great hall she didn't let go of it. Only once they had seated themselves in their usual places did she finally let go. He wasn't allowed time to think as they were joined by Fred, George and the Chasers and before he knew it, it was almost time for him to meet with Sirius and Lupin in the room of requirement. Hurriedly he got up, bidding good night to them, his gaze lingering on Fleur for a moment. Unable to think of anything to say to her, especially with the others around, he gave her a small smile before walking away. Outside the hall he took a deep breath, letting everything that happened run slowly again through his mind. The realization that hit him made his mouth curve upwards into a huge grin and set off up the stairs with a new skip in his step. "Harry!" his godfather cried, bringing him into a bone-crushing hug when he stepped into the room. He looked up at Sirius and Lupin, surprised until he realized that they had probably heard the news about him and the tournament from Dumbledore. "Guess you know that I have to compete in the tournament then?" Harry asked as they sat down around the table next to the fire. Lupin nodded. He looked more worn out than ever, and Harry wondered whether the full moon was closely approaching. "I can't believe they are making you do this. It's clear that someone else has their plans in store for you and they're still going to let this go on." Sirius growled. "I expected more from Dumbledore. Harry, this is going to give anyone that is aiming at you a clear shot at doing whatever they want to you. This is not good news at all." Lupin said gravely. "What am I supposed to do?" "All I can do is face whatever they throw at me," Harry said quietly. Sirius got up and started pacing around the room. Harry had never seen him this agitated, even during the first few times they had dueled, and his abysmal performance had been apparent. "This tournament was cancelled because of the death toll. I have no idea why they reopened it and how safe it will be. All I do know, however, is that all 3 of the tasks are going to be exceedingly dangerous, and it only takes one mistake, or someone operating with bad intentions, to cause another death. I'll be damned if anything happens to you." Sirius's voice had a hard edge to it. "Calm down, Sirius. We can safely say with the amount Harry has grown up to now that he will be more than competent at handling anything these tasks throw at him," Lupin said, looking proudly at him. I know. But it's just, this is getting out of hand. The same year that Harry has these visions, Dumbledore calling us in to prepare Harry." Sirius sighed, sitting back down and running his hands through his hair. "They gave no hint about the first task?" Lupin asked, looking at him curiously. "No, we won't know what we're going to face until we do. You can be sure that the others will find out some way or another. Cheating is, and has always been, a major part of this tournament. I know for a fact that the department in the ministry that organized this had a lot of dealings in Romania," Lupin said thoughtfully. "Romania, why was it that it sounded familiar?" "Well, I guess all we can do is to continue with our lessons until we get a hint of whatever it is," Sirius remarked. Then his face broke into a smirk, an evil glint in his eyes. "How was it? Spending a whole night with Avila? You make even me jealous sometimes, pup. Becoming that close to Avila is every man's dream, and for you to do it at 14, I'm so proud of you." What the hell are you thinking?" Harry roared, disregarding the blush that crept up to his face. Both Lupin and Sirius were laughing uncontrollably, clutching at their sides. "I did not do anything with Fleur that night. I just wanted to make sure that she was all right. I swear I had no intentions of staying. I just, fell asleep," he finished lamely, glaring pointedly at them when they renewed their laughter to a point that they were in hysterics. Sirius was gasping for breath, wiping tears of laughter out of his eyes, while Lupin was still chuckling uncontrollably 5 minutes later. "I can name one person who said the exact same thing as you did after he had spent the night with Lily in our 7th year. Both your words are exactly the same, it's uncanny." Soon, after they had calmed down, Harry and Sirius took their places. When the duel started, Harry waited, carefully watching Sirius. Sirius always initiated the duels at first, but ever since Our had started improving, his godfather had been getting increasingly wary. Without much warning, Sirius fired a stunning spell at him swiftly. He quickly sidestepped it, barely avoiding it in his surprise. He wasn't given a moment to react when Sirius fired a silent spell at him, and he quickly thought with all his might, "Protega." An invisible barrier expanded around him, and when Sirius's spell collided with it, it made a sound similar to a bell chiming. Harry quickly directed his wand at the bookshelf next to Sirius, Pharaoh. The books toppled outwards and Sirius hastily jumped out of the way, but Harry grinned. "Incendio," he thought silently, causing the books to burst into flames. Sirius growled and sent 3 quick spells in succession before moving away from the flames. Harry ducked, sidestepped and conjured small shield, which shattered under the force of the final one. Without missing a beat and acting on intuition, he pointed his wand vaguely at Sirius's direction and yelled, "Contigo Talia." Before the bright blue spell had left his wand, he quickly chained it with a stunning spell. Sirius's eyes widened as his shield shattered into pieces before his eyes. But he wasn't the dueling champion of Hogwarts for nothing. He fired his own stunning spell straight ahead of him and the two spells collided with a deafening bang and brilliant red sparks. Then he thought, Incarcerus. The muffled thud announced that Harry had been unable to block it. Harry groaned when Sirius strode up to him and muttered the counter curse, freeing him from the ropes that had sprung around him. Taking Sirius's outstretched hand, he allowed himself to be pulled up. That was amazing, Harry. Sirius grinned. At this point, I'd say that you just need experience. A more wider collection of spells won't hurt either. But you are definitely more talented than me or James had ever been at your age. But I failed again. Harry, you are doing extremely well. Sirius just happened to be more prepared than you were. If he had fired his spell just a second later, or mistimed it, the victor of this duel will undoubtedly be you. Lupin said with a pleased expression on his face. Now I can finally start showing you some of the real stuff, Harry. I don't think any of this is in the books I'd gotten you, but I think there will be a few in the library's restricted section that explains this in detail. I will talk to Dumbledore and get you permission to borrow some of the books from that I have in mind. But right now, I want you to pay attention. Harry looked at him curiously and nodded. A table appeared in the middle of the room with 3 chairs around it and they sat down around them. All right then, I assume you realize now that you can change your spell. Make it stronger or weaker depending on the situation. Like the way you did with the shield-breaking spell. Yours was strong or else it wouldn't have been able to shatter mine. I used the most potent shielding charm there is and you succeeded in breaking it, congratulations. Harry grinned in embarrassment at the praise. Now, what you should know is that we have far more control than that over our spells. We can modify them to better suit our needs. Most wizards don't realize this, but we can basically mold our spells into any way, shape and form and even change the effects. For example, take the Cruciatus curse that bastard used on you. If you were exposed to it for longer, the wound would have gone deeper and it would have drawn blood. Voldemort never uses that form, although his purpose is more sickening. He couldn't stand having his victims faint from blood loss while he tortured them, could he? Harry shuddered inwardly and felt the ghost of the pain return to him momentarily. Sirius's eyes showed the cold fury emanating from them and he closed his eyes. After a moment he opened them again. Let's use something else. Take the Patronus charm. You can use it as a quick means of sending messages at times of emergency. The Patronus, if used in that way, will act as a temporary familiar to you. Well, like that, any other spell can be modified in many ways. Watch. Sirius got up and pointed his wand at nothing in particular and murmured, "Stupefy." Harry looked on in amazement as a small red light appeared at the end of his wand. It steadily grew larger and larger until it grew to the size of a bludger, glowing red and balanced at the tip of the wand. Sirius smiled and turned the wand upwards so that it looked like he was holding a weird glowing lamp torch, and Harry gasped when the glowing red ball started flickering like flames. "That's amazing," Harry cried, and both Lupin and Sirius grinned at his enthusiasm. "That's not all, watch." Sirius flicked his wand and the glowing ball disappeared. Again he muttered, "Stupefy," and again a glowing red ball appeared. However, this time, the ball left the wand and floated a few feet in front of them. Sirius still had his wand pointed at it and he made the ball float to the middle of the room, away from them. Dispergum, the ball instantly burst and small specks of red exploded from within like small bullets. They flew out, hitting the bookshelf and everywhere else around the room, leaving angry marks on anything it made contact with. Harry ducked immediately but found that none of the projectiles even came near them. "You can control everything, including the direction." Sirius grinned. "How you control it, whether you make it into a scattering spell, or a slow-moving blast that pierces through anything it touches, heck, you could even form it into a wall that has the same effects to anything that touches it. That will take a lot of energy, but it is still possible. In short, you can make it into anything your imagination permits, provided that it obeys all the rules of spell casting and all the other boring details. So far I've never had a problem modifying my spells, so I don't think it will matter a lot. You did fail miserably at trying to create a replica of that girl you had a crush with a massaging charm." Lupin said dryly, and Harry looked with great interest at Lupin while Sirius choked. What did he do? Lupin laughed, ignoring the murderous glare Sirius was giving him. Don't ask me why, Harry, but Sirius here wanted to make a human form of Andrea Velen with a massaging charm. What happened? Harry asked, holding back his laughter. Oh, he thought he succeeded. Well, your father thought it'd be funny to have her, the real her, materialize in front of him when he used the incantation. Course we had a hard time getting her to go along with our plan, but once she knew we had no intentions of stopping her from, say, defending herself by using any means necessary, well, let's just say once she was done with him, Madame Promfee had to regrow a cert. Mooney. Sirius barked, but the damage was done. Both Harry and Lupin were roaring with laughter, and it took them some time to quiet down, much to Sirius's displeasure. All right, Harry, you'd best get going. Lupin said, getting up. Why, I want to get started on that. He said indignantly. No, not today. It's too late. Lupin's expression was stern. Sirius and Lupin then bid goodnight to him and they left, leaving Harry to go back to the Gryffindor Tower. As he made his way back to the tower, his thoughts drifted back to Fleur. He could hardly believe that she had ed him, and wondered more than once if it had been a dream. He climbed through the portrait hole after distractedly murmuring the password to the fat lady. He made his way up to his bed and climbed onto his bed, not even bothering to get undressed. He smiled to himself, finally convincing himself that what had happened was real, and before he knew it, had fallen asleep. None of the painful dreams plagued his mind. They were instead focused around a certain silver-haired woman. Fleur was, needless to say, the happiest she had ever been. She had no idea what made her do it, but she was very glad she did. It had released a huge weight off her shoulders, and it had quelled all her doubts about how he felt. She had been tired of the tiptoeing they had been doing around each other. She had no doubt now that Harry liked in the same way she did him. It wasn't like she hadn't known, though. Even without Amy, Caroline, or Aurélie's constant musings, she knew with the way that Harry acted around her that he was attracted in some way to her. She sighed happily, staring up at the ceiling. The pendant on her necklace had been glowing brilliantly for a while now, and it felt warm to touch. Closing her hand around it, she smiled softly before turning to her side and closing her eyes, her thoughts drifting to him. The next few days leading up to the wand-weighing ceremony flew by, to say the least. Harry was disappointed to find that Sirius wouldn't be showing him how to do the stuff that he did until the next week, leaving Harry to brush up on his occlumency with Lupin, which he took with great disappointment. The headaches that followed proved too much, and Harry once again spent a few sleepless nights down by the lake practicing in any way he could. The others were surprised at the way Harry and Fleur now acted around each other. No one failed to notice that the two had gotten a lot more closer to each other overnight. Harry had a feeling from the knowing smirks the others were giving them that they had guessed something was up, or that something had changed between them, but neither of them could either confirm it or deny it. Neither of them spoke to each other about what happened. He didn't mind, though. He didn't feel the need to speak to her about it, and he was extremely happy with the subtle changes with him and Fleur. He also didn't want to push Fleur into something, thereby destroying what they had already. Also, with the first task rapidly approaching, he couldn't afford to distract her and ruin what she had worked for. Little did he know, however, that she had almost the exact same thoughts running on her mind. Although she had already decided that after the first task would be the perfect time to further what they had now into something more. Nevertheless, they both spent a lot more time with each other than they did with the others, either by the lake or in the library, talking about anything that came to mind and listening to the other contently. It didn't take long for Harry to open up to her and confide everything. Far more than what he had shared with Ron and Hermione. Or anyone for that matter. To say she was furious with what she was hearing was an understatement. Come to think of it, he himself never really had heard himself recount these things before, he never had to. But now even he was having trouble wondering how he survived this long. As for the Dursleys, it was his mistake. He didn't mean to even enter that area, but by the time he'd caught himself the damage was done. She knew that there was a lot more to them than being just his relatives who hated magic. They were not something he wanted to even think about. Thankfully she seemed to know that it was a particularly delicate subject with him and didn't bring it up again. At least for now. She in turn confided in him about her life before Beauxbatons and after she entered. He laughed at how she and Aurélie had met, but everything else about her life was not much better than his. Ever since she had been 9 years old and her villa charms had begun showing themselves, her life had been a lot like Harry's, separated from the others and alone apart from a select few. Harry soon learned that what the men at the World Cup had attempted to do to her was not the first time that she had narrowly escaped from something like that. During her 4th year in Beauxbatons, a few boys had cornered her and attempted to have their way with her. It was the first and last time she had fully transformed into her other form, as she called it, in order for her to defend herself. By this time Fleur had been shaking uncontrollably, and Harry could see the damage that had been done to her mentally with everything that had happened. He couldn't even begin to imagine what she could have felt, or still felt. To think that just recently with those boys from Durmstrang she had to face something similar. He tentatively pulled her into his arms. As she buried her face in his chest, he gently aired the top of her head before tightening his arms around her. She wasn't the strong woman she projected herself to be, nor was she the weak, delicate woman others saw her to be, especially given recent events. She had her own inner demons, just like him. The difference was that he had learned to suppress them, and he only had to face them again at the end of the year. Fleur, on the other hand, was thrust headfirst into their mercy every single day. Being under a constant threat like that is more than capable of damaging a person. It was something he only knew too well. As her breathing slowed, he chanced to look at her face. He could see the difference now, he could see the vulnerability buried underneath. And yet, there was the barest hint of a smile on her lips as she had her eyes closed, her ear pressed to his chest as if listening to his heartbeat. It was something he treasured, the fact that she could let all her defenses down and allow herself to be so close to him. It was a trust that he would rather die than betray. Harry glanced at his watch. It's almost time, and he didn't want to be late for the wand-weighing ceremony. Whatever it was. He nervously put his hand up and stared at Snape while sighing inwardly, cursing his luck for having to ask Snape for permission to be excused from the lesson. Snape took almost 5 whole minutes to notice him. By now the whole class was looking at him curiously. He finally looked up from the book that he was focused on at his desk in the front of the class and fixed Harry with the usual loathing look that was reserved just for him. "Yes, Potter. I need to go for the wand-weighing ceremony," he said, repaying Snape's look with interest. "Ah yes, I forgot you are a champion." Snape sneered at him while Malfoy and some of the Slytherins sniggered audibly. "I expect you back here to complete your draft of Living Death. Champion or not, you still have to complete the lessons." He smirked and opened an empty flask and filled it with the colorless potion in his cauldron. Walking up to the table where Snape was watching him with a growing expression of distaste, he set it down in front of him. "It's done." He turned away quickly, hiding his grin because of the look on Snape's face. Determinedly avoiding the gazes of everyone else, he packed up his things and, after clearing his cauldron with a silent vanishing spell, proceeded out of the classroom. Glancing at his watch again, he broke into a run, bolting up the stairs and out of the dungeons. Finally reaching the door to the unused classroom opposite the Great Hall, he stopped, catching his breath and glancing at the time. He had about 2 minutes to spare. Breathing a sigh of relief, he pushed the door open and walked inside. The classroom was huge, much bigger than any of the other classrooms he had ever been in. The usual desks and chairs were gone, and in the middle of the room sat Ollivander, who smiled, nodding his head at Harry when he walked in. The headmasters and headmistress were all present, with the addition of a rather viscous-looking woman with dirty blonde hair who fixed him with a hungry look when his gaze met hers, making his skin crawl. Dumbledore nodded kindly at him and gestured towards the side of the room where Cedric, Krum and Fleur were seated. He noticed that Fleur was scowling at a bald-headed man with a camera who couldn't seem to stop looking at her. She turned away from the man and caught sight of him, and her expression brightened up considerably as he took his seat beside her. She smiled and slipped her hand in his, pinching it slightly. "You're late," she said in an accusing voice. "Sorry." Snape was a pain. He caught Cedric's eye, who was looking at him curiously. He looked like he was going to say something but shook his head and turned away with a grin, leaving him with a bewildered look. He didn't have time to dwell on it though. Dumbledore cleared his throat at that moment. "Now that the 4th champion is here, we can get started." Mr. Ollivander. Dumbledore turned and took his seat with Karkaroff and Madame Maxime on the opposite side of the room with the two remaining people in the room. Ollivander stood up from his place and turned with a warm smile on his face. "There's nothing to worry about. We're just going to inspect your wands to see if they are in perfect condition. Ladies first, Miss Delacour, if you please." She walked up to Ollivander and placed her wand in his outstretched hand. He examined it closely, murmuring under his breath while twirling the wand between his fingers. 9.5 inches. Rosewood. And the core is, dear me, a single hair from a vela." Fleur grinned. "From my grandmother." Ollivander looked at the wand in reverence. "I have never used vela hair for a core in my wands. Vela hair can only be used as a core for a wand if the wand's master shares a special connection with the vela. It isn't the most reliable core we could use for our wands." He muttered, more to himself than others. "This is a truly exceptional wand. Especially good for charms." He took a few more minutes with the wand and finally he murmured, "Orchideus," causing a bouquet of flowers to appear from the end of her wand. "It's in perfect condition, thank you for allowing me to assess your wand, Miss Delacour," he said, bowing to her and handing her the wand and the flowers. "Mr. Crumb then." Crumb got up and walked over to Ollivander, with his ever-present scowl more pronounced than ever, and gave his wand to him. Harry noticed that unlike most normal wands, Crumb's was almost black in color and a little thicker than most. Ollivander took a moment with his wand as with Fleur's before speaking. 10.25 inches. Hornbeam. Dragon heartstring core, he asked, and Crumb nodded silently. "This is a Grigorovitch creation, is it not?" he asked again, to which Crumb nodded again. "Inflexible, suited more for power." He spent a little bit more time and made a flock of birds burst out from the end of his wand with a bang like a gunshot. Then he handed the wand back to Crumb with a satisfied expression, announcing that it was in the best condition again. Cedric went next. "Ah, now this is one of my own," Ollivander said happily. "It's in fine condition too. Polished it last night," Cedric said, grinning sheepishly. Harry glanced down at his wand and noticed that it was covered with fingerprints and small scratches, and hastily rubbed it using a handful of his robes, causing a brilliant shower of red and green sparks to shoot out from its end. Fleur giggled while the others in the room looked at him in amusement. "Sorry," Harry said in a small voice. Ollivander returned to examining Cedric's wand, chuckling slightly. "I remember this clearly, 12.5 inches. Ash. Containing a single tail hair from a fine male unicorn. Best suited for transfiguration." Cedric nodded in response, and Ollivander returned to examining it. He finished his examination faster than the others and gave it back to him after making a fountain of wine shoot from its end, announcing that it was in perfect condition. Harry got up next and walked towards the aging man, trying to hide his embarrassment from earlier. Ollivander smiled and took his wand from him, his expression transforming instantly. "How well I remember this wand." Harry nodded, remembering the words Ollivander had spoken to him when he first bought his wand. "It so happens that the phoenix who gave the feather for this wand, gave one other." "Just one other? What's curious is that the other feather went to the wand which left you with your scar." 11 inches. Holly. Containing a single tail feather of a phoenix. Nice and supple. Ollivander suddenly stopped, looking at his wand curiously. He spent a much longer time with his wand than the others and murmured a spell that surrounded his wand with a sapphire blue glow, a color that Harry found strangely familiar. "Curious, your wand is in good condition, Mr. Potter, but I would like to speak with you if you have time after this." Harry was slightly taken aback, but nodded all the same. "Well then, I believe we are done here?" Dumbledore asked, looking questioningly at Ollivander, who nodded. "Then you are all free to go," he said with a smile towards the champions. "Not yet, Dumbledore. We still haven't gotten pictures of the champions or a backstory on them. The Daily Prophet is doing a feature on the Triwizard Tournament." The blonde-haired witch called. Harry noticed that for a second, he thought he saw a frown on Dumbledore's face before it vanished almost immediately. "Very well. However, the champions may only be interviewed if they give their consent." "Is that clear?" Dumbledore asked sternly. The witch looked like she had been slapped in her face and didn't speak for a few moments. Recomposing herself, she smiled coolly. "Of course. Her sugary sweet voice made a shiver run down his spine, deciding that if he could help it, he was going to stay as far as possible from the witch. The witch immediately fixed her gaze on Harry as soon as Dumbledore turned away from her. They were all made to stand in the center of the room while the cameraman snapped photo after photo. Harry kept his nails dug deep in his palm, trying hard to keep a smile, which was proving difficult as the minutes flew by. He noticed that Fleur, Cedric and even Crumb had the same pained looks on their faces. What surprised him the most was that Crumb's expression mirrored the others. He'd thought that being an international standard Quidditch player, Crumb would be more used to this sort of thing. After the group photos were over, they insisted on taking individual photos of the champions. Fleur was especially displeased by this. The cameraman seemed intent on taking more photos than needed of her, something that Madame Maxime noticed and unceremoniously removed an extremely grateful Fleur from under the scope of the camera. Madame Maxime and Fleur left soon after that. After they were done with the others, the witch walked up to Harry, who was waiting for Ollivander, who was deep in conversation with Dumbledore. Rita Skeeter, reporter for the Daily Prophet. I was wondering if I could get a small interview with you. Nothing much, just a few questions. She had latched onto his arm by the time she had finished speaking and was pulling him little by little away from the others. He instinctively wrenched his hand free from her grip, none too gently. Something about the woman unnerved him. No, I mean, sorry, I have to speak to Mr. Ollivander. Her smile faltered, however it switched back on so fast that it was scary. How about afterwards? We will still be here. I have a class afterwards. Sorry. He lied easily, turning away from her before she could speak to him again. He saw that Ollivander and Dumbledore were now waiting for him by the door and thankfully walked up to them. We'll continue this discussion in my study if it's all right with you, Mr. Ollivander. And Harry, of course. Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling at Harry, who nodded and followed him and Ollivander up the stairs to Dumbledore's study. They reached the stone gargoyles, who leapt aside to grant them entrance when Dumbledore said clearly, "Fizzing Wisby." Once inside, Dumbledore waved his wand and caused 3 chairs to appear at the middle of the room, where he gestured to Harry and Ollivander to take their seats. Once Harry sat down, he heard a soft musical cry and seconds later, a slight weight on his shoulder. He looked at his side to find Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, perched on his shoulder. Fawkes proceeded to rub its head affectionately against Harry's cheek, which brought a smile to his lips. "Hey, Fawkes," he murmured, stroking his beautiful red and gold feathers. The phoenix trilled happily and closed its eyes. Dumbledore chuckled. "Seems like you're going to have to be the one to take care of Fawkes once I'm gone, Harry." Dumbledore said cheerfully. "I don't know, sir, Hedwig might get a little jealous," he said, grinning slightly. Then he looked at Ollivander. "Is there anything wrong with my wand or something, Mr. Ollivander?" "Yes, well, it's nothing serious. Some rather interesting things came up while I was examining your wand, Mr. Potter. If I may?" he asked, leaning forward and stretching out his hand. Harry understood and gave him his wand. He murmured a few strange words, and once again the wand was surrounded with a beautiful blue glow before it changed to a fiery red color. Ollivander nodded absent-mindedly while Harry and Dumbledore looked on curiously. "As I always say to everyone that first comes to my shop to purchase their wands, it is not the witch or wizard that chooses the wand, it is the wand that chooses its master. The wand mirrors its master's growth. When the master's potential increases, so does the wand. In other words, the wand is only as powerful as the wizard who uses it." Ollivander flicked Harry's wand, making the glow fade away, and gave it back to him. Even for those of us who have devoted our lives to studying and researching wand lore, there are still many questions which we aren't even close to answering. What does the wand look for in its master? What makes it different? Wands have many different traits, as you would have noticed when I was examining the other champions' wands. Miss Delacour's wand makes any charms she casts much more potent that only a few others can hope to match. Mr. Crumb's wand has a bit more power behind it, just like many of Grigorovich's creations. Mr. Diggory's wand makes for easier transfigurations. The wand mirrors its owner's strong points. In other words, Harry nodded, although he still didn't have the faintest clue where this discussion was headed. "Now your wand, Mr. Potter, is one of the most unique wands I had ever forged." Unusual combination. I remember thinking to myself on the day I finished it that I would be lucky to see its master in my lifetime. There are a few problems that rose when I examined it though. Ollivander paused for a little and seemed to be deep in thought. The core of the wand. Whether it be a dragon heartstring, hair from a unicorn or the feather from a phoenix determines the strength of the connection between you and your wand. It also plays a major role in the results you can achieve with your wand. When I examined your wand, Mr. Potter, it seems that the connection you have with your wand is somewhat lacking. There is room for improvement. A lot of room actually. Harry tilted his head sideways in confusion. What do you mean, sir? It means that with the current pace, your wand will not be able to keep up with your development. It's like how you will never receive the best results with someone else's wand. Your wand will eventually fall behind you. The connection you have with your wand is already fully developed and yet it feels inadequate. What do you propose then, Garrick? Dumbledore asked. Harry wondered for a second who he was speaking to, then realized that he was using Ollivander's first name. While this is an extremely rare situation, it is not unheard of. Throughout the history of wand lore, there have been many recordings of such things happening. The problem can be solved by finding a second core to function hand in hand with the original. However, this can be quite difficult to find as it is extremely difficult to find another core for a wizard. There are still certain clues that can show us what to look for though. Mr. Potter, if I could have your wand back again. Harry gave Ollivander back his wand. Ollivander once again murmured something and Harry's wand glowed a fiery red. This is your affinity, if you will. This shows your current bond, the Phoenix Feather Core, which incidentally came from the very same phoenix on your shoulder, he added, nodding towards Fox who was still perched on Harry's shoulder. My wand's core came from Fox? Harry asked in amazement. Yes. Dumbledore nodded, smiling while Fox trilled happily. And this, the wand glowed blue, is your second affinity. I do have certain ideas as to what the core might be, but it is only an assumption, so I need to do more research before I can give you an answer, Mr. Potter. It is also only going to get harder to find your second core if my assumptions are correct. Your wand will serve you well for the time being. However, I must ask that you come back to my shop after this tournament ends. We will have to figure out some way to solve this problem. Harry nodded and took his wand back. Dumbledore and Ollivander both stood up and Harry followed suit. I was right when I said we should expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said with a smile. Later that evening, after an early supper found Harry, Fleur and the others sitting in what was now their favorite spot in the Hogwarts grounds, next to the lake where he usually practiced at night. The girls were amusing themselves by throwing the remnants of their food towards the lake, which kept vanishing within seconds under a large tentacle. So, what do you think the first task is going to be? Caroline asked, sitting down in front of Harry and Fleur, who were propped up against the tree, talking quietly. It can't be anything too dangerous, right? I mean, Zay Avenue. To consider that, Ari is competing too now, Aurelie said anxiously, joining them with Amy. Harry grinned at the blue-haired witch. She had been a lot more protective of him ever since the day his name came out of the goblet. All I have to do is survive whatever it is, right? He said, earning him a painful knock on his head from Aurelie and a hard jab from Fleur's elbow at his side simultaneously. He winced, rubbing his head with one hand and crouching low to minimize the pain at his side. Forget the tasks, you two are going to force me out of them if you carry on like this. Don't go giving us ideas now. It actually sounds pretty good to me, Caroline said with a sinister smile on her face. Serves you right, don't go around saying things like that, Ari. Fleur said reproachfully, while Aurelie glared at him. Harry gulped under their gazes and nodded. What, are we that scary? Caroline asked with a smile. You have no idea, he muttered, making them laugh. But seriously, I can't believe they're not giving any information about the first task. I think this is the first time they're doing something like this, considering the past tournaments. Amy said thoughtfully. It can't be anything too bad then. They don't really expect you to face off against something you've never seen before. Caroline's voice carried a strain of doubt though. Everyone fell silent, watching the giant squid float lazily across the lake while Fleur leaned against his shoulder. They spent the next hour talking about whatever that came to mind, occasionally laughing as the witches recounted some of their experiences in Beauxbatons. Harry closed his eyes, enjoying the sense of peace that had settled over them, wishing they could stay like this for as long as they wanted. Ari, He opened one eye lazily to look at Fleur. Looking around, he grinned when he saw that Aurélie had fallen asleep beside him. Caroline and Amy were already standing up, stretching their arms, and from the tired looks on their faces, they looked like they were only just waking up too. "We're going back to the carriage. I need to send a letter to my parents," Fleur said, getting to her feet. "Yeah, and we're going to take a shower before dinner," Caroline added, stifling a yawn. Harry nodded and looked at Aurélie, who still hadn't woken up. "What about her?" he asked. "Let her sleep, she's been a little too busy with schoolwork." "Besides, you will be here till we get back, right?" Caroline asked. Harry nodded. He had no wish to stay in the castle unless absolutely necessary. Sirius and Lupin weren't going to be able to have their usual lessons with him today either, they both apparently had something to do. "Oh, and Harry, try to control yourself. I know she's sleeping, but it might make her unhappy if you try anything," Caroline said playfully. It took Harry a few seconds to get what she was talking about and blushed crimson. What? I'd never do something like that," he yelped while the three of them burst out laughing. "Calm down," Caroline choked out in between her laughter. "I'll look at you, you look so cute when you start blushing like that," making him squirm uncomfortably. "Come on," Fleur said, dragging Caroline by the arm, although she too had a hard time controlling her laughter at his expression. "We'll be back soon, Ari." He watched them go, sighing in relief and leaning comfortably against the tree. They always brightened him up one way or the other, and he was really thankful for that. He still had no idea what he was going to do when they all left at the end of the year. They had gotten so close together that he felt like he'd known them for years. He couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face when he remembered the feel of Fleur's lips on his just a few days ago, and how their behavior towards each other had changed after that. The contact had been far too short for his liking, and more than once he wished they could repeat it. He had no idea where they stood now, but he didn't care. The closeness they shared was more than enough for him. For now at least. Nothing that went on in Hogwarts bothered him the slightest. Malfoy and by now, more than half of the school were sporting badges which kept changing between, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion," and "Potter stinks." Dumbledore hadn't made an announcement about the reason why he was competing, but he didn't care. Besides, he highly doubted that the people would take Dumbledore's word anyway. Most of them felt that he was trying to take away the Hufflepuff's glory, and they were also angry that he was now a champion. Harry had once seen Cedric angrily asking some of the students to stop wearing the badges, something which made him a little happy. Most of the Hufflepuffs had since stopped wearing the badges afterwards, but they were still acting coldly towards him. He chuckled softly when he remembered the twins replacing a box of badges that Malfoy was giving out with a batch of their own, which gave the people who started wearing the badges a nasty surprise when they found that the previous words vanished, replaced by, "I am Anner," and to add to the hilarity, a permanent sticking charm placed on them. Fleur and the others had been furious when they had first seen the badges. It had taken a lot of convincing from Harry to calm them down. Although just a day after Malfoy had started giving out the badges, he turned up in the hospital wing with warts growing all over his body. Something that he suspected Caroline or the twins had a hand in, although they never confirmed it. "What are you grinning about?" A soft voice broke the silence. He turned to see Aurélie opening her eyes and stifling a yawn. "Nothing," Harry replied, grinning at her. She looked around, brushing her hair out of her face. "Where are the others?" "They'll be back, it's almost time for dinner," he said, glancing at his watch. "They could, haven't you woken me up?" she said indignantly. He looked at her with a mock-hurt expression. "Am I really that bad company?" She smiled warmly at him. "No." The two lapsed into comfortable silence. "Ari, can I ask you something?" she asked after a few moments. He looked at her curiously. "Sure. Is there anything going on with you and Fleur?" His heart raced at her question and he looked away. He knew that they had noticed the change in their behavior over the past few days, but he had no idea how to respond to the question. He remained silent for a long time, thinking how best to answer her question. "I don't really know," he said truthfully. Neither he nor Fleur had talked to each other about what had happened after all. She seemed satisfied with his answer though. "Do you like, she asked. Harry knew there was no point denying it now. Looking away from under her gaze he nodded, feeling the color rise in his cheeks. "Yes," Harry said quietly. Aurelie suddenly laughed and he looked up at her with a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity. She smirked, shaking her head at his questioning gaze. "Come with me," she said, getting to her feet and holding out her hand. "Where are we going?" "Back to Z carriage. I need to get changed before we go for dinner." "You're not going to let me walk back there alone, are you?" she asked playfully. He smirked before taking the offered hand, allowing her to pull him to his feet. She looked expectantly at him with her arms crossed before he laughed and offered her his arm, around which she looped her own, and together they made their way back towards the carriage. Along the way he caught sight of a massive figure next to Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid," he shouted, waving at him. "Harry, good to see ye," Hagrid said with a smile as they drew nearer. "And, who might this be?" Harry had already introduced Hagrid to Fleur when they had run into him a week ago. "This is Aurelie Belcourt, and Aurelie, this is Hagrid. He's the Care of Magical Creatures teacher." Hagrid seemed to swell with pride at being introduced as a teacher. "A pleasure to meet you, monsieur," agreed, she said, shaking Hagrid's enormous hand. "I'll come with the others, Ari," she added to Harry, and after exchanging a few words with Hagrid, she went up to the carriage a few feet away from them and disappeared inside it. "Another one, huh? Ye have come a long way from the little furs year back then," Hagrid remarked with a grin, making Harry groan. "She's only a friend," he mumbled. "Yea sure." Hagrid had a slight twinkle in his eye. "No need ter look like da," he added when Harry glared at him. "And, before I forget, come down around 11 at night, got something to show ye." Harry stopped glaring at him and instead looked on apprehensively. "Why so late?" "I'll explain when we get there. Make sure ye bring your cloak with ye, alright?" He frowned. Hagrid usually wouldn't be asking him to come out of the castle, breaking the curfew, unless it was something important. "All right, I'll be there. And, there's another thing too. Where are Ron and Hermione? I haven't seen the three of ye together at all. Even when I put ye three to work in groups, ye hardly speak with each other anymore." Harry sighed. He honestly didn't want to talk about them anymore. "We kind of fell apart," he said after a few moments. Hagrid stared at him. "What happened?" he asked curiously. After debating for a moment whether or not to tell him, he decided to just get it out. He didn't go into too much detail but gave Hagrid a brief rundown of everything that happened between them. "They didn't," Hagrid growled, by the time he had finished explaining. "It doesn't matter," he said with a slight note of sadness in his voice. "Hermione, I always thought she had her heart in the right place." Hagrid muttered, shaking his head. "They will realize how wrong they were, Harry. I've seen ye down there by the lake sometimes at night, working yourself to death. We're all proud of ye. Dumbledore and the other professors speak most highly of ye, Harry. Don, let them get ye down." Harry managed a small smile at his words. The carriage door opened and Fleur and the others stepped out. Once they reached Harry, he introduced Amy and Caroline to Hagrid too. Afterwards the five of them walked back into the castle for dinner. Hagrid said that he wanted to feed the horses before he came. Inside the Great Hall they were greeted by the twins and the French wizards along with the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the rest of dinner was spent in laughter and general speculation about the tournament. None of the Beauxbatons students resented Harry for being a champion, which made him happy. They were, however, stealing glances at him and Fleur with smirks on their faces. He had a slight suspicion that someone had tipped them off about the recent changes. Now though, they looked like they had received confirmation to their musings. Not that they should be surprised though. After more than half of the people in the hall had emptied out, they decided to call it a night to get an early rest. Once the others had stepped outside, Fleur gave him a quick good night on his cheek before following after the other Beauxbatons students, leaving him frozen on the spot. Unfortunately for him though, one of the twins had spotted the little exchange while they were waiting for him. They teased him all the way up to the Gryffindor tower, resulting in him blushing furiously enough to make some of the others look at him in concern, thinking that he was feverish while the twins were roaring in laughter. Eager to get away from the twins, he went straight up to dormitories and stuffed his cloak in his bag before heading outside again, saying that he had to go see Professor Dumbledore for something. Once outside, he threw on his cloak and walked down the familiar pathway to the secret passageway which led to the grounds. Once outside, he decided to take a walk along the edge of the lake, seeing as it was still about an hour before he was supposed to meet with Hagrid. When it was time, he walked up to Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door. After a few seconds it opened, revealing his massive form. "Harry." He pulled off his cloak and Hagrid smiled in relief. "Good, now throw your cloak back on, we've got someone else comin'. And make sure ye stay hidden. Follow me now." He sounded excited for some reason and Harry couldn't help but feel nervous. The only times he had ever seen Hagrid this excited was when talking about some extremely rare or dangerous magical creature. Nevertheless, he nodded and threw his cloak back on after petting Fang, who bounded up to him whining slightly. Hagrid stepped outside with his crossbow and a lantern in one hand. Harry felt his heart sink as he realized that they were going to be heading into the Forbidden Forest. He had ventured in there in both his first and second year, and if he had a choice, had no wish to do so again. He watched curiously while Hagrid strode up to the Beauxbatons carriage and softly knocked on the door, which opened after a while to reveal Madame Maxime. "Bonsoir, madame," Hagrid said, bowing and offering his arm. "Monsieur, Hagrid, you said you avenue something to show me?" she asked, taking his hand. "Oh, course. Shall we?" She smiled in response, and together they set off towards the forest, leaving a slightly annoyed Harry trailing behind them. As they walked in deeper through the forest, Harry was beginning to feel irritated. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were talking in quietly in front of him, and so far he had received no indication of where they were heading. Everything was pitch black around him, the only light coming from Hagrid's lantern. They had been walking for about half an hour and he was wondering why they hadn't run into any centaurs yet, or even some Aragogs, the monstrous spider that resided in the forest children. Hagrid hadn't so much as looked behind him and was instead focused on Madame Maxime, and he was just thinking about turning around and heading back to the castle when a distant roar sounded. In his past excursions into the forest he had never heard anything like it before, and intrigued, picked up his pace and followed Hagrid, who seemed to be walking in the direction of the sound. A small light came into his sight in the distance, which grew larger and larger with every step he took. The roars were getting louder, and finally they reached a well-lit, huge enclosed area where he saw hundreds of wizards with their wands out and groups of them tending to 4 large cages. What was inside them froze Harry in place. Hagrid laughed and tugged Madame Maxime closer, who had her hands on her mouth. Dragons. 4 full-grown vicious dragons. There was a red, almost 25 feet tall, that had scarlet flames spewing out of its maw. A green, slightly shorter dragon that was growling at the 50 or so wizards that were surrounding its cage. Another silvery blue dragon that was almost as huge as the red one that was slumped forward in its cage, with its eyes closed. From the looks of it, the wizards that were around the cage had stunned it. The dragon in the cage nearest to them made Harry take an involuntary step backwards, even though he knew they were nowhere near it. It was an inky black and was far larger than any of the rest. It was snarling, and even as he watched, about 50 stunning spells slammed into it. It got further enraged and roared, bright orange flames erupting from its maw. "Over here. We need help with this one," a wizard near it shouted, and the group nearest to them moved to their aid. "Together," another one shouted, and Harry watched as nearly double the number of stunning spells shot towards it. It roared again, however, that seemed to do the trick as it slumped forward, growling softly. Hagrid seemed almost transfixed by it and edged closer to it as Madame Maxime followed, wide-eyed. One of the wizards noticed him and came up to him. Harry almost greeted him stupidly before realizing he wasn't supposed to be here. It didn't take long for him to realize that he had just found what they were going to be facing for the first task. Why else would they be keeping dragons in the forests? "Hagrid, I knew we wouldn't be able to keep you away from you," Charlie Weasley said with a small grin as he walked up to him. "Which one is it you've got here?" Hagrid asked, nodding towards the black dragon that was still growling. "Hungarian Horntail," Charlie grimaced. I have no idea what they were thinking when they shipped this one here. It's the most vicious dragon we got back in the reserve. My prayers go out to the champion that ends up having to face this one. Hagrid moved closer to it while Madame Maxime stood back. Wha, other breeds you got there? Hagrid asked reverently, looking at the other dragons. The red one is the Chinese fireball, green is the common Welsh green, and the blue is the Swedish short snout. Charlie explained, gesturing at each of the dragons in turn. He broke off and stared at Madame Maxime, who was watching each of the dragons transfixed. Hagrid, why did you bring her? Charlie asked quietly. He was too busy staring at the dragon. Won't she be telling her champion now? Hagrid didn't seem to be able to register the question. Charlie sighed. How's Harry? He's fine, Hagrid replied. Charlie ran his hand over his hair. Mom doesn't know what they're going to have to face for the first task. She's already worrying herself hoarse over him. I already wrote to Ron telling him about the dragons. Hopefully he would have told Harry about it. He's going to need all the help he can get if he is to survive this. Charlie shook his head. And they said they were making it safer. Harry clenched his fists in anger at the mention of Ron and turned around. Hagrid probably wouldn't notice his absence. As he made his way back out to the castle, he caught sight of Karkaroff heading in the opposite direction. This confirmed it. Now Krum and Fleur would know what they were going to be facing too. He needed to find Cedric and let him know about the dragons. He wasn't going to let him walk in there unprepared. His mind was panicked as he walked up the stairs to the Gryffindor Tower. How was he going to get past a dragon? He had witnessed firsthand how many people it took to stun a dragon. After quietly muttering the password to the fat lady, who looked in surprise at him but swung forwards, admitting him in, he slumped onto one of the armchairs next to the dying fire and tried to calm his mind. There had to be a way to best a dragon. They wouldn't give them a task that was impossible to do, would they? He was far too jumpy to sleep now. Getting up again, he went up to the dormitories and stuffed his books inside his bag before heading outside again, ignoring the fat lady's protests. Once again covering himself with his cloak, and after carefully studying the Marauder's map, he went down to the library. Walking to the aisle entitled Magical Creatures, he walked up to the part with dragons and pulled out all the books he could find on them. Settling himself on the floor and lighting his wand while checking constantly on the Marauder's map to see if anyone was approaching, he carefully went through the books, hoping to find something, anything that would give him a way to face a dragon. Harry, you look terrible, Katie said worriedly when he walked into the Great Hall for breakfast. He hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Nothing in the books he read gave any clue for a possible weak point on a dragon. Indeed, none of the books gave specific directions as to how a single wizard could face off against a dragon. It's nothing, Harry mumbled, painfully aware of how low his voice sounded. She glanced at him in concern, as did the others. If he wasn't feeling so nervous, he would have laughed at the worried looks the twins were giving him. It was so out of character for them. He ate silently, occasionally joining in on the others' conversations to ease their worries. Once he had finished eating, he was just thinking about going back to the library as he had a free period to do some more research when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked around to find Fleur, her face etched with worry. Ari, come with me, she said quietly. There were bags under her eyes, and for once she looked more sleep-deprived than he usually did in the mornings. Once he got up, she gripped his hand tightly, pulling him with her urgently. Only when they came to their spot by the lake did she stop. Madame Maxime told me last night. Ari, for the first task we... Dragons, Harry interrupted quietly. She looked at him in shock. I know, Fleur, Hagrid showed them to me last night when he asked your headmistress to go with him. Oh, okay, I thought you wouldn't know. He smiled at her and squeezed her hand gently. Thanks for telling me anyway. You would, haven't you done the same for me? They gazed at the lake for a few minutes. She looked worried, and he noticed that she made several attempts to speak. Finally, after a few minutes had passed, he leaned onto her, gently nudging her side. They had by now seated themselves in front of the tree as they always did. What's wrong? He asked quietly. She turned to look at him, half her silvery white hair covering her face. A dragon, Ari. Even I don't know how to do this. Madame Maxime is going to help me prepare, but even she is worried. She fell silent and Harry waited patiently for her to go on. I'm worried about you, she added in a voice barely above a whisper. He felt an odd feeling of happiness spread through him at her words. We'll find a way past this. I'll also have some help too, so don't worry. He did after all have Sirius and Lupin to ask for advice. She sighed before nodding. If you need help with anything you will ask me, right? Course I will. And if you need anything too, I will do my best to help. She nodded and gave him a small smile. The two spent the rest of their time together in silence, taking comfort in each other's presence. Harry had no idea how he got through his lessons that day. He wasn't able to concentrate on any of the classes properly, although none of the professors commented on it. Some of the professors, even McGonagall with the sole exception of Snape, excused him from all his homework for the upcoming week as the first task was only 10 days away, counting the weekend. When his final lesson for the morning ended, he quickly made his way towards the school courtyard. He didn't think that Cedric had any idea about the dragons yet. Spotting him at a corner with Cho Chang and some of his friends, Harry walked swiftly towards them. Hey Cedric, can I speak to you for a moment? He asked, ignoring the glares from the Hufflepuffs that were accompanying him. Sure Harry, he replied and walked with him to the side with a curious expression. As soon as they were out of earshot of the others, Harry spoke. Dragons. That's the first task. Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. What? Dragons? He repeated. They've got one for each of us. You sure? Positive. I've seen them. Fleur and Crumb know about them too. Cedric nodded absent-mindedly. Why are you telling me this? Harry stared at him in shock. We're competing, aren't we? Do you think I care about this competition at all? He hissed angrily. He could feel his temper rising. His head was filled with worry about the first task and how they were going to get past it, and here Cedric was asking stupid questions. Right, he said sheepishly. He nodded and turned to leave when Cedric grabbed his shoulder. Thanks a lot. He managed a small smile at this. Anytime. Cedric turned and made his way back to his friends, and he turned away, intending to return to the castle. He didn't get very far when a voice he recognized only too well called out to him. Hey, Champion Potter. Harry stifled a groan and turned a wary eye on Malfoy, fighting the impulse to curse him on the spot. He had caught the attention of everyone in the courtyard, and they were all looking eagerly at Harry and Malfoy, waiting for something to happen. My father told me about what's going to be on the first task. He said proudly. Perhaps if you ask me nicely I might consider telling you what it is. Not interested. Harry muttered and made to continue walking back to the castle when Malfoy's voice rang out again. My father made a bet with me, you see. He thinks you wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in the first task. I said you wouldn't last longer than a minute. And I should care because? Harry asked, turning towards Malfoy. I'm not interested in the pathetic methods you and your father use to amuse yourselves. Didn't you two have enough fun in the World Cup with those people? It didn't take long for most of the students around them to guess what Harry was talking about, and he heard many of them gasp. Exactly what are you insinuating, Potter? Malfoy snarled while Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles with menacing looks on their faces. Exactly what I said, he replied wryly and turned away. All it took was the look of surprise on the people in front of him to tell him what was coming when he nimbly sidestepped, narrowly missing the jet of orange light that flew past his side, while some of the students shrieked and jumped out of the way. Harry had his wand the next second, and with a silent binding spell, had Malfoy bound and gagged in ropes. Faster than the students could even see, jets of red light flew out of Harry's wand, slamming into both Crabbe and Goyle, knocking them out instantly. Harry turned and walked up to the 3 unmoving figures on the ground, with Malfoy staring up at him. Fear evident in his eyes. Didn't anybody tell you it's bad manners to attack someone who has their back turned? He asked quietly, although his voice carried to everyone in the courtyard in the silence. With a wave of his wand the gag fell off, letting him breathe. No matter how much Harry hated him, he wasn't going to let him suffocate. Malfoy's eyes widened as he stared past Harry at someone behind him. Professor Potter attacked me, sir. I was watching Mr. Malfoy. A voice growled. Harry looked around to see it was Professor Moody. I will be reporting your actions to your head of house about the cowardly way you attempted to attack Mr. Potter. A job well done on the other hand, Mr. Potter, he said to Harry, and he could have sworn he saw a smile forming on his scarred face. Run along now, I'll take care of these three. Yes, sir, Harry said quickly, placing his wand back inside his pocket and moving back up to the castle. Most of the students cleared the way for him, staring at him in amazement. Harry sighed, making a mental note to avoid giving such displays in the future. After dueling with Sirius for so long, everyone else seemed to be pathetically weak. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, Harry went to the Great Hall where he was pleased to find Fleur and the others were already seated. After slipping into the seat beside Fleur, they began to eat. That was brilliant, Harry, Fred said loudly, coming up from behind them. Seriously, we saw the whole thing. Malfoy never knew what hit him. George agreed. Harry laughed in response. Oh, this seems interesting. What happened? Caroline asked, looking from the twins to Harry. Before Harry could explain, the twins told them exactly what happened, recounting everything that had happened, not leaving anything out. Neither of them bothered to keep their voices low, resulting in them attracting quite a few glares from the Slytherin table. Harry caught sight of Daphne though, who grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Wish I could have seen that, Angelina said with a broad grin. By now the Gryffindor chasers and Jean and Basile had joined them too. Zat pig, you should, haven't you done something more than just leave? I am like Zat, Ari. Aurelie remarked. Once they had finished eating, the group dispersed. Harry had a free period again before History of Magic, which he was planning on skipping anyway. Harry and Fleur decided to use the time to search around in the library. Although they were going to be competing, despite Harry's protests, Fleur and the others were adamant about helping him. After spending more than 3 hours in the library, which proved utterly fruitless, the French witches had to leave for their lessons. Harry too left for Charms, which was to be his final lesson for the day. After the lesson, Harry met with the others and they once again spent as much time as they could in the library before dinner, hoping to find something. After an early dinner, Harry rushed upstairs to the room of requirement. Harry, Sirius greeted him as soon as he stepped inside. From the worried looks on his and Lupin's faces, Harry deduced that they probably knew. You know about the first task? He asked. Lupin nodded. Yes, Dumbledore let us know yesterday. Dragons, what is the old fool thinking? Letting Harry into something like this? Sirius growled. Harry sat down in the armchair next to the fire and looked helplessly at his godfather and Lupin. What am I going to do? I've probably read up on all the books in the library about dragons. There's no clue on how to beat them. He asked quietly. It's not impossible. There are a few ways. Lupin said gently. The simplest way is the conjunctivitis curse. It's a little difficult to pull off since you have to aim right at the dragon's eye. The eye is the weakest point on a dragon, Harry. Sirius added at Harry's questioning look. We will practice that curse in addition to a few others that I have in mind. Don't put too much faith in just one spell though. We have no idea exactly what you're going to have to do against it, and it's better to have a few methods to try in case one fails. Not to mention that you will have to be careful while approaching it. It's sheer lunacy to go head to head against a dragon. Lupin added. Do you think I could do it? Harry asked. We have seen how much you have accomplished since we began training you. Right now you are the most threatening to the dragon you will face than the others. The years of education doesn't matter. You yourself are proof of that. Sirius said proudly, making him smile in embarrassment. We still have 10 days until the task. We will use all the time we have for you to learn everything you need. I had been planning on teaching you this stuff anyway. Sirius added as an afterthought. Lupin stopped teaching him occlumency as the week wore on. Sirius also broke away from the teaching him the usual things, which disappointed Harry slightly because he had been looking forward to learning how to do what Sirius had shown him the week before with the stunning spell. It was only a small part of him that was disappointed though. The new spells and the advice he was getting from Sirius and Lupin proved to be valuable for the upcoming task, reducing his earlier panic somewhat. He mastered the conjunctivitis curse within 3 days, a feat which impressed both Sirius and Lupin greatly. It seemed that Harry's nerves were a great motivator. Apart from it, Harry spent a lot of time with various other spells designed to distract. Something which he knew would prove useful in order for him to get a clear shot at the dragon's eye. A part of him was a little reluctant about using the curse on the dragon's eye though. With the description given of the spell, it would surely blind the dragon and cause it great pain. Another spell that caught Harry's eye was the shackling curse. It was one of the more advanced spells like the shield-breaking charm. As far as the book's descriptions went, that curse had the capabilities of immobilizing virtually anything it landed on. As a side note, it was mentioned that it was used to great effect during the past war between the wizards and the giants. Harry tried it once a few days later while practicing at night. The drain it caused him rendered him immobile for hours and he had to drag himself up to the hospital wing where he was reprimanded by Poppy. Both Sirius and Lupin had been furious with him when they found out that he had spent a few hours in the hospital wing due to core draining again. Thankfully this time around though, Harry hadn't unknowingly poured everything he had into the spell like the last time, so he managed to recover within a day. Both his godfather and Lupin's anger paled in comparison with Fleur's. He truly believed he wasn't going to make it out alive once she had started advancing on him while he was lying helplessly on the bed in the hospital wing. After yelling at him for almost the whole floor to hear for being reckless, she had proceeded to stay with him for the entire time, disregarding everything else and making sure he stayed in bed. He wasn't allowed to move an inch under her gaze and had no choice but to squirm helplessly under the combined glares of her and the others. As the date of the first task drew nearer, Fleur, Crumb and Cedric were beginning to show their strain too. Crumb looked surlier than usual and all four of the champions showed signs of spending multiple sleepless nights. Fleur had been pleased to find out that Harry had a plan on what he was going to do. Harry on the other hand couldn't stop worrying about her. She looked like she was having a little trouble with whatever she was working on, although she always smiled and declined his offers to help her, saying that everything was going well. The day before the first task, the last day of the weekend, the others cornered both Harry and Fleur at breakfast and marched them straight out of Hogwarts, along the familiar path to Hogsmeade, ignoring their protests. "You both have prepared enough," Caroline said firmly. "Yeah, use this time to relax," Fred added. What they said was true enough. Neither Harry nor Fleur had anything more to work on other than brooding over tomorrow. Neither of them had taken more than a few minutes to relax over the past week. Smiling resignedly at each other, they trailed after the others, forcing themselves to relax, putting the upcoming task out of their minds for this one day. Sirius and Lupin both promised him that night that they will be watching and cheering him on, although Sirius would have to be there in his animagus form. Nevertheless, he was grateful that they would be there. Harry forced himself to sleep that night, succeeding in getting only a few hours of sleep in. The rest of the time he kept going over what he had learned and imagining situations on how best he could use it while staring up at the roof of his bed. At the crack of dawn he silently got up and dressed in his school robes and made his way out of the portrait hole. "Good luck," the fat lady called, and he managed a pained smile at her. His nerves were almost stretched to the breaking point. He sat down alone in the Great Hall. After a while he was joined by Fleur and the others. The terrified looks on the witches did nothing to calm Harry or Fleur. Even Caroline, who normally had a smile on her face, looked worried. Soon the other students started coming in. After the Great Hall was filled, the food appeared on the plates in front of them. None of them seemed to have an appetite, although the others kept trying to force them to eat. When it was almost time, Dumbledore stood up. "It is time. Best of luck to the 4 champions." The 4 of them rose from their seats to loud cheers and filed out into the entrance hall, where they were joined by Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime and Cockcroft. "This way." Dumbledore smiled at them. Harry and the others followed after them outside to the grounds. In the distance there was a large enclosed structure which looked like a smaller version of the stadium in the World Cup. Once they reached it, they were directed into a changing room where they had to change into the robes provided for them. They were almost the same as the normal robes they wore for Quidditch, although they had protective gloves which matched the color of their robes. Crumb's robes was fully red, Fleur's was a mixture of blue and silver, Cedric's was black and yellow, and Harry's was full black. The robes carried the insignia of the wearer's school, although Harry's didn't have one. Once they were dressed, they ducked into a tent which had 4 bunk beds. After a while the tent flap opened and Bagman, Crouch, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff and Dumbledore strode in. Bagman was carrying a small pouch which was smoking slightly. "Are we all here? Excellent." Bagman cried happily. "On to business then, ladies first," he said, offering the pouch to Fleur, who looked at it apprehensively before putting her hand in. She drew out a tiny model of a green dragon with the number 2 tied around its neck, which squeaked and a bit of fire escaped its maw. It was the common Welsh green. She just stared at it while Madame Maxime placed a hand comfortingly on her shoulder. Crumb went next. He drew out the Chinese fireball. The fiery red dragon snarled softly at him. It had the number 3 tied on it. He made no visible change in expressions and just glared stonily at it. Cedric drew out the Swedish short snout, which had the number 1 on it. He paled slightly as he was going first, but other than that he maintained his stony look. Harry groaned inwardly, cursing his luck. There was only one dragon remaining. Putting his hand in the still smoking bag, he felt a sharp pain on his finger. He grabbed the small black dragon, which bared its minuscule fangs at him and spread out its wings. It had the number 4 tied around it. "Now that all the champions know which dragon they're going to face, your task is to collect the golden egg," Bagman exclaimed dramatically. "Each of the dragons have a single golden egg in their nests along with some other eggs. It will be doing its best to protect them, and your task is to get the golden egg by using any means necessary. Any questions?" No one spoke, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Now, when the cannon sounds, Mr. Diggory, you will walk through that door over there, which will take you to your dragon. Next is Miss Delacour, followed by Mr. Crumb and Mr. Potter. The task will begin in a couple of minutes, so prepare yourself as best you can. Best of luck to you all," Bagman said before exiting the tent. After a few words with their respective champions, the headmasters and headmistress too left the tent. Harry thought that Dumbledore looked worried for a second when he wished him luck, but thought that he had only imagined it. They waited in silence while sounds of students laughing and talking became apparent as they took their seats in the stadium. After quietly wishing Cedric good luck, he moved next to Fleur and took her hand. "Ari," she murmured, gripping his hand tightly. He tried and failed to smile at her. "We'll be fine. Do your best and be careful," he whispered. She put her hand on his cheek, gently stroking it with her thumb. "You too," she whispered back. Her face was so much more closer to his than he had remembered, and for a moment his eyes fixed on hers. He knew Crumb and Cedric were in the room, but all that seemed to have faded away. He wanted to say something. He couldn't bear the thought of something happening to her. This all just felt too real. This was not a school tournament. The moment they brought dragons in, they made this a fight for survival. Before he could force his voice to work, her lips touched his for a moment before she pulled away. He was still trying to register what she'd done when he felt her hands wrap around his neck, drawing him closer, and her lips were on his again, although this time it was far more than a simple peck. He'd never felt anything like it. It was like he was walking on air, the feeling of her soft lips. There were no words to describe the feeling. All he knew was the wanted more. He wrapped his arms around her while her hand came up to his hair, tugging him closer. He had no idea how long they stayed, neither willing to part from the other. Finally she pulled away before hugging him tightly, which he returned, burying his face in her hair partly to hide his face from the others. Cedric grinned from behind her and gave him a thumbs up, causing him to blush. He thought he saw Crumb smile for a moment before he turned away. Remaining in Fleur's embrace had a calming effect on him, and he didn't want to let go of her. Soon afterwards, the cannon sounded and Cedric got up shakily. As he disappeared through the door, a loud roar followed by screams and wild cheering sounded. Bagman kept up a steady stream of comments, his voice augmented magically. He didn't know which was worse, Bagman's comments such as, "Clever move. Pity it didn't work," or the gasps, groans, screams and cheers from the crowd as they waited for Cedric to complete his task. After about 8 minutes the crowd was cheering itself hoarse. "Give it up for the Hogwarts champion," Bagman yelled. Cedric had completed his task. After a few minutes the cannon sounded again. Harry leaned his head against hers for a moment before letting her go outside. "Give it hell," he said softly. She managed a small smile and moved determinedly to the door and disappeared through it. The next few minutes were the most agonizing minutes Harry had ever gone through in his life. He was worried to death about her, and Bagman's commentary wasn't helping. Oh my God. That was close one. Harry was having terrifying visions running through his mind as the crowd screamed over the roar of the dragon. Nice move, Bagman suddenly yelled. Is this it? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Delacour of Beauxbatons. The crowd's cheering drowned out the angry roars of the dragon, and Harry heaved a sigh of relief. She had gotten through. Soon, the third cannon blast sounded and Crumb got up. Good luck, Harry called out to him as he walked towards the door. You too, he grunted in his heavily accented voice. Soon the agonizing routine started. A daring move. Yes, a direct hit. The dragon was roaring in agony and the ground shook from the force of it moving around. A few minutes later Bagman shouted his final word. Crumb too had completed his task. Harry got to his feet, waiting for the cannon blast. After what felt like ages it sounded, and after closing his eyes for a brief moment, he walked outside. The sound of the crowd's cheering became muffled as he walked on. In front of him was the huge black dragon, crouched protectively over the eggs. The entire area looked like a rocky landscape. He felt hundreds of eyes stare at him from all directions, but he blocked them all out, focusing only on the beast in front of him. Stupefy, Harry yelled, causing a jet of red light to strike the dragon just above its left foreleg. It did nothing other than to irritate the horntail, which growled menacingly at him. He heard Bagman shouting something incomprehensible in the background as he began circling the horntail, which was watching him unblinkingly, its yellow eyes fixed on him. His breath quickened when he caught sight of the golden egg, which was lying with some other grayish eggs under the horntail's wing. She didn't seem to want to leave her eggs for anything. Quickly he fired off 3 reductor curses at the ground in front of her. She roared as the boulders blew up, throwing dust up into the air, temporarily blinding her. Harry took careful aim and, pointing his wand at elevated area near the horntail was perched on, yelled, Confringo. She roared as she lost balance and the eggs rolled out from underneath. Then suddenly, without warning and abandoning the eggs, she rushed straight at Nim. He was given only a split second to react as a jet of flames came right at him, forcing him to conjure up a wide shield. He crouched behind it, waiting for the flames to die out. As soon as the heat diminished he scrambled out of the way, throwing himself out of the horntail's way. Taking careful aim he tried firing the conjunctivitis curse and succeeded in scoring a direct hit on the eye. This enraged the horntail as she roared in agony. Harry made a beeline for the golden egg and almost reached it when a spiked tail entered his field of vision, forcing him to dodge it by leaping to the side. She was snarling, one of her eyes were closed, and yet she was intent on getting to her prey. Harry had barely managed to dodge another spurt of flames when the horntail appeared out of nowhere above him, placing him directly underneath its belly. As he scrambled out of its way it suddenly took off, taking flight. He pushed himself to his feet and immediately jumped to the side as the horntail crashed onto the ground. However, he was too late to react to the tail, which sped towards him, burying itself deep on his right shoulder. He gritted his teeth at the pain and, wasting no more time, he took aim again and fired a second conjunctivitis curse at the remaining eye, making her roar and trample around, almost damaging the other eggs. The horntail was fully blinded. This unfortunately meant that the spiked tail, which was buried in his shoulder, was wrenched away, making him scream in pain. Refusing to let this hinder his movement, he dashed at the golden egg and safely tucked it under his arm. Even as he did so he saw Charlie running through the door at the opposite end with a group of about 50 or so wizards, waving his hands. Harry felt his head spin from exhaustion and the loss of blood as he staggered towards them. A scream from the crowd told him that something had gone horribly wrong. The entrance from which Charlie came and caved in, trapping him, Harry and about 3 other wizards who had followed after Charlie. Even before anyone knew what was happening, a massive shape hurtled past him and smashed into the opposite end, next to the entrance as Charlie jumped out of the way. It was the horntail. She roared angrily and advanced on Charlie and the other 3 wizards, one of them lying on the floor as Harry watched in horror. The horntail seemed to be advancing on the wizards, relying only on her sense of smell. They all fired stunning spells at the Horntail to no effect. Harry quickly grabbed his wand, praying that this would buy them some time. He shouted, "Tenebris compede." His knees buckled from the sudden drain. 4 dark purple chains flew out from the end of his wand, wrapping themselves around the Horntail. It was immediately stopped in its tracks and it roared angrily. But he could feel his sight going blurry. A fraction of a second later, a brilliant, jagged white light slammed into the Horntail from somewhere behind him as his chains disappeared. The Horntail slumped forward and didn't move. He lost his balance, and the last thing he remembered was a hand that wrapped around his waist, catching him. Harry slowly opened his eyes. He could hear low voices around him, although he couldn't figure out what they were saying. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he became aware of a stinging pain on his shoulder and bit his tongue, screwing his eyes shut. Stopping himself from crying out. After getting used to the sensation, he slowly opened his eyes again. At the foot of the bed he was lying on were 2 tall figures, and he turned sideways to see a familiar silver-haired figure sitting on the chair next to him. He slowly became aware of the hand intertwined around his left hand. "Hey," he murmured. He heard a startled gasp before his vision was blinded by a mass of silver hair, the flowery scent threatening to overpower his senses as Fleur threw her arms around him, avoiding his injured shoulder and burying her face in the crook of his neck. "Idiot," she whispered, "don't ever do something like that again." After a while she drew back. She had tears streaming down her cheeks and her eyes were red and puffy, although it did nothing to lessen her beauty. "I won't," he said quietly. "Harry, how are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. Harry turned to him, who was standing in front of him next to Lupin. A loud bark announced that Sirius was also present, and Harry grinned slightly when Sirius put his paws up onto the bed, allowing him to get a better look at him. "All right, I guess. What happened?" Harry asked. "One of the wizards were under the Imperious Curse. He destroyed the entrance from where you're supposed to go through after collecting the egg." Lupin answered in a tired voice. "Who cast it?" "We don't know," Dumbledore said quietly. At that moment Poppy came bustling in with a steaming towel. "You can talk to him later, Headmaster," she said in an irritated voice. Dumbledore chuckled softly and stepped back. "Of course, and Harry, all things considered, you were placed in first place. You did a very nice job, I must say," he added before he stepped outside. "We'll see you again soon, Harry," Lupin said with a small smile. "There are a few more people waiting for you outside. Well, you can tell them to wait there. At least until I am finished with him," Poppy said crossly to Lupin before he nodded and left with Sirius. Without warning she pressed the warm towel on his shoulder, making him hiss in pain, and Fleur glared at her. "It's necessary, Harry, so bear with it." After repeating it for a few times she stepped back in satisfaction. "All right, now just sit for a few minutes or I won't let anyone else in or for you to go out." "Got it." Harry nodded with a grin. He glanced at Fleur and was relieved to see that she had stopped crying, although her eyes were still red. "How'd you do?" he asked. "I'm tying for second place, Wiz Crumb," she replied, grinning. "Nice one," he exclaimed, grinning broadly. She gently traced her finger along his bandaged shoulder lightly. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly. "No, it's all right now." Harry felt his cheeks coloring slightly as he realized that they were the only two in the tent now. He hadn't been able to think about it much, but now he was remembering there before they had faced the dragons. She seemed to know exactly what was going on in his mind as she smiled shyly at him. "You're blushing again, Ari," she whispered. He tried to say something, but none of the words were coming out. He could only watch transfixed while she drew closer. Before he knew it, she was in him gently. After getting over his initial surprise, he responded by wrapping his uninjured arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him while he returned his ministrations as best he could. She broke away for a moment as she slowly hoisted herself up onto the bed, her lithe body coming to rest atop his as she straddled his lap. There was a rather hungry look in her eyes as she leaned forward, her arms circling around his neck as she eyed him again, harder and more fiercely than ever before, as if she was afraid that he was going to vanish into thin air at any second. For his part, his mind was wiped blissfully blank. All that was left was her. Much too soon for either of their liking, however, they were forced apart by a chorus of wolf whistles and cheers. Both of them turned, blushing furiously towards the entrance where the twins, Aurelie, Caroline and Amy, who were grinning widely at them. "About time," George exclaimed while the others laughed at the blushing faces of the two champions. "They're waiting for you two in the tent over there. Should I go tell them to carry on seeing as you two are busy?" Fred said with a smirk. He glared at him before pushing himself upright as they disappeared outside again. With a sigh he turned back towards Fleur, noting how her face was still as pink as ever. Judging by the stinging in his cheeks he knew he wasn't any better. With a beautiful smile she extended her hand towards him, which he took without a second thought, and as their fingers intertwined. As the two stepped outside, the crowd's cheering increased dramatically. "Harry," he turned to see Charlie jogging up to him. "I know we owe you our lives. If you hadn't stopped the Horntail, I don't think we could have survived long enough for Dumbledore to intervene." He shrugged in embarrassment. "Besides, you were outstanding. You were against the Horntail too. And you too, Ms. Delacour," he added with a small bow towards Fleur. "Anyways, later, Harry. I promised I would write to Mom and let her know everything that happened." "Well, they're waiting for you two over there." Harry and Fleur made their way to the tent where they were before facing the dragons, while the others left to join the crowds in the stands to get outside. "A job well done, all four of you," Bagman said, smiling at each of them. Cedric had half of his face covered in bandages and Crumb had his usual scowl back in his face, other than that he looked unhurt. "Now then, please pick up your golden eggs." He noticed his egg lying on the bunk bed next to which the tiny model of the Horntail was sleeping and picked it up. "Right, these eggs are really important, for they contain the clue that will tell you what you need to know for the second task, which takes place on February, without which you cannot hope to succeed," Bagman said cheerfully. "Any questions?" They shook their heads. "Off you go then. Get some rest, you've all more than earned it." Harry tucked his egg safely under his arm and picked up his model of the dragon before walking outside with Fleur. The others were waiting patiently for them, and once they reached them, Fred and George grabbed hold of both Harry and Fleur's eggs and started shaking them and tapping it with their knuckles, eliciting laughs from the people around them. Harry felt his hand brush Fleur's as they started making their way back to the castle, and after grinning shyly at each other, gripped each other's hands tightly. They were walking for a short while only before they were interrupted by the reporter woman and her cameraman, who were waiting by the sidelines. "Harry, oh, and what's this? Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion too." It seemed like the woman was going to burst in excitement from the way she was eyeing their intertwined hands. "Congratulations on your performances for the first task. May we have a couple of words about your experience? And what about you two? Could we get the when, the how, and th? You can have one word," he growled, cutting her off. "Goodbye." Fleur hid her laughter at the expression on the witch's face, but the others were not so successful. Together they headed back to the castle in happiness, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. The two were unable to keep their eyes off each other, something which their friends were quick to comment on. But both of them knew one thing. Everything had changed. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.